I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by guise of electronics.
Tá dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Tá dando fuga, vai. Não tenta bater de frente, sabe que lá tá fazendo macete. Desce até o chão, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente. Fazendo macete, ela tá doida pra colar com a gente.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to the Verizon VALORANT Game Changers. I'm Ender here with Mimi, here to bring you all the action for the day. Is looking right between the legs of this Killjoy turret. Two heads cleanly taken off. That's the mark, and a little bait and switch for Sarah to take 4.
They don't know us when we show up. We got it busted. Yeah, that's so us. Ay, and let the butterflies swing. Yeah, ay, I style bling bling. Yeah, pop on knockoffs, so there's not us. I get money, so I'm living like a rock star. That glass skin and my body looking proper. I'm so wavy, baby. I'm a traffic stopper.
No one is ready, and Noya with a chance to pounce. All 5 players in front of her. 1, 2, line them up. 4.
Flying back yellow, every round goes for it. Now Noya's gonna hunt for the ace. The bait is there, and Noya, she's got it.
a bad in designer or in plain clothes. They love my husky ass voice, so they wanna throw me bankroll.
One enemy remaining.
Aw, at least they tried.
Welcome to Valorant Game Changers Stage 2, Swiss Stage. I'm Doug. With me for the rest of the day and all of the nonsense that we will go through and all of the nonsense that we will speak for the next couple of hours is Christy. Christy, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. You just brought in so much energy. I'm like, hold on, I'm 3 coffees deep, but I still don't know if I can match that.
I mean, you might need to grab that fourth because we've got bangers upon bangers this entire show. There's so much to be excited about. I mean, as we think about how we've really gotten to this stage, we'll take a look at it here in a second. Actually, we're going to look at it now, production.
Oh, let's jump in.
Goated. This is how we've gotten to this point. We're a couple of days into the Swiss stage right now. And Christy, I like to put you on the spot because you're the smarter one of the two. Explain to me how we got here. Break, because for someone who may not be as familiar, you look at this graphic and go, I don't know what's happening here.
Right, so first, FlyQuest lost to Kikimori, then Shopify Rebellion Gold beat Artificial Intelligence underneath that. I could go through all of them, but really what's important is at the top of the bracket in the Today section, you've got the team sitting at 3-0. We've only got Shopify Rebellion and 100 Thieves undefeated. Winner of that is going to advance into the main stage, because if you win 4, you are in the main event. If you lose 4, you are out. So down at the bottom, the Center for Disease Control and Alliance Angels are in trouble. That's not their name, by the way.
But it's tempting, and honestly, don't blame you. I would have done the same thing. So those are the 2 matches that we will be featuring on the stream today. Shopify Rebellion Gold, as you mentioned, the 2 heavy hitters who are fighting for a spot at advancing to the main stage between Shopify Rebellion Gold and 100 Thieves. And the second match will be the CDC versus CDC.
It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah, it is. Versus AXA. And those 2 teams will be fighting for tournament life, really, for an opportunity to continue to take a run at it. And as we take a look at these 2 teams and start to dial in on Shopify and 100 Thieves, Christy, these are I don't think have I called you Christy on a broadcast? That felt wrong.
You can go Ender, you can go Christy, you can kind of live your truth. It's
okay.
anything goes, really.
Yeah, okay.
Can I call you Esports? Would that make you feel more comfortable?
No. In fact, it would not. Let's take a look at Shopify Rebellion Gold, because they are prolific. They win all the dang time. They're insane at everything they do. Ender, this is, I mean, the greatest GC roster ever.
Yeah, they're simply that. And I think last week they sort of put any Swiss stage doubts to rest by absolutely smashing Wadada. This is a team that, sometimes even talking in interviews, they'll say they'll put a little bit less effort into focusing on the Swiss stage of things until they gear up for main event, because they play in literally every tournament they possibly can, whether that's challengers or fun havers or anything else in between. This team is absolutely grinding. You even have, I think last night I was watching Mel and Alexis playing in like the Pro City stuff with Tarek. So they're always putting in the time, but I think by showing that even in Swiss stage, they're beating their best competition in Wadada convincingly, I don't know what else is left for them to prove other than beating 100 Thieves here today.
Yeah, and it's not going to be an easy task. We talked about it a little bit ago. 100 Thieves also pushing to make it to main stage, also pushing to do it in undefeated fashion. Both teams coming in at 3-0, and this roster has been playing together for a little bit, but they've been playing together under different banners and now donning the red and the black of 100 Thieves.
Yeah, really, really fun to see them succeeding after being signed by 100 Thieves. One of the orgs that has trickled back into GC this year. They actually played against Ghost Gaming, another one of those orgs that sponsored a team back during Stage 1. Got that 2-0 win over them last week after a close map of Corrode pushed 14-12, where Jazzykins absolutely dominated on the Chamber. It's been fun to see her, I think, in the Chamber meta get to go back to some of those more duelist style roots of hers and look good on the pick.
Yeah, and I mean, to say Jazzykins has looked good on the pick almost feels disingenuous. She's been lighting it up. It's been a ton of fun to watch. So let's take a look at the maps and see where we will be settling this best of 3 again for a spot in the main stage. On the line, you're gonna have Haven up first, Icebox will be second, and then if needed, we will be turning our attention, over to Corrode. Is there anything that stands out to you on these map picks? Anything that tickles your proverbial fancy?
I mean, I would say the opening 2 map picks make a lot of sense. 100 Thieves succeeded on this map of Haven versus Ghost last week, but Icebox, I don't think there's any team in Game Changers that will beat Shopify Rebellion on this map. This is a map that they've always been good at, and I think have just continued to look better and better and better ever since we've seen Dodonut bring over that signature Sage that she was playing back with FlyQuest Red last year to just sort of round out this team beautifully for the map.
And then, as you mentioned it, Corrode, if we do manage to get there, I think there's a lot to be excited about as we take a look at this series. 100 Thieves on the up and up, if you will. And then they're going to be going up against the Titans of Shopify Rebellion Gold. We're just a couple of moments away from getting agents and then getting into the action. I think as we think about this matchup in particular, Christy, now that we know some of the maps that, well, really all the maps that are going to be featured, is there anything that you're looking forward to in particular, or anything that you necessarily need to see 100 Thieves do in order to unthrone the queens that are Shopify Rebellion Gold?
I mean, they're going to have to win on Haven. I really hate discounting teams on maps, but Icebox is such a staple of Shopify Rebellions that I have a hard time imagining they can overcome them there. On Haven, though, things are interesting for 100 Thieves. They play the Viper comp, which has been gaining a whole lot more in popularity as of late across all levels of play. I really like their looks on that map. I think that'll be a different thing that Shopify Rebellion are going to have to contest with. And I think ultimately, if 100 Thieves are able to win out on that map, Corrode, I would favor them more heavily than I would on Icebox, for example, primarily because of Jazzy has been able to do on that chamber.
Yeah, I think taking a look at some of those matchups, and then also the two who are really kind of leading these two teams going into it, you think about how long, really, since the inception of the game, you've had Mel and you've had Lydia in some form or fashion be faces of Valorant. And so to see them clash with everything that's on the line that they have right now should be a ton of fun.
Yeah, I remember watching Lydia under the name Immortals Tupperware playing like way back in the day, and actually on Haven. Like I literally there's like a type of style that I like used when I wanted to like call plays with Teddy Tactics. If I wanted my Omen player to play on Haven and play for like the high angles, like solo towards one of the sites, A Heaven, top site C, with like a Marshall or something, or just like peeking down towards long, that was always the Tupperware look, because she was always really solid at just playing those sites as a solo anchor. So if we get to see her on Haven play some of that, that'll bring me a little bit of joy for sure.
Does she know that story? Like, have you told her that before?
I might have told her when I saw her in Brazil for GCC like a few years back, but I genuinely don't know. But that's a classic one.
Well, we'll see. I mean, maybe you'll get the chance to tell her today. We do have agents through for both teams, and these are going to be mirror matchups. You got the Vipers, the Omens. Yeah, exact same mirror matchup for both of these squads.
Yeah, I do like seeing more and more teams continuing to play the Viper on this map. I think a lot of teams are going to use that Viper just to be able to very quickly flood onto sites before the spike actually goes down on the defensive side. You've got the quick rotates out of the Neon as well to really make the most of that Viper utility on sites, whether that's a wall towards the C side or that really annoying A orb that's placed on site for the quick looks. But you'll also see Shopify on the attacking side of things use that wall to break up a lot of early A main control that defense loves to go for on this map.
Yeah, we'll see how those match up. You touched on it a little bit earlier, but the duelists, the Dodonut clashing up against everything that 100 Thieves will have to try to hold up on the defensive side. I think you mentioned it really well, Christy. 100 Thieves need to find some success on Haven. They need to be able to go into this, into Icebox, with some sort of an advantage, because you're right. It seems very unlikely for that to be able to be converted on the second map if they want a shot at this series.
And it's always difficult to defend against Shopify Rebellion, right? This team has very well-rehearsed execs when they want to go into a site, but Mel will also very comfortably play a lot slower rounds, pivot into lurks, whether that's going to be from her or, Alexis, that now gets to play a little bit more away from the team ever since she's transitioned into this Sentinel role for SR. So you're always going to be tested both on that micro level of how do you actually hold a site and also Mel's macro she's bringing into the server.
I am being told the slight delay has been rectified, and we should be loading into the game here in just a moment.
Good.
Again, Haven will be map 1, Icebox map 2, and then if needed, Corrode map 3. If you are just joining us, this series is for a spot in the main stage. You walk through it undefeated, take care of business, and then you can coast. Well, maybe not coast, but take a step back and relax a little bit before the main stage begins. Things that both of these teams are gunning for, and both of these teams you imagine will be competing at that point.
Yeah, you say relax, but I know Shopify, the second they qualify, it's like, okay, we're just gonna go play in some more tournaments. We have our Mondays free now. We can queue up for whatever we want. Makes absolute sense. They're gonna be starting things off over towards the A side early here.
With no real interest.
That wall up easily.
Yeah, no real interest in controlling C or B. All 5 stacked up towards A.
And it's just Slandy on her own, while the rest of 100 Thieves creep back into mid. Shopify and Alexis are going to walk into reclear, and this could pose problems for them.
This is danger. This is trouble. Alexis, the beanie was spotted. Sarah was there to trade. Gunfire ups across the middle of the map. Shopify with the numbers advantage. Slandy's going to have to do it all on their own, and that's now 1v1. She's done well to get this far. Noya scoops up the spike, rotating back towards C, and Slandy will hear that. Orb to provide a little bit of cover. How does Slandy play this? A dart in hand, 3 bullets left in the Sheriff. We won't need them all. No armor for Noya. What a shot from Slandy, and what a pistol from 100 Thieves.
That was fantastic play out of Slandy. Honestly, 100 Thieves were down and out in the round, even though they had the bodies in mid to receive Shopify on the reclear. They just got completely owned on those angles. It's just Slandy showing up. You know, the solo A anchor rotating back into mid to be able to pick up a few stragglers and isolate the fights beautifully.
Insanely well done. And what a way to set the tone on a map they need to win. And to do it through individual heroics, sure. But, I mean, that lights a fire up under a team, no?
Absolutely. You know, lights the fire. You just, are you 1v3'd Shopify Rebellion? Okay, we can win this game.
Yeah. Apparently setting the tone for what the rest of the map may hold. A little bit of an investment out on the side of Shopify. 3 stingers, 2 sheriffs, yeah.
Down to 0 creds because they're going up for the armor, and they have a very easy plant on B site. Alexis playing all the way back in spawn as well for the post.
This is so difficult to hold. Can they hang on to it? The drone already cleared out, and that's a big step towards hanging on to this site and hanging on to this round. Gonna be able to crunch in from both sides. Sarah's already been dealt with thanks to the shock. Mel, the stinger is a problem, but how much more damage can they do in the face of a phantom as well? That's tough. The investment for Shopify might have been ill-advised. There is still a little bit of work that can be done here, because that spike has been going off for a little while. But it should get cleaned up. An explosion should be avoided. 100 Thieves should get the second, and they will.
You're welcome.
I've got to commend 100 Thieves on their utility getting back in the site, especially Melia had this snake bite that landed back towards Gong. The rest of the team very patient on the approach into the site as well, making sure they're there to trade each other out.
Right.
Even against Shopify, who had fully bought down into nothing. It was a risky play out of them. Now they're going to be forced onto Sheriffs and Light Armors. And this is just the best opening you could possibly ask for up against Shopify.
I mean, there's a real possibility that you're looking at, what, 3-0 before they can really fight back, before they can really invest anything, though? Yeah.
Especially with an Outlaw in Melia's hands now against only light or no armor. Some nice spam out of Marceline as well down long.
It's such an incredibly well set up situation for 100 Thieves. You've got Alexis.
Still have 3 players here. Yeah, ready to potentially intercept the fight down short with an alarm bot. Slandy was so good back in pistol. Solo holding long now.
And see if she's equally as good with the Bulldog. That seems to be the case. Throw you down.
You can see Slandy's not like over-committing into the angle either.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different scenarios where that double swing is just a 1-for-1 for Slandy.
Right.
But she falls back. The rest of the team is playing their trade angles really well too.
Yeah, who among us has not overswung in that position there?
All I know is how to do is overswing. Speaking of overswinging, perhaps. Good counter stun from Dodo Nut. I'll give credit where it's due.
Jazzy will get popped. But just 2 left on the side of Shopify, and that quickly turns into 1. That's a 3-0 lead from 100 Thieves early on.
Only dropping the 1 rifle as well, so watch this econ start to snowball up and up and up for 100 Thieves. Other fantastic news for them as well. Okay, sure, they're coming into this next round. It's going to be even footing in terms of guns. Slandy, because of the 3 kills on pistol, because of picking up that 1-2 kills in the last round as well, now has the Hunter's Fury. So this is a situation where a huge opportunity for Slandy. She's just put her whole team on her back now, is to use that ultimate to win this big swing round and just get the snowball moving.
And that thing into an avalanche. See if Shopify can find their footing. A lot of attention towards C here. The dart clears out garage, and they fill in on the space.
This is a really good Hunter's Fury angle. Again, Slandy, if these players from Shopify commit through garage into C, that ultimate absolutely carves them. So I think it's good calling for Mel to slow things down now and just leave the insert in garage.
And it seems like that will be the case with Dodo Nut left. Drone to clear out long. That is a costly fight. That alleviates a lot of pressure. Alexis goes down too.
Nice. Really good lurk there. Although over on the C side, it all falls apart.
Yeah. And so now off of that, they kind of have to accelerate A here.
Yeah, no one going to be there. 100 Thieves full clearing out mid to make sure there's not going to be any late lurk. And I wonder if they even go for the push. Because Alexis went down, there's no flank watch for Shopify Rebellion. And they still have to be worried about those players, 100 Thieves, coming out from spawn out of heaven too.
If I remember correctly, so it's a 5v3. The Shopify will have to convert. Crispy out of Sarah to get 2. Wrestling dashing on a 3rd. Dink through the wall. Forced to fight. Sarah with 3.
Ridiculous.
How quickly things turn. Now Melia's left in a 1v2. No idea where the remaining 2 members are. Dodges the paranoia. There's that orb that you were talking about before. And yeah, the flank from Noya is going to be perfect. Never had a chance. Shopify are on the board.
Yeah, simply a Sarah differential right there. It's
said.
Sarah Rebellion, Gold, Radiant. Sarah's, it might be the highest ranked player right now, I'm pretty sure, in Game Changers. Like, absolutely grinding the ranked ladder. Haven't checked in a few days, but she was up there. And getting those 3 kills down long completely on her own is just silly.
That was in a neon dashing forward too. And yeah, maybe you can get a little critical of the swings and how 100 Thieves handle that, but still incredibly well done.
Sarah finding an off angle. It's Sarah denying Slandy a chance to use the Hunter's Fury.
Uh-oh. That feels like one you'd love to have back. Now Sarah popping the Hunter's Fury, trying to clear the site. 2 still entrenched in A.
Good.
And with 100 Thieves trying to get a little active there. Shopify a step ahead. It's insane how quickly things feel like they swing back. Especially with this team. There's something about them that, like, you go, wait a second. They just had control. What happened here?
Yeah, they're individually so good that they can, like, take a lot of these 50-50 fights, and even if one player dies, you'll still have someone, the next person can step up, and it can be a different person every round. You know, sure, Noya won the last round with a flank. This round she dies early, and it's Alexis that finds 2 kills on front B.
And so how do Slandy and Jazzy get back into this?
I have my doubts, Doug.
Yeah, I don't think they will even try it. They will opt to forego those endeavors.
In a row, there's been a Hunter's Fury that Slandy hasn't been able to use.
Yeah, you're right. After
I will say, Doug, that might be the first time I have ever seen Sarah go 0 for 3 with a Hunter's Fury. It is rare that Sarah doesn't get a kill with it. But to not hit one, I've got to say, she's fallen off.
My goat no longer is, huh?
I genuinely don't think I've ever seen her miss all 3. Straight up.
I don't think so either. I will say again though, the pace at which things change and how quickly Shopify can remind you of who they are is just really impressive. And I think that is a test that 100 Thieves will have to solve, and they're gonna have to do it on the fly in a different look from Shopify. They have 3 posted up towards long this time.
100 Thieves forcing up. around the Neon ultimate here. Melia all on her own. Paranoia into A lobby to feign a little bit more presence, but you can see that Neon, Marceline, is already rotating away from the A site to stack 3 into C.
They're going to rotate back A. Spike is still sitting back outside of grass.
Yeah, Shopify know that because this early pressure went down, they're forced to go for this mid-round re-clear. The drone not seeing anyone on the early angle means they're kind of anticipating a lean on the C side, but want to head towards it anyways. I think probably because Alexis outside garage hears that Killjoy turret in garage, so I think it's still unlikely that there's multiple players on that C side.
Mel will go exploring to try to confirm those suspicions. Only one found. The Dartback site will clear it.
Now it's all about the fast flood behind the wall for 100 Thieves. 3 players ready to respond.
Smoked off long. Paranoia. Wide left. All of his controller utility. And take a look at how Shopify are playing this. Mel playing in the smoke. Marceline pops the ult. Looks for any more targets that she can find. And she will find them. Meanwhile, Slandy finally. Long had she waited. Finally, the Hunter's Fury comes through. Kills connect. 13 seconds left. The spike is not in reach. This round is 100 Thieves.
Great response there from 100 Thieves, right? Marceline getting into the site, the combination of those ultimates. Even if the Hunter's Fury isn't getting kills, it forces players to come untucked from their angles, run straight into Marceline's crosshair, and 100 Thieves also were using that Viper wall to split up the site. It's that chaos on the C site particularly, which makes this Viper comp so powerful.
I mean, behind the Neon ult too. 7-3 for Marceline so far. Great start. 100 Thieves punch right back. They've got Melia 1 off of the pit. Playing back C right now.
Interesting setup from Shopify. You can see 4 players outside A lobby, but one of them is not named Dodo Nut. Working into grass instead. So again, trying to pretend that it's a little bit more presence here into A lobby. They show the Omen teleport, which is a bit of a fake, but the fact that Marceline is up in front of this smoke tells Shopify's plan immediately, and the rest of 100 Thieves can rotate away.
They even invested the drone to confirm that nobody had gone up short, and then you're right, off of that, you've got Marceline up. Slandy rotates away. The smoke, they're still going to be ahead of the smoke.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter because the alarm bot was broken. There's no mollies to slow it down. And B site, you can just get on and plant so quick.
Now they're going to have to navigate this pit. The alarm bot gives away the flank. And so Alexis can sit back and wait.
Cringe maxing from Alexis in spawn.
Yeah, it'll be, I mean, a game of patience over there. Alexis, less so, but still rewarded. That Paranoia is going to connect onto a couple. The pit's still not fully cleared. I mean, not even close. Noya now down. Melia. Snappy onto the first. Sarah on the swing. Will not find anything else. Mel phones on to Mel. Mel has to come up big. Just outnumbered and outgunned.
Wow.
That's going to be close, but the defuse should come through.
Yeah, Jazzy's got that one. Wonderful play out of Jazzy. Yeah. I wasn't even worried. Not even a doubt.
I was.
All good. And 100 Thieves spray looking nice there too. Nice to see that in GC after a while. But honestly, that's just Jazzykin showing up. That's a spam shot. She's tracking off the minimap because Mel was behind a smoke. But Jazzy was able to see her former IGL on the other side of that one as the fight went down, and it'll be Shopify now calling a timeout.
What are some of the adjustments that you think FEs is looking for here out of Shopify?
I mean, that round was a little bit odd. I didn't quite see how it went to pieces on the site because there's that, lurk that, of course, Alexis was taking control of. I'd expect Shopify to be thinking more about how they're opening up these rounds than they are even in, a bit of an unfortunate post plant, because there you could see they showed all this fake presence in towards A lobby, but Marceline just simply steps through a smoke and 100 Thieves can lean away, so they're quick to get back onto that B site. That becomes important in a round that comes down to the wire on time. They're already starting to get back in there onto B. So I'd like to see Shopify actually put some bodies into A lobby early on and stop that from being a possibility.
7-4 for Slandy, 7-4 for Marceline. 100 Thieves shooting quite well to start off this best of 3.
Viper operator is not something you see every day out of Melia.
No.
She'll be posted up on C, but I do think it's important when you're playing this Viper comp to have some kind of bite on your Viper Killjoy side. If you're never taking forward lines, it's pretty easy to read.
You were asking for them to put a couple more bodies in A main and fight in front of that smoke? Well,
They put all the bodies.
yep.
But Slandy is real sharp today. Still have to get past her, and that drone gives some good info over. Good hold from Marceline back sight. A great little setup from 100 Thieves.
And the rest of Shopify relieve some of this pressure. Noy is able to get the first. Creep out behind the orb. And now they freeze.
And Noya's gone for pretty aggressive lurks on A short a couple of times. Very comfortable to peek in on the angles. Now she's just into sight. All right. Might be our Viper player, but she's also working the entry for Shopify. Now their duelist is dead.
100 Thieves, I think they played off of this on purpose. I think they vacated the site knowing that they had a couple of retake ults. And so they gladly give this face up. Yeah.
That'll come down, force all these players back. But it's a counter out of Alexis. She was fully ready for this.
A little bit of Venn
Force
diagram
some
action
Thieves out now.
going on. Alexis fights ahead of it, able to get one. Lydia trades back. And just like that, both lockdowns have been dealt with. They are so far off of the play, Christy. I don't know how they get back into this. Slandy, that shock spin is not quite right. It did get it to half, though. Lydia on the tap. Noya in the 1v2, forced to fight both. I mean, that I don't know if we'll be able to get a replay on that, but that looked as close as you could possibly get.
So it was down to the wire. The Shark Dart landed before the Molly, so it wasn't the combo. Although Noya started spamming the spike after the Molly actually went down. So that's how the planter was eventually killed. Unfortunately for Shopify, because, you know, the player defending the lockdown, Alexis, only trades 1-for-1, they all have to be forced off of site.
Yeah.
And it's just too little too late to actually get back in there. That lockdown on defense is just an absolute retake winner.
A couple of these rounds already going down to the wire. But 100 Thieves on top. Now it's Marceline who's got the op. Posted down C long. SRG back to their A main ways.
Yep. Shopify going to continue to force down there. And Noy, who knows there's an alarm bot down bot sewer, going to walk in for that one. Baited out. Almost gets punished for it. Jazzy with the read.
Risky. And she shakes it off.
And Marceline was actually traded the off this round. Ooh, close timing on the smoke.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
You mentioned Noya laying down A short. Her antics have been trying to build a bit of a bad reputation for that.
A delicate situation for Shopify, who hear this turret on the B site.
What is the cue for them to go? Smoke dart, the TP across. Good night, dude. When Alexis is shooting, unreal. She's so good.
This round is cooked, I think.
Yeah.
Considering our Neon has an operator. Considering every single 100 Thieves member is all on their lonesome.
Sillier things have happened. Mel gets bested by the op.
It's starting to get a bit silly. Now that they have the pick, 100 Thieves like their chances.
Yeah, time is so short, though. I mean, oh, gosh, they're going for it. Oh, dear. They're going for it. That's going to cost them the op.
Much.
Yeah, they've definitely overcooked this.
This is just a Gigabrain maneuver from Shopify. They send in one lamb to the slaughter, and it baits 100 Thieves into losing the operator and a couple of rifles behind it, too.
Queen's Gambit of sorts. They lost the op. I mean, interesting. Very interesting. So Shopify punch back.
Thanks.
You get up to 3, but 100 Thieves still hanging on to this lead. Melia has that pit. Been hanging on to that for a little while, too.
Shopify have seemed pretty well served to just let Noe create some threat around the A space, but gonna mix it up in this round on the anti-eco, show the threat of maybe just a C-long pop.
There's that pit. That is a deep pit.
The odds of a C-long pop dwindle significantly with the ulti invested.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you there.
Yeah, let's just let Alexis get the pick on B again. Easy enough. How many rounds has Alexis actually won that fight? It's every time she's challenged it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's been every fight she's taken there.
Oh, and
Slandy
Noya wins the fight on A. Yeah, curious.
Yeah, Slandy gets bested, trying to dance around the drone. And this should be pretty smooth sailing moving forward. Although, if they try to flood behind this, I mean, they've got a shot at it. Lydia's paranoia is going to hit a number of members, but Dodo Nut, the only one who was not tagged by the flash, stands tall. That's the round.
Also got to shout out the snake bite from Noya. Catches those 100 Thieves members the second they're walking out of the smoke. So the vulnerable applied, and Dodo can just hold down left click.
Elliot takes a step back. And so that was the pit invested. They lost the op in the previous round. Pretty costly these last 2 rounds for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it hurts. And 100 Thieves have to just figure out. Obviously, they're on a half buy there, but
Right.
Alexis has been way too big of a problem. And for 100 Thieves, you can solve that through a variety of different ways. You can just abandon the B site, leave an alarm bot there, and play retake,
Right.
Which they've done a few times. You can also try to flush out mid in the mid rounds. If Shopify are playing these much more, long, drawn-out rounds, like, get a little bit more active with the Neon. Take a little timing. I think like back in the day when Loud were dominating on this comp with like Les in the team, Les would just like go for mid walks, even on Killjoy, to create some threat on that, and it would work out a lot for them. But when you're seeing, Alexis dominating those 50-50s all the time, I don't think you want to be going for the challenge on repeat like 100 Thieves have been.
I think you have 2 options, right? Either you do not persist on that fight, or you
Do not
double
engage.
triple down and you like send it. And it doesn't seem like
No half measures, dog.
it seems like they will just do a bit of what they were doing. Lydia's playing real tight on B, and Alexis is on the prowl. Not again, right?
Okay, but Lydia is doing some Tupperware shenanigans here. See the high angle? I'm telling you, she's known for this. Has a turret to bait on the right side of B. She's playing boosted on left.
Who is Tupperware?
Lydia.
So freeze in A. With the alarm bot there, it's been a couple I think it's been almost every single round, so they know it's there. Kind of waiting to see if anyone's going to push down. Take a look at that smoke B to suggest that that's where the hit is headed. Turret cleared. Lydia asleep at the wheel.
Wait a second. That was supposed to be a kill. And now we have 3 players on B while this exec is happening on A. What is going on? Shopify just walking up, killing a jump peek, but there is still a player down short. There's still Alexis in mid.
Oh, boy.
We had a good thing, 100 Thieves. What are we doing?
It has fallen apart. It is completely fallen apart. Well, Lydia makes up for the woes at the beginning of the round. Gets a kill on the Lexi. Paranoia. Ismalia drops down from heaven. Ult pop from Donut. What can you find with those? Thunder fingers. Nothing. That's another kill found. That's another round for SRG.
Yeah, I'd be dizzy if I was Lydia there. Getting slid on, getting swung to the other side. There's no fun involved in that. But literally, it's just Shopify Rebellion full contacting everywhere they go. And by contacting, especially towards the side of the map where there's little to no Killjoy utility, it is just tearing 100 Thieves apart.
Last round of the half. An op from Elia. And a lot of attention A again. Oh, they're going to try to ult off of the stun, but...
See, that's typical Sarah.
Yeah. That's more what we expected for sure.
Still, 100 Thieves have a couple players here. Lydia can assist with the Paranoia and a quick rotate over, but there's no way to deal with the lockdown, so 4 players mean nothing.
Oh.
Marceline. Marceline.
Oh, dude, the fact that she gets 1 is kind of dumb, but whatever. Lydia also managed to find a tiny little sliver up in heaven. So that position was not given away. And TP away. What can they do to snatch this round back? The sight back from Shopify. Up 1 in numbers. The op in hand. Noya. Uh-oh. Dazzy with the Guardian. But now, Donut and Lexi on the swing. All falls onto Melia. With the op in a retake. 1v2 has to connect on both. That's 1 kill found. 1v1 with the captain on the other side. Melia. A little bit of time to think this through, but not a ton. Urgency is key. Melia on the tap. Mel on the shots. And that's 6-6 at half.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion clawed back there at the end. Mel, knowing the little spam line there from the angle on long, could see the spike being diffused and not that much room to play with on the diffuser. Still, though, I think 100 Thieves doing good work by winning the pistol, by, you know, converting even when Shopify Rebellion forced round 2. Keep things all tied up and even, and now can, you know, not be as worried about the slow, lurky, contacty play of Shopify Rebellion and maybe hit them with a taste of their own medicine.
Oh, there's a whole lot of leaning A again. But look at how much more intent they are, on fighting A. Through short. This has the potential to be a mess.
Shopify gonna full sprint down into sewers and go for this off the shock.
Oh boy. And there it is. Hasty out of Marceline, but it's ill-advised.
Actually, Shopify just holding their ground. 4 players firing squad style, but 100 Thieves should still be able to get the plant on this B site and fight forward towards Link if they want to.
Lexi will do her best to hold and maintain there. And Lydia will try to flush her out. The spike down on the site. Shopify playing this patiently. Unsure about where the threat may lie. Lexi,
close your eyes,
got
chat.
away
You
from
don't see
her,
anything.
but tries to make up for it. 1 kill found, traded right back. Couple members of 100 Thieves weak, but still in a position to hang on to this, even though they're down in numbers. Jazzy, Crispy with it again as Noya tries to get out onto site. 3 on the round for the Sentinel. Sarah's on the defuse. He's going to stick it the whole way. It was a body block mission, and Shopify steal the round away.
It is a tragedy for 100 Thieves. They get all the kills, but the stick through means 5 rounds in a row now for Shopify Rebellion. That is tough. Especially now when 100 Thieves are considering, do we go for the full-on force? They got the spike plant down, so it means, yeah, we can buy a few sheriffs. Got the kills, too, to bolster it up, but very different start to the half for them.
Heavy investment for Shopify. Noya. Oh. Careful with it. Still gets away with 1.
A few extra shots for good measure.
Yeah, just a warning. Hey, don't come this way.
I think some shrapnel got lodged in Lydia's shoulder there, down to 85.
Yeah. Sarah on the drone. Getting a little bit of info what's happening in main.
100 Thieves already made so much noise. Shopify on their attacking side would just full contact up from short and then look to pounce, but you can see that Mel is already on the rotate from C. She has very well anticipated the freeze into a rehit.
Anticipating is one thing, though. Can she hold it back? Can she execute around it? Mel will strike first. That was counter spam. What? Mel tries to do much more and cannot. The sheriffs are a problem, but they're still down in numbers. They're still down in guns. Mel gets a spike down.
Still Dodo in short. Noi coming in down long, but Jazzy has been so good.
3 on the round. Guardian picked up. All of a sudden, it's a 1v2 Noya with the shotgun, but they're so weak. Oh, Jazzy
Wow.
hits another. That's 4 as 100 Thieves get to 7.
That is sick. Jazzy's had a couple of big rounds, but it's always fun to watch her play. You know, she was back with Mel and Alexis when they were all teammates on Cloud9 White. So now to be represented by another Orc playing at Shopify, hit a 4K to win the eco is huge work out of her.
Couple of sheriffs at the beginning, and then the Guardian to clean things up. Both at like 0 HP for almost all the kills. Insane.
Oh, yeah.
And so that ties
Good
us
stuff.
back up at 7 apiece. Shopify back on this busted buy. Hello. A lot of threat on this on the side along.
Yeah, these early halves have been tough from Shopify, whether it was losing the force the last half or now losing the anti-eco. Sarah going to be all on her own.
I thought she was going to get that. Nicely done up from Melia.
I mean, she got the headshot. Unfortunately, it's a tried and true classic moment.
And so what if you're Shopify? Do you try to duke this one out? Try to flood? Just died a spike. What's the play here?
I think it's a die to spike angle. I'm seeing that Jazzykins is one away from an ultimate, so if I'm Mel, I don't really want to risk giving orbs over. Shopify's good ults, they're not really close to, or Sarah's already dead, so it's not so valuable. I'm telling you, Lydia just loves the high angles.
Yeah.
He loves the TP up on this map.
Big Star Wars fan, I guess.
Always got to have the high ground. It's an important thing.
Thank you for the courtesy chuckle. I
No, I got
appreciate
you. I just think it's funny that my prep from 3.5 years ago is still relevant for Lydia. It's like, I remember casting one game of hers on Immortals, and it's just still how she plays the map, and it works.
I mean, it's working real well right now. 1 round lead for 100 Thieves as we enter what should be the final quarter, if you will, of this map. Shopify back with guns, light armor on Noya. We'll see what they do here.
I mean, if 100 Thieves are able to play for an orb on Jazzy, that can again just set them up. They missed their chance in the first half on the big swing round when Slandy had the rush for the Hunter's Fury. Now an opportunity to reclaim some of that here in the second.
Where is Noya headed? Tucks down long. Keep a close eye on that.
Yeah, because right now Mel is just backside baiting for her a little bit. Taking the first line, I think, playing up on top.
They expect that somebody could be down, so I imagine Noya does not go unchecked here. Surely. Slandy has Dart. But
No
surely
drone for the close angle.
Right, surely they look. Surely Noya doesn't get away with this.
And she
Lydia.
doesn't.
Patient
And-
and disciplined. Well done.
The fact that Mel had left about 10 seconds before is a big
Yeah.
punish. It's Mel with a misread and now under a whole heap of pressure.
Wall's the only thing keeping them apart from one another as it goes up. As it goes down, Mel does too. That's a sight that's theirs. I mean, that even if they try to save here, you've got Melia who's behind
Look at
him.
the mini-map.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're saying it too, because it is just the end of the round. If 100 Thieves can stall out Shopify from getting into sight for 10 more seconds, this round is done.
I mean, even if they try to save, they don't have any good options here. They have to go forward, and they have to do it fast. Landy's the first to fall. Donut swinging out. That's another one who will fall.
Enemy remaining.
Lydia. Well, I thought it was going to be Lydia to clean it up, but it's actually Jazzy who gets Donut. 100 Thieves get to 9, and this is all of a sudden looking like it could get out of hand here for Shopify.
Yeah, that seemed like, if you remember, I think a round or two ago when Mel I think it was just the previous round when Mel preempted the rotate off of C onto A around the 50-second clock, because that was when the refreshables were starting to come up from 100 Thieves, and she was expecting that to be the site hit. That's around the exact same time she just abandoned the C site, except this time she guessed wrong. And I didn't catch if there was some information or misinformation that 100 Thieves fed Shopify somewhere else on the map, but I think that timing that she caught just happened to be punished by 100 Thieves, and very likely needs to be a point of conversation for Shopify to make sure these mid-round rotates are a little bit better informed out of SR.
That is the second timeout and the last of the map for Shopify. You take a look at your screen right now, you see they won't have a ton to invest into this round. Meanwhile, this snowball that's starting to come together for 100 Thieves has danger written all over it, not just financially either. I mean, you've got a couple of ults that are starting to stack. There is serious bite behind this bark for 100 Thieves.
Chance to start running away with things here. Although I will say in the first half, when Effie's slammed the timeout button, we saw Shopify Rebellion go on a whole streak of rounds. 4 in a row to close out the half. I think it might come with a little work into mid. There's got some sheriffs behind her, and Shopify about to go on a walk down.
They're ready for it too. They know. They're waiting. That's a wild check. Sarah gets 2. Sarah gets 3.
Oh dear. Effie's timeout, absolute cinema. Sarah's deagle, absolute cinema. Couldn't ask for anything better than that.
No,
and that means,
not at
okay,
all.
the econ all back on track. We've got an operator online for Dodonut. We've got Hunter's Fury for Sarah off the back of 3 kills. That nullifies the lockdown. Usually means a kill for Sarah as well. And all the win taken out of 100 Thief sales.
I'm out of here.
They've shown the grit to respond in those positions where they had an advantage, and then it swings back, and they're going to have to do it again here. The Hunter's Fury has been popped from Sarah. You jinxed her earlier.
2 for 3s in the same game?
Yeah, brother, that one's on you. You can own that one.
This is so sad.
The lockdown's from really far back. It'll clear out short, and it'll clear out probably half the site. The Paranoia will clear out the other side. Marceline pushing forward. Left side of site is theirs. Posted up in graffiti.
Spike planted.
They get the
And you
spike
can just
down.
stall forever with the nano swarms on CET to buy time for more gas to recycle the Viper Orb. The A retakes against this comp are brutal.
Yeah, they also have the Hunter's Fury out from Slandy, who has to stay alive here. That is the safety. That is the
Sarah.
insurance policy. Slandy wins that out, and now off the tap, the Hunter's Fury used right on cue. Sarah using it early as Noya pushes forward. There's still a shot at this. Mel has an op up in heaven, I think outside of... What?
Enemy remaining.
Noya, what a filthy shot. Slandy still left in this 1v2. Sarah's going to stick the defuse. We're tied.
Oh dear. It feels like Effie has called the timeout, and then Shopify Rebellion were just replaced by 5 super soldiers. Like, every single player on the team just went demon mode.
They are super soldiers, though.
If you watch the way Sarah just went into that site, literally, like, A site retakes are impossibly hard because if you run in through, like, the floor, you
Right.
just get permanently stalled out by mollies, by Viper gas,
Sure,
etc.
sure.
So often the only way to get out is by jumping out of heaven, but jumping out of heaven, you instantly die unless you have people coming out of the ground. So it's like this huge, like, how do you actually make it happen? It's really hard. And
Right.
Shopify's flank also didn't work out. But the fact that Sarah drops out of heaven, gets a kill untraded, and then just W keys forward to tap the spike to bait out the Sova ult before any of her teammates are on site. Like, she got that site retake going about 10 to 15 seconds faster than Shopify had any business of it actually happening.
And that's going to draw a timeout up from 100 Thieves. You take a quick look at theirs, and we talked about this a couple of rounds ago, still kind of coming to a head, although a lot of the meaningful ults have been used, and Jazzy's and Slandy's as well, but they have a couple of things going for them here.
Yeah, and I think if we get into an A post-plant situation again, they cannot afford to play as far off-site. They were trying to play off-site with the Sova ult, but, like,
Right.
guys, you just gotta hold those close chokes. The strength of the comp is not necessarily playing the post-plant mollies, nanos, you've got that, but just stopping a team from getting back into the site.
Aggro from 100 Thieves taking A main control. Even the TP forward from Lydia with spike in hand. Now a freeze.
At C-side of the map, a little info start for Shopify. Just Dodonut posted with the op on C long, and Mel testing her luck into window. If Mel were ever to fall, things would be a big problem for SR, but 100 Thieves don't seem like they want to keep contesting her.
This freeze is really not manipulating any rotations out from SRG, excuse me. They aren't really moving.
Again, Mel was very quick to move earlier on, but has changed her setup since getting beaten a few rounds back.
Sarah flushed forward right into Melia's lap, but not realizing there were 2 there. Jazzy can punish. Oh, shiz! And Noya does it again!
30 seconds left.
That was so calm, clean, and efficient. Like 4 bullets for 3 kills, I think.
And like minimal movement. Noya just...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's just highly commendable. Like, it looked so simple that it's hard to even be like, that was an insane play, but it was just like, it looked so easy that you know it was hard, you know?
Yeah. Unreal. Unreal. And that's 3 in a row now for Shopify. They've weathered a lot of this storm that 100 Thieves had going for them.
That round going well for SR even without getting the operator into play. 100 Thieves haven't really dealt with that so far. So losing out in the scrappiness of these sites.
Yeah, 100 Thieves having to jump through that wall to make sure there was no push-up B.
I like that Noya's playing in garage with Mel this round after the previous round Mel was seen on her own. That early conditioning and then Mel expecting, okay, 100 Thieves are going to want to punish me in this position. Again, I think she plays almost the most important position on this map for holding down the fort with C-Site being weaker. Now in this round with Noya being there, it gives Shopify some more options.
Noya with the spit at the ready. Just takes a little bit of leg. That paranoia is going to buy a lot of time too. I mean, they play this to near perfection. Noya's just tanking the spit.
Not flustered at all.
No. And still gets a kill. Maya's there to trade him. Now they're going to try to flood out onto the site. The defense trying to hold on. Dodona connects with the op. Jazzy's out. That's 11 for SRG.
And this gun isn't even escaping either. Alexa's holding the retreat, and the shots are there. It does feel like 100 Thieves have sort of lost the, I don't know, like courage to do much in these rounds on their own. They're kind of just freezing in the mid rounds, then waiting to re-hit group into a site. But there's like a lot of problems they haven't cleared, like that alarm bot that's being placed down sewers. That's a thing that they were placing all the time on their defensive side.
Yeah, they did.
They're not sending a lurk to break that like Noya was. They don't have lurks outside B, any of these things going on. And Shopify's actual defensive holds are strong enough that this double smokes comp can't breach so effectively into the site. They almost need the lurk options to be able to pivot back and forth and stop Shopify from 2, 3 stacking into sites.
Poison orb emitting. Poison orb.
They're going to pop the ult, but Marceline's kind of alone here. Noya's playing up close. Marceline's dead as Noya once again aimbots onto 100 Thieves. Unbelievable. And now they're going to TP away.
Shifting into A, so the spike will eventually go down, but Shopify already have players here ready to respond. This fight in mid, I think, will determine the round. Slandy playing off-site and Alexis on the wrap.
And she plays her timing right. That could secure the round. Malia drops the ult. Investing into this, feeling confident in their chances, confident in the possibilities to secure the round. Sarah dropping down from heaven, spotting one. They both follow behind. Donut with 2 with the ult. And if there's not enough secured on the site, as you mentioned it, Lexi's on the prowl. Slandy gets dropped. Shopify get to map point.
Again, Sarah is just dropping out of heaven without a fear in the world. And 100 Thieves don't have an answer into it. And there, they didn't have the guns for sure, but this is just another one of those A retakes that is looking all too easy for Shopify Rebellion.
And remember,
it almost
that was,
makes you think, stay away from the A site.
Yeah, I mean, remember too, that was an investment from the pit. There was enough confidence in how that situation looked that they thought they could steal it away.
This timeout feels like it's coming a little bit late. 100 Thieves need 3 rounds in a row. And really, I think it just has to come down to how 100 Thieves are operating in the mid rounds. It is way too much pack mentality for my liking and not really doing a whole lot, sort of freezing and waiting for Shopify to go for a reswing, go for a repeak. But Shopify are playing way too drilled and realizing that they don't actually need to go on any info-seeking missions. They're happy to play behind their utility or play slight pixel angles and deal with 100 Thieves on their own terms.
This is some of the stuff that you mentioned just now is probably one of my favorite things of watching Shopify play is they hit this stride where everything just seems like perfectly formulaic, where everything is disciplined, everything is drilled, everybody knows their protocols, nobody overextends, and it is such a treat to watch.
And also seeing them just turn that dial on in the middle of a map, right?
Yeah.
Those first few rounds, especially in the second half, looked a little sloppy from them. But it has been anything but ever since that timeout.
5 in a row for Shopify. They're looking to close up Haven and take us over to Icebox. 100 Thieves now will have to deal with a pit.
Yeah, they wanted to go for this A main default, but now I don't really think you want to invest a drone to clear away the pit. There's so much space to fall back into the pit for Noya that a drone would not really accomplish much of anything unless Marceline was sprinting behind it. So it becomes walking down into mid. And Garage, who they've never been able to clear this window player, is something they gonna need to find a way to manage in the next 10-15 seconds.
Slady's drone will clear Garage. You still have Sarah playing in window, as you mentioned.
Although this round, Lydia has been left outside B. Like, Alexis isn't going to give an angle. She's got an alarm bot on front B, so these lurks less likely. Melia outside the pit too, but you can see 100 Thieves have this idea of having some lurks to play into, but they have to make a lot of noise on B to pull Noya away from the pit so Melia can do anything here.
Is there going to be enough noise? Lexi. Oh,
that's
floor is lava. Oh my gosh, she gets away with it. Another kill found. The pit's still in play, and that's going to be enough noise. That will secure the pit being left.
Melia on the move.
Melia's going to try to take a timing, see what she can find. Marceline, the paranoia is perfect. Butternut hits the shot that is needed. Now Noya understands there may be a Melia on the prowl. Beautifully done. Noya, again, delivering when Shopify needs it most. Lydia will fall. It's all into Jazzy. A 1v3 to keep the map alive. One is all it'll be. Shopify fight back. They take a really strong punch out from 100 Thieves, but they fall on Haven.
Yeah, 100 Thieves. Great starts to both of the halves, but when all is said and done, I think this was just a game where Noya and Sarah absolutely turned the heat up. Whether it was Sarah on those jumps out of heaven or Noya with perfect awareness and crisp aim, precise gameplay out of Shopify to take Haven.
I mean, Noya could have put together a frag movie off of this map alone. We'll see what Icebox has in store. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, the show will continue.
Who gives you wings?
Welcome back to day 4 of stage 2 of Valorant Game Changers North America. I'm Doug. With me is Ender, and we just saw what felt like, what would be the best way to say? It's probably the most classic game of Valorant that we've kind of come to expect from Shopify, where they just kind of toggle and they turn it on and they run away with the map.
Yeah, the FE's timeout to buy 60 seconds for a quick little toggle, and then Shopify looked completely lights out after the fact, and you know it certainly showed in the gameplay. I think that what we saw again from Sarah, just playing a lot of like forward lines on defense, winning out her fights, quick on the retake as well, is just kind of vintage stuff out of her and paid off for the team.
And there was a lot to be excited about from 100 Thieves. They were shooting exceptionally well at the beginning. I think Slandy had a belter of a start and unfortunately went a little quiet. But I think the real star on that side of the stage for me, if you will, was Jazzy in the way that she played. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough in the second half. You mentioned it, Ender. It felt like they were maybe passive, maybe lacking individual agency, and it just wasn't enough.
I think even a little bit on both sides, but the slower the rounds played out, I think the worse they looked for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I think when the gameplay went away from, okay, it's a big retake or it's a big site or something, and it became more about like, oh, it's contact plays from Shopify's attack and activating lurks. Shopify were just winning probably 7 or 8 out of 10 lurks, whether that was Alexis or Noya. They were really sharp at that. And then I think once 100 Thieves went to the attacking side, they tried to stay away from the 1v1 50-50 game, which I can commend, but they also played a lot of these slow rounds. They froze in the mid round, but then because they didn't have those players that were going out, getting information and informing the shot calling in the mid rounds, that was when it was kind of like, okay, we're kind of guessing which site we're going to hit, we're going to freeze, we're going to re-hit in a few seconds, and again, the side holds from Shopify were just not weak enough for 100 Thieves to break.
Yeah, and that's what led us to a 13-9 map win for Shopify Rebellion, and that's what turns our attention over to Icebox. We'll take a look at the maps very quickly. Again, we just saw Haven, 13-9 for Shopify Rebellion, Icebox up next, and then, if needed, Corrode. Now, Christy, before we hop over to agents, and as we're kind of getting those up, you've talked a lot about just how proficient Shopify are on this map, and how it seems like if 100 Thieves were to have a chance at this series, it was going to have to be off of the backs of a win on Haven. That was not the case. What is it that makes Shopify so good on this map?
First of all, I think the comp they're playing is a real nice one. They play no duelist, and instead Dodo is going to be on the Sage, but they also play with an Omen in the comp, an Omen and a Viper for Mel and Noya respectively. And basically what this gives you is by removing a Jet from the equation, for example, and just giving you Sage slow orbs early on in rounds, is it gives you so much bonus utility for just dominating space, either in A main or B main, right off the rip. This is a signature of Dodonut back when she was on FlyQuest, where their A hits in particular, their utility was just immaculate, and it stopped any forward aggression from the defensive side. And I think you see this with different layers added on the Shopify team, where they're just going to basically dominate you with early fights and then still have utility left later into the rounds.
Remember, for those of you who may just be joining us, or those who have been with us from the beginning, a friendly reminder, this is for a spot in the main stage. Both of these teams come into this series of 4-0. There is a spot to be claimed. If you lose this, you still have opportunities to get through it other ways, but ideally for really any of these teams, you want to get through it as early as you can and as quickly as you can. And so far it is Shopify who is up 1-0. We'll take a look at agents here in just a second. You mentioned the composition and how troublesome that may be. I think if there's anybody that you're looking at, Ender, on the side of 100 Thieves to kind of be the X factor, if you will, is it Jazzy or who are you looking at here?
It's kind of always Jazzy for me. Yeah, I think that
I agree.
What I was really impressed when Jazzykins made the role. So obviously he was playing duelist like way back in the day with Shopify Rebellion, but I found that whenever Teddy Tactics we'd play up against Jazzy, no matter which team she was on the Sentinel role in particular, like she was so effective at just dominating, lurking, and taking space on her own, on an attacking side. And I think that would be something that could potentially serve 100 Thieves if they need to tap into that, especially on a map like Icebox, where very often you want to be testing into the mid space, testing into the main space. But 100 Thieves play a little something different here on this map with the ISO for Jazzy.
Just making up for the fact that there's no duelists on the other side. And so we still have two duelists in the game, I guess. ISO
the
Reyna.
two normal duelists on this map, as a matter of fact.
Yes. Not the Yoru, not the Jet. No.
But this is an interesting clash of styles because, again, having Sage slows pushes you off of a lot of early angles when you're using those from Shopify to take early space. But then you have two of the best, go up and fight duelists in the game in Reyna and ISO. So
yeah, sure.
On the one hand, 100 Thieves have very little utility to support them in taking those opening fights, but they have some cheat buttons with the heal or the dismiss or the shield out of the ISO. They just have to be on their game. Marceline and Jazzy have to be shooting here.
And remember, we highlighted Jazzy at the beginning. You even mentioned it. It always kind of goes back down to Jazzy. The tools are there, and it's self-sufficient, but the tools are there. Jazzy and Marceline both will have to deliver. 100 Thieves will start on the attacking side with this double duelist comp. The Viper wall already up towards B. You've got Noya rotating over, who was robotic on map 1.
Just the lights out. That 3K still living rent-free up here. But Noya will be full isolated. Now, we saw last week she hit the world's nastiest clip by hiding inside of her orb that she had boosted on the angle. And I'm just going to be waiting to see if she goes for that again, or if 100 Thieves have done their homework and are going to clear her out of the space.
I mean, it was all over social media. I mean, even if you were watching the VOD, surely you saw the clip.
Yeah, I saw the Zekin react to it this morning.
Too.
He was like, yeah, she was watching TikToks and picked it up from that.
Literally the night before. Not playing in the orb this time around, but still in a position to strike and cause problems. 100 Thieves not liking what they see. They're rotating back.
But they will leave Marceline in B main. But less than a minute left. That won't be a lot of time to work back into her, if they so please.
Poison's off.
This is kind of what I felt like with 100 Thieves back on Haven, where they did kind of a lot of nothing for some time. Now Marceline is starting to walk forward in B main, but her team hasn't made noise on the A side of the map, so of course this lurk is going to be held for.
Both of them walk away unscathed. No lethality found.
Cycled on A. Yeah. There's still a Viper wall to play by. We're down to 25 seconds, 100 Thieves. There's 4 players here.
Kind of stalling out here a little bit. But better late than never. Jazzy gets the opener. Mel goes on check. 2 kills found with the classic.
That's the spike top site.
Yeah, that is a problem. 10 seconds left. The payload not scooped up. You can't really find any value off of that. They can't get past all of the utility. Mel gets 4 on the round, and they burn the candle from both ends, but the outcome is the same.
Yep. This will be a problem for 100 Thieves. I think if Shopify are not giving them early fights, because all Jazzy and Marceline want to do is take their ones. You know, and if they don't see early angles to take fights, they very well could just get drowned out by time, and you can see the amount of stall that Shopify have. The forward one-way by pipes, then the Viper wall. The Sage wall goes down at 30 seconds to just fully chop off Maze. 100 Thieves need to be making way more presence early in these rounds to bait out utility, or that's just going to keep happening.
30 seconds on the Sage wall on a pistol is insane.
Yeah, you've just lost. There's no way through it at that point. So I like to see this different approach, break the turret, spam away for the alarm bot even though it's missed, although Alexis, of course, is just going to jump into the window and get hers.
A couple bullets between Marceline's eyes. Mel with the outlaw. I am concerned, as Alexi gets another, about what you were talking about here just a few moments ago. You see the shield. Mel feeling a lot of the pressure, a lot of the threat. The paranoia will connect. And you've got Alexis rotating over very quickly there to help. Shield cleared. Outlaw connects. Second shot is the charm. Beautifully done. First it was Mel 4, then it's Lexi. SRG gets to 2. I am concerned about what you were talking about a second ago, though, Ender, because you're right. If Jazzy and Marceline are not able to get their ones. They aren't able to get these isolated fights. You're right. They're kind of just stuffed out of the round. And then what?
That'll be the ultimate question. And I think it will come by, honestly, some WG gaming. Straight up. It's a little tough for 100 Thieves because they don't have the benefit of a Harbor Push Wall or an Omen Smoke to help out with the early main control. So things like Outlaws are always going to be a threat. In top yellow.
Oh, here's a W Gaming. But this time, it's from Shopify. It might be a bit ill-advised.
I see the fight comes to them. It's a little easier, and the floor disappears from under Dodo's feet.
Saw the vision. You knew what the play was.
Yeah, that was like one of those Mario levels where you stand on the wall for so long it disappears and you fall to your death.
Clean round out from 100 Thieves as they get on the board. And again, that was well handled. Given that Shopify fully sent down Bulong, they handle those fights beautifully. And they walk away on top.
Yeah. Now, I would be surprised to see Shopify continue with that sort of pace. They can throw in these rounds here and there. I think we'll see it more of it towards the A side of the map with an early slow onto Belt if they so please, or if they want to farm up these ult orbs in A main. That's one of the things that Sage is so good at, is just guaranteeing you first up onto the orb and no chance of a swing on Belt for the trade.
You were right. Not a ton of aggression down long. A little bit of space taken away. A, though. And Mel gets a kill. And that's onto the Reyna.
Yeah, Mel's been watching some Luke Show VODs, I think, with the TPs forward, going for those angles. I like it from her.
And that's one of the things you were talking. You know, we talk a lot about the one ways from Omen on Icebox, excuse me. And yes, they're formidable, but having the ability to scale that quickly on Omen is something that, you know, maybe isn't highlighted as much as it should be.
It's really potent, especially when there's some force put behind it as well with the rest of the team.
Bot coming back. Recalling my bot.
Here's that one way one more time. This time from the Omen. Donut gets the best of Jazzykins, and that's both duelists down. And so this is the problem that we were talking about. Either they don't get their fights, or they do and they lose them, and then what? What's plan B, 400 Thieves?
This is plan B. The missed dart to pull heads.
Oh, and then Lexi lines up two. Slandy's left out of the round. Yeah, min-max what you can.
30 seconds.
Tough spot for Slandy to be in.
I don't know if the right look for 100 Thieves is going to be leaving Jazzy and Marceline on the lurks. You know, pistol round, they do it with Marceline. That last round, obviously Marceline drops early, so Jazzy sticks around into A. But those two agents, well, yes, they have some buttons that make them kind of unfair on the lurks. You don't really pop the shield before going for your peak when you're on your own. That sort of sells exactly what you're trying to do. And at the same time, you have some good tools like the undercut to hit into a site to stop an Omen from being able to teleport away from a forward line. It's your one source of blind as well in the Leer. So I do think it would be better for Jazzy and Marceline to try and play a bit more around the team. But at the same time, this is just the dominant fashion you expect from Shopify on their best map.
I will say this, as we take a look at this round, I was curious about whether or not Slandy would get another or if they would hunt her. Doesn't, so now still one off of the ult in this gun round. Does not have the Hunter Shuri into this round.
Now Noya is left alone A. Playing the high line behind her wall gives her an opportunity to snap away a kill, fall off, but she drops from the angle initially.
Spittle by a little bit of cover. I believe they left that orb up. Marceline and Jazzy both up so far. Noya goes unchecked. Actually committing to the plant, so that will get the Hunter Shuri online here.
And Hunter's Fury needed to break the lockdown that Alexis is going to be. Wait, Slandy's dead. No Hunter's Fury means now the lockdown will go unbroken.
And that's a disaster for 100 Thieves. They're forced to flush out of the site. I mean, you leave Marceline, I guess, is a sacrificial lamb. No. Marceline backs off. No flank. Did get tagged. Now Jazzy pushing forward. Has a wall, but that's really it. No other utility to play around. Lydia gets one. That's two on the round. Numbers up for Shopify, though. Mel's already on the defuse. That's already down to half. Donut playing a forward in the smoke. Mel sticks it the entire way. Shopify get to 4.
I want to know how Sarah got a shock dart kill onto Slandy. That is crazy. I think it was unassisted too, so it wasn't even like a molly shock or anything like that.
Yeah.
But that just single-handedly won the round. Sarah gets that kill with the shock, removes the Hunter's Fury, so 100 Thieves are forced to play all the way off site, and then she's still finding 2 kills. Come on.
And if I'm not mistaken, that shock kill almost denied the spike plant to begin with. Because it was almost like as soon as the spike went down, Slandy was gone off the minimap. And so just beautifully played from Sarah both ways. I could have stopped the plant, secured the round. Either way, the Hunter's Fury's off, so you can invest the lockdown, and then it's as easy as it possibly can get. That's going to call a timeout from 100 Thieves.
Yeah, it throws the whole post plant into disarray for 100 Thieves. Because,
you
know, Slandy's calling, hey, I have Hunter's Fury. We can play up on site. And then all of a sudden, Slandy dies, and you have to quickly react and say, hold on, we cannot do that. Not at all.
And so the timeline tells the tale here. 4-1, the way of Shopify on their defensive side. Their map pick, a map that has been their playground for a very long time. And, you know, it's relatively early days, but you can see why.
Coming out of this timeout, I think the most important thing to this round is that Jazzy hits the ultimate. Steals away a player. I think that button, that X button, completely overpowered, especially on this map. You know, you take even just one player out of a site hold. Usually you only have 2 players on B, so it removes that sort of option to play 1 player on site, play 1 player yellow, tag team it out.
Wonder who they try to pick on here, who they try to isolate. I wondered if it would be Noya. Drone up that way. Melia nicely done. Mel will fall too at the hands of Lydia.
See, this is what I like, though. Let Viper and Killjoy play away from the rest of the team. Jazzy and Marceline can fight forward together. There is a res for Dodo Nut in mid, though.
Surely not.
I think they're going to go for it. As the site hit goes down, Noi and Dodo are going to walk up forward, get bottom tube, realize no one's swinging off the turret, and play out a 4v5 retake.
Your duty is
Specifically looking for Mel there. Full utility at her disposal.
There's 4 players in B main. Mel can cycle one-ways off of that with Noya's smoke, too.
Yeah,
those players are completely trapped back there.
I mean, keep an eye on the ult. So Melia has ult, Slandy has ult, Jazzy has ult. And all of them, just like that, popped. Jazzy taking the fight to Dodo Nut, wins it out. Slandy's going to get a kill on that as well. Now the Hunter's Fury. There's no way they pull this off. They threw everything they had at Shopify, and they're rewarded with a round win.
Yeah, it still comes down to less than a second, and only because Slandy has the Hunter's Fury. I think 100 Thieves, they win that round. Good on them, but they need to realize that they cannot play that many players towards B main.
Yeah.
1 player yellow is just not enough when both Viper and Omen are alive. If only one's alive, it's a little bit more manageable. But with both up, ooh, that's a tough spot to be in.
Breathe deep.
So that's 4-2. They carry on Marceline's ult into the next round. Shopify on a busted buy.
The Thieves really expecting a little more aggression after seeing the slow orb chucked up onto belt. So Slandy will drop down the drone. Anticipate someone playing around the smoke on pipes, but actually find no sustainable info.
Not even really going to be given the fight quite yet.
Yeah, Shopify are very happy to just play full info denial. Watch 100 Thieves as they eat away more and more time out of the clock. We're already 45 seconds in, and 100 Thieves haven't found much of anything.
They've barely left spawn.
Now headed back towards A.
That was trouble. Stays alive. Shield popped. All utility out towards A here, including the wall. The shield's already gone. Sarah's looking to stay alive. They've gotten 2 with the sheriffs. Not this again. They can't get away with it a second time. Plenty of rifles here. The 2 sheriffs that remain. 1 rotating over. Lexi has alone in hand. Back sight. Tucking and waiting for help. And Noya arrives at the scene. That's 1 kill. Melia dancing around. Trying to find another. And Noya arrives and it's just over. Can she do it again? Slandy's so weak. Noya so close. Noya delivers once more.
Alexis was fully trapped in that corner. There was no way out for her other than Noya coming in to save the day. Noya rolls up, uses all that distraction, and Alexis was drawing towards her to pick away 3 kills. We also got to shout out the triple hold from Shopify, finding a few kills before going down on the A side initially, using all the smokes between the Omen and the Viper to hide away from a Lear, bait out so they can just get one shot before being taken down, and they give Noya enough of a shot to just steal the round.
It almost seems secure when Noya rolls up to the site. It's like, okay, we know how this ends.
Yeah, don't worry, guys. I got this.
100 Thieves still in a position to fight back, though. Light armor on what? A couple members, still rifles, though. Speedy towards B here.
Yeah, they want to try and bully Noya while they can.
Oh, can they? They're going to try.
know.
What can Noya do? Marceline down. Tagged up. Dead.
See, Sarah doesn't not get a kill.
You're going to jinx her again.
Sarah's unjinxable. Doug is what you don't understand. Not on the Sova.
And so off of this, 100 Thieves freeze. Slandy has dart. As they're just trying to play around the gas as best as they can.
Yeah, they're just regrouping into B main. But still, you can see Alexis is waiting on site to play off of Noya's contact. Maybe even jiggle the first line.
This tandem has been ridiculous. And it seems like they're going to be the ones called upon once more. Noya overwhelmed. Actually, Slandy who does it on her own. Now, Lexi has to give some of the space back up. Decides to double back in. 71 HP. Into the fight. Jazzykin's out on top. And they've got this round secured. They've even got the flank covered. This is such a tough spot to clear if you're Mel. Okay, never mind. Mel does it anyway.
Look that tough.
Nope. Pretty effortless.
Now, again, no one back yellow. Here come the Omen smokes. Here comes the Sage wall.
Ah, but it's a 3v3, and they have the Hunter Siri out from Slandy. Surely they're able to secure this round. Dodo Nut playing back yellow. Jazzy just barely gets away, and it's just delaying the inevitable. They've stolen the round away once more, Ender.
These B main post plants are looking tough out of 100 Thieves. And honestly, it wouldn't have mattered if Melia had just managed to find the kill in mid. The fact that Mel just goes for the turbo wide swing, takes the fight down, sets up all of the utilities so the rest of her team can get onto the site. It's that one pick that spins the entire round on its head.
And those are rounds when you're struggling and you're kind of stalling out and you're playing on SRG's home turf. Like, those are the rounds you need to be able to convert. You can't let those get away from you. Yeah, it's just one round, but in the grand scheme of things, it's so much more significant.
100 Thieves with a couple of hero rifles. Melia buying down to 400. Realizing that it's starting to slip away.
We always knew it was going to be
a quick lurk.
We always knew it was going to be a tough uphill battle. But it seems to be slipping away already. You still have Melia stalling out in tube, waiting for that turret to be cleared or Lexi to be cleared. Playing off a little bit backside here, Noya. No real options. And so they have successfully bullied her off of that line. Alexi stays alive, and that leaves Melia waiting on the other side of that turret.
Yeah, need someone to kill Alexis. This turret goes offline. Or swing in now that it's down. Here's her moment to strike.
How much more can Melia find? Beautifully struck onto the first. Surgical onto the second. And that's 3 for 100 Thieves, and they are starting to find a thread that they can pull on. If they can push Noya off of back yellow, and they have a little bit of space to work in kitchen, there's some room to this.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a bit of an odd hold from Shopify. I think Noya's playing on the bottom side of yellow, having Alexis up on top site, which is a different sort of duo hold you can do to add a different look, so you're not always falling back into the same pattern. But I'm pretty sure Noya was hit by the undercut and then couldn't actually smoke her retreat path. And she's getting, pummeled by utility shock darts, all that.
she's playing up B this time. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, Bedlam ensues. They're fighting ahead of this. Mel's in a beautiful spot to find two. Finally clotheslined by Melia, but the damage has been done.
And the spike is stuck back belt. So there's an opportunity to sprint into A. Instead, Alexis is here in advance.
Lexi playing in the smoke. Waiting it out. Peeking ahead of it. Reckless. And gets the kill. Spots both. Lydia in the 1v1. Noya on the other side. What can the captain for 100 Thieves do here? Snaps up in heaven, but Noya is there to push her into the next. 7 for Shopify.
I love those aggressive angles Shopify takes. Sure, the opening fight is good. Mel getting down into jail, taking 2 out before she falls herself. But then Alexis choosing to eat up the entirety of the decay of the Viper Orb. To get hers on the wide angle that 100 Thieves won't expect because she's quick to flood into the site. And then Noya wasting no time at all to just boost up the rope. Confident in her own aim to look down on Lydia.
Yeah, that's never something that's been lacking on any of the members of that team.
Not for a second. And Noya, again, just back into B main. Always showing some sound up there, so 100 Thieves are a little bit reserved. Even if Noya hasn't been fighting so aggressively. There's always that threat.
Takes a step back. Not playing back yellow, not playing on the side anymore. Actually holding where Lexi was a couple of rounds ago.
This is a round where it really hinges on what Marceline can find B. No Killjoy utility on the site, so it is literally just the human turret in Noya.
And even then, again, Noya is playing so far back that Marceline can contact up really far before any fight is found.
Yeah, so already it seems like 100 Thieves want to keep moving forward here, although the spike is headed into A.
Oh, boy. They've gotten all this space for free, and for what? She's going to get the kills anyway. Now they know where Noya is. But she is unaware that Marceline's just on the other side of that wall now. Shoulder given away. Meanwhile, Mills winning on fights on the other side of the map. I thought they might try to rotate back into it, but SRG winning fights on multiple fronts.
The only person that even thought about moving was Alexis. Yeah. And even that was just a small shift from mid to kitchen to get ready to react into B.
That one feels tough for 100 Thieves. They had 2 members up B. Plenty of space. But they decide to double down on A. And again, they lose fights on multiple fronts.
But the thing is, again, they had the space on B, but because they don't have the kill on Noya, the fact that Noya is not sticking around yellow, the fact that she even abandons the site to go all the way back into Snowman, she just kept moving back the line of scrimmage over and over. So as 100 Thieves creep forward, they find nothing. So they, you know, they can't confidently call those players back into B, because what happens if they're rotating through mid and then all of a sudden these B-lures end up dying? Then they're going into nothing.
Oh, we're back to aggression from Shopify.
Oh, dear.
And Lydia's orb a little off the mark. What's the fight setup here down long?
Well, Noya intentionally gets spotted by the drones. The rest of the team is here for the fight.
The dart, flash, it's just Marceline that was up. The rest of 100 Thieves didn't like what they saw. They back up. Jazzy's got an ult. And it's Mel on the other side. As the walls go down, the spam connects. Jazzy gets a kill.
Oh, but Dodonut has a res, so yeah, cool kill contract.
Yeah. But it looked good.
It looked good, but it's still a 5v4 in favor of Shopify.
Committing to getting a spike down. Melia getting antsy, wanting to push forward. Danger. Danger. Oversteps and overstays. Now Jazzy understands she has to back up. A 5v3 for Shopify as they push to get their 9th to close out the half. No ults to speak of for 100 Thieves. There's no real way for them to retake this, and they've just lost their duelist as well. Slandy and Lydia left to figure it out on their own. It's on Slandy now with the stinger in hand in a 1v5. A heroic attempt, but it's just not enough. A dominant half for Shopify once more.
Shopify looking good here on Icebox, continuing that trend. And wiping off, you know, any of the rust we saw back on Haven, where it was a slow start for them on both halves. No. This was lights out from start to finish.
9-3, and they did it without some insane, like, other than the Sheriff round retake on A, it hasn't been like there have been a bunch of Noya clips or Sarah clips or anything like that. I mean, it's just been fundamentally sound Valorant on Icebox from Shopify, and that's when they're at their best.
100 Thieves have some crazy tech with this Viper wall. This is like old school solo queue Viper wall to threaten walking down A main, except they're actually putting 3 bodies in mid instead.
They're doing it quietly too. The dart makes sure there's no one up A. And so Slandy can get a little bit more curious and a little bit more aggressive. And now they can speed up off of all of the info that they just found B. They're accelerating up mid. They've got him walled in. That might be exactly what they want. And they know Lexi, aware, not able to connect. This is where these two duelists really should thrive, is on these pistols. Particularly the Reyna. Elia tries to connect, but cannot. Shopify down in numbers, considerably so. Sarah falls, it's all onto Dodonut, and Slandy repeats the pistol to open up the series. 3 on the round, as 100 Thieves get to 4.
I was going to say, Slandy's just the pistol goat. That was the opening pistol where she 1v3'd. This one has the backup of her team. There's a way to get some confidence heading into the second half. It's going to be with a clean win after that triple flank pays off massively for 100 Thieves.
Wonder if they're going to try to throw that wall again. No, this time back to the standard A1. But something to keep in mind.
Shopify
no investment from
not to buy anything. Yeah, we're reading each other's minds. I like it.
No investment. We'll see how they choose to approach this. They're waterfalling out from belt 1 by 1. They trickle down. And Lexi's the first to fall.
Enemy tagged.
2 spotted.
Yeah, I don't really see the vision for Shopify in this round. They're also without a Killjoy turret to watch their back, so get into sight, grab orbs, grab whatever you can manage, and try not to get shocked to death.
And just take us into the next. It doesn't feel good. They're all funneling back sight. Marceline with 3 on the round, 2 with the Guardian there. And that is a flawless round. As Shopify, or excuse me, as 100 Thieves get to 5.
Placing alarm bot coming back. Don't stress if I die. It was great knowing you all.
100 Thieves
Also delete my
cleanly
hard drive.
convert onto round 2, but I'm curious to see, you know, as we go into
Bot coming
these
back.
bigger buys from Shopify, how much of 100 Thieves is going to be, you know, actively walking down mid like they did in the pistol to find their picks, walking towards A. Again, they have less utility to just hold Shopify Rebellion back initially, so they won't be able to take nearly as much space, but they can certainly still try for it.
And try to fight A. Jazzy's up so far already. Mel forced to drop back down off the TP.
Yeah, you could see it was a different dart out of Sarah. It dropped down at the bottom of jail specifically to see if Jazzy was going to walk all the way forward and get into that spot like we saw Mel hide in on their defense. That meant that it was unbreakable for any teammates back sight, so this is just a good anti-eco setup from Shopify. That drone did not see her!
Oh my gosh. The little things don't go 100 Thieves' way, and Lexi punishes.
Brutal, too, because Slandy did angle the drone down, just pulled away a tenth of a second too early.
Yeah. And you know, you give her an inch, she'll take 2. Beautifully
2
done.
whole inches.
Yep. Or lives, in this case.
Ah, yes.
No, we'll get the spike down. Melia and Lydia
Spike planted.
pull up to A, and they're walled out of it.
Sounds like an Ariana Grande song. Melia, Lydia. Sorry, the intrusive thoughts won.
Yeah, they did. You could have kept that one in the chamber there, Big Tom. So Melia and Lydia trying to retake that onto this site. Down in numbers. Sarah's got the shocks ready. Melly's already dealt with. Lydia drops 2 as Shopify get to 10. Dude,
Can you cast the next round as Ariana Grande? That would bring me a lot of joy.
I don't think I would know how. I wouldn't even know how to begin to do that. Brother, you know how much it took me to drop Taylor Swift references at the beginning? I didn't.
Do you have a second tab open with names of songs?
No, that was the depth of my knowledge. That's all I got.
Well, now we got bad blood between us. There used to be mad love. Our producer Pine just whispered in my ear -2. I'm cooked.
Honestly, well deserved. I'm not upset about that at all. Fast towards A from both teams. Mel again takes that aggro line. And Sarah wins the opening duel. If they continue to go into these just one-on-one fights and rely on mechanical skill, I can't imagine a way for them to get back into this.
No charges. Except for Jazzy. She always gives you a fair shot.
Yeah, well, I mean, with the shield too, it certainly helps.
Unfortunately, there's a res on the other side from Shopify. So again, this 1-for-1 magically still means Shopify have the numbers advantage.
Deep smoke out A, and they're rotating away. And so that puts the spotlight back onto Lydia on B.
No Killjoy utility to play off of.
Nope.
She's got to be worried about so much. Even if that mid orb goes up, all of a sudden the turret is not watching under tube. So she has to be worried about her 9.
Lydia has to stand tall for 100 Thieves here. A wall goes up, the dart goes out, the shock's through. And that should draw the rotations over.
30 seconds.
Okay.
Spamming through the wall and getting the kill. Well done for 1. But still work to be done.
And here come the troops. 100 Thieves on the march.
Over there.
Arriving just in the nick of time. Yes, the spike goes down, but what's the play around that? Keep a close eye on the minimap too. Lexi is on a flank. And it has the potential to be good. So good. Mel down in hell, getting 1. The flank hits. And it's all on to Melia now. A 1v2 in an attempt to retake to keep Shopify from getting to 11. It's doable, but it's going to be tough, and it's got to be soon. Spike has been ticking for a little while now. Melia with no real way in. Do you just forego this and get the op back? No. Melia commits to it. Mel gets 3 on the round. Shopify get to 11, and hope continues to dwindle for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, Shopify just playing around all over the map in that one. Even though Lydia finds the pick on the planter on the B site, Shopify just keep marching into the site. You got Alexis on the flank who, even though it's a 1-for-1, it leaves 100 Thieves with just an operator in hand. Super unfortunate situation for them. Now trailing 6 and forced onto another eco. Just sheriffs for them.
Playing for OT here. The drone will give Lydia's position away. And they can just speed up back B here. Lydia deciding to double dip, and well, really no reason not to. You can afford to play this one a little bit more risky. 2 bullets left. And the spy, I thought the spit was going to buy enough cover, but yeah, Lydia can't even get a fair fight.
Oh, and Noya turns around now that the turret is broken, and yeah, it's cooked.
Yep. Melia and Jazzy, the 2 remaining, they even invested the lockdown there.
Yeah, no chances taken.
Round. Yeah.
That, of course, went down before, you know, both flankers were killed, and it was a 5-on-2.
Right, of course. And so, again, a situation where 100 Thieves have 2 members remaining and need to try to pull off something pretty ridiculous, and it seems like the outcome will be the same once more. Noya has 3. It's another flawless round. Shopify gets a series point. 1 round away from qualifying for the main stage.
Match point.
As to the shock of basically no one, Shopify rebelling performing wonderfully here in the Swiss stage. Kind of hoping for a little bit more fight out of 100 Thieves, especially after how competitive Haven was. You know, things slipping away from them just at the end of that second half, but it seems like once they realized that map went away, now they're headed onto home territory for Shopify. It has been sort of anything but close since then.
Now a timeout in the 11th hour here for 100 Thieves. And they've got
It's been like 45 minutes since Haven started. Like, I don't know,
Yeah.
11th hour.
Well, it's a figure of speech, Ender. It's a figure of speech. You should
Yeah,
just-
and that was a joke. You should know that.
no,
Can we crash out right now?
I'm tempted to.
Let's
but we
crash
shouldn't.
out.
Oh, no, we shouldn't because the timeout's almost up. And take a look at the ults for 100 Thieves. Slandy has ult. Jazzy's one off of ult. So maybe you play something up around getting the A main orb so that Jazzy can get a pick, and then maybe you fight through that. There are some options here.
Got the options, but it's felt like even when they've had them, it hasn't really mattered. 100 Thieves gearing up into A main. Well, we'll see. This could honestly just turn into
Placing swarm grenade.
a crazy mid round if Mel wants to get wild with it on the Omen ulti.
Out of
Revealing area.
Slow the dart. Jazzy is not grabbing the orb. They're just playing up. Rotate back B. Lydia's here. With Melia not far off.
Yeah, these two players have to work together to lock things down, but Meli's attention is still divided into mid. This hit is going to come in pretty soon, Doug.
What can Lydia do? Does Mel take that TP? Oh, she did.
Oh, she does.
And darted. Mel can just drop from on high. That's exactly what she does. Every little thing considered. Mel looking for the second. Falls at the hands of Melia. The spike stalling out though. Still posted up back yellow. They decide to freeze, perhaps suggesting a rotate away, but there's no reason to
30
believe that.
seconds,
They've got
Doug.
two players all the way back. Sarah falls.
Down B.
I don't think it's going to be on this round.
Standing.
3 on the round from the KJ.
Wiedersehen.
Lexi snappy onto the first, but there's a little more threat behind you. Don't know what Lexi can do here. Tries to snap. Melia with 4. 100 Thieves get to 6.
Recalling my bot.
Well done from Melia there. Kind of willing that round to go 100 Thieves' way. And again, it's one of these rounds where you think back to even the opening pistol of this half where they had that multi-flank coming in, that pressure against Shopify's back. This time aided by Slandy's Hunter's Fury that came in all the way from the other side of the map.
Placing
Those
swarm grenade.
added elements, I think, that make things way less comfortable for Shopify.
Sure.
Don't give them the options to play mid rounds as they please, sort of forces them to find a direction and fight their way out.
Still have enough of a buy behind this. Ah, that's a big one. That's Jazzy with her ult.
Not the way you want things to start, especially when you had Slandy playing solo A. So now Melia forced to come over to this side of the map. There will be a lockdown, so 100 Thieves could decide to just fully give that space, which they will. I think this is the right approach for them, but still forces them into a 4-on-5 retake.
And they will have a pretty considerable ult to retake with in the lockdown. And so they can play off of A. I mean, Melia's already posted up, ready to go.
It's going to be a pre-take lockdown. The second
So
heavy
what, they
noise
just
comes down, it
flood
seems.
behind it? There's the wall. But I don't know that there's anything to dissuade the plan.
Yeah, well, you can also still stay on site.
Oh, no.
This is
There's
such a
gap.
shallow ult, and now Mel's behind them.
There's a gap, and now they have the pit they can play around too. And you're right, Mel's behind them. No armor. Ah, she has a rifle, no armor, but
Here.
I think she might have forgotten to buy. But Mel's going to strike at just the right time. Slandy falls. Still forced to dance around the pit. That is such a problem. Nicely done by Marceline.
Enemy remaining.
It's on to Melia now, though. A 1v3 to keep the map alive. What can Melia do? Pushed into the pit. Followed by the spam. It's a 2-0 win for Shopify as they qualify for the main stage.
Yeah, 4-0. Easy business there for Shopify Rebellion. And, well, again, map 1 was close, and 100 Thieves showing that they could hang in there with Shopify. This Icebox map is something that every team going into the main event in GC is going to have to figure out how to beat Shopify on, because right now they look untouchable.
Or just ban it and don't decide to forego playing with that map, because it is brutal and they just saw that Shopify Rebellion walk away 2-0. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, the Verizon post-match interview and a little bit more Valorant action to come.
I know what you're thinking. Total glow up. What's her secret? Fine, I'll spill. I totally upgraded with Verizon. Everyone gets a free phone with any plan, even if you're already a customer, like me. Now I have Google Gemini. It's like a little glam squad in my pocket. Gemini, what eye makeup goes with this lipstick? I'd suggest a classic cat eye. Wow, setting the bar high for daycare pickup. Get in on this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to NA Game Changers 2025. It's the Swiss stage of day 4. And we just watched Shopify Rebellion dispose of 100 Thieves in pretty convincing fashion, particularly on the second map. Christy, it was at 13-4, I believe, something along those lines. 13-6, excuse me. It was just really dominant from top to bottom.
Yeah, and you know what? I, for one, am incredibly surprised to see Shopify Rebellion make it to the main event. It's been a long time coming for the team.
Massive upset. Yep.
No, they of course, they played a good game, and I think especially, like, literally ever since that timeout in the second half of Haven, they just completely locked in, and I really don't see what 100 Thieves were meant to do versus how sharp Shopify were looking in the server.
No, I mean, when they play as efficiently as they do, I think you used that word for Lexi, but it really does just kind of encapsulate the way the whole team plays, doesn't it? They play incredibly efficiently. Everything is with purpose. And when you see it come together, it's, again, such a treat to watch.
It is a thing of beauty. And honestly, I think that 100 Thieves were in a tough spot considering the comp they were trying to play up against Shopify Rebellion. I think this type of comp can work, but not against a team that is just so well drilled in their setups and not giving really any opportunities for ones. Even like the few times Jazzy is ulting, Dodo is there with a Sage res. So it's like your best button, the best button on the team of 100 Thieves is that ISO ult, and then it just gets countered out every time. It's tough.
It was tragic. Fortunately, 400 Thieves, you still have an opportunity to qualify to the main stage. They're just not going to do it in flawless fashion.
They got 3 more opportunities.
Right. Unlike Shopify Rebellion, who come through on top. We do have Alexis standing by for the Verizon post-match interview, fresh off of a win. And Lexi, we joked about this on Twitter the other day, but it does kind of get old to see you just be incredible at everything you do. Is there anything you're not good at? I
don't know how to surf.
But I feel like you could learn that, right? Like that wouldn't take you long.
I don't know. I'm afraid of the ocean. That's probably the one thing I can't do. Or like I can't like be a boater or like a fisherman or something. I probably wouldn't do that.
Noted. We will make sure that we don't put you in a fisherman situation. Lexi, what is it? I want to ask you about the Icebox. You guys are insane on that map. Everything, we were talking about it in the cast, everything seems efficient. Everything is with purpose. What is it about the team and this roster in particular that blended together makes such a dominant performance on that map?
I feel like Icebox is the map in the game where you need high mechanical skill, because a lot of winning and losing, especially on the A-bomb site, is just like, did you win your gunfight, yes or no? And I feel like because my team is so mechanically skilled and every single one of us can one-tap everybody, like it makes it such a good map for us.
Yeah, it didn't really seem like you were losing any of the fights into A main. I do also want to ask a little bit about your role, obviously with the swap over into Senti for the team. Back on Haven, you were carving on the B-lurks. Are you glad to finally be freed and allowed to play for yourself instead of having to support?
Oh my God, you have no idea. I'm freed from the shackles.
No, honestly, I'm kind of glad that my role has been obliterated, no longer exists. As much as I think I was good on the breach and flash any, I feel like now I can finally shoot my gun and peek off my own util, which I haven't been doing for the last 5 years. So like, this is fun.
I mean, it looks like it looked like you're having fun. It looked like the rest of the team was having fun. Noya was incredible. Mel, the whole roster from top to bottom. Alexis, if I can put you on the spot here, is there one thing that you guys are focusing on heading into the main stage now that you've qualified and you're looking to make another stage 2 run?
I feel like we're just gonna keep doing what we're doing. I can't lie. I feel like it's working. I don't think we gotta change anything up. I think we're doing good.
Okay, that's fair. Then let's try a different tact here, because I want to get some hard hitting journalism here with you. Last week we had Effies on the show.
Yeah, we have beef, by the way, but whatever.
Yeah, I know, and that's what we're gonna dive into, because famously you said that Potter was your favorite coach. Not Effie's. Ooh. Effie's came back last week and was like, it's okay. She doesn't have to like me. She just has to listen to me. Have you changed your mind? Have you come around on Effie's, or How do you feel about this?
Well, his hair is growing back, so that's definitely a positive in that department and how much I like him for sure. Honestly, his response to your question also made me feel better that he wasn't mad at me that I love Potter so much with all my heart. So that kind of gave him also some bonus points. So, you know, he's getting up there on the rankings. He's still not past Potter at this point, but like he's up there. He's probably number 2, I would say.
Gotcha. So your beef is just with me and not even with that.
Yes. Yeah. You threw me under the bus and we have beef. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll work on that.
Okay. Yeah.
Lexi, real quick before I let you go, you said that Effie's hair was starting to grow back in. Is that from when I shaved it in December? Surely not.
Well, I mean, it's been growing back, but now it's like a normal human length and not like a scary length. You know what I mean?
I do.
What is a scary length of hair?
I didn't.
I'll send you
actually
pics.
didn't know
Don't
what you
worry.
meant. I was just kind of rolling with it.
Yeah.
Lexi, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on qualifying for main stage. We're going to let you go celebrate with the team. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's going to do it for the first series. We still have one more to go, and it's going to be a banger. This one is for tournament life between two teams that are fighting to stay in the hunt. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, one more Valorant series to go. We'll be right back.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Who's gonna stop me? Get it in roll. Living the life I will keep on control. Giving it up to my people stand tall. You know the deal I will give it my all. Underrepresented on the move. Really wanna start me, let me school. Take a risk, take a ride with me. When I flip the society. Underdog overlooked. Underestimated, I don't lose. Take a risk, take a ride with me. On the edge, looking down from a cliff.
We promised you guys one more match, and we are here to deliver that. Welcome back to day 4 of VALORANT Game Changers Stage 2, Swiss stage. We just saw one team qualify to the main stage, and now we're going to have 2 teams fighting for tournament life. I'm Doug. With me is this outrageously good-looking, that way, he's that way, colorcaster and analyst, Christy Ender Frierson. I don't think I've ever said your last name before. I hope I didn't butcher that.
No, you actually nailed it. Well done.
Yeah? Look at me.
Yeah, a lot of
I would
people
tell
messed
you
that
I've been
one up.
practicing, but that would be a lie. We've got a good match ahead of us. Both teams 0-3, but that forces a little bit of desperation. That forces perfection between these 2 teams in CDC and AXA.
Yeah, and this will be a tough one because actually, like, looking at the rosters of these 2 teams, there's a lot of players that you're going to be very familiar with, but had some tough early matches. You know, CDC had to play versus Wadada and then FlyQuest Red. It's like that's a tough role. Alliance Angels just came off of 2-1 losses against Equinox and TV respectively. So even though these teams are the first that find themselves 0-3, you look at their strength of schedule, and it honestly feels like they just low rolled.
And honestly, that does kind of happen sometimes as you see Alliance Angels roster on the screen. And then here in a second, we'll be taking a look at CDC, which I have been informed, and I think I'm a little disappointed about this, to be honest, does not mean the Center for Disease Control. It's Carrot, which is a unique,
it's a cuter name.
Yeah, it's cute. It is. It really is. We'll take a look at their roster here in a second. And I love their logo, by the way. The carrots, I get it. This is carrot.
Do you understand the dash
carrot
as well?
Yeah, no, I do. James
Right,
Dash
okay.
Patterson. Yeah, right.
No,
we take a look
that's
at their
not
roster.
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
Absolutely ridiculous. Of
yes.
course, like if you've been following GC, you probably recognize Biffy. If you follow other things, you might recognize someone named Safe Posting, although that's not what we're seeing up on the screen. The VLR has Safe Posting in there, though, for the best name of all time. But, you know, we got to stay away from the safe. I think that would get a little confusing. So we got Albie in the mix.
6-man for Vitality. Yep.
Yeah. And for Carrot.
And for Carrot. Again, for both of these teams, and Chris, Ender, you were talking about it. It seems like they maybe have low rolled their way into this situation. but they're both 0-3, and they're
just
both
drinking water. You got to stay hydrated, Doug. Don't laugh at me.
And they're
I'll
both
do it
fighting
again.
to stay alive in this tournament. And I believe we're just a couple of moments away from getting into this action. We'll take a look at maps here. And we're starting off on Corrode. Sunset will be second. And then lastly, Haven to decide who stays alive.
Last but not least, honestly, all 3 of these maps, high octane. You're looking at early fights from the get-go all the time. Like, this is just going to be a medal series, I think, between the 2 teams, especially if we end up going all 3 maps. They're playing for, not being the first team eliminated in Swiss stage, and unfortunately, one of them will have to go at the end of this.
Yeah, try to stay alive and try to qualify for the main stage. Corrode up first, the map that, we've obviously casted in VCT a couple of times, and Ender, a map that still doesn't feel like it's been solved, still doesn't feel like it's been figured out as far as what would be considered the meta composition.
Yeah, I think basically everyone at this point has said that, okay, you've got to be playing like the Viper with some double smokes ideas, but there's still juries out on, okay, Vi is theoretically better on paper as the Sentinel, but Chamber also exists. So if you've got a cracked out Senti player, can always flip that on into your comp. But like you're saying, there's plenty of different options that you've got in Agent Select.
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll take a look at here. We'll take a look at those here in just a moment as teams are getting ready and taking those over to Agent Select. You wonder if we'll see the Chamber. You wonder if we'll see more of the traditional, the Vice in those situations. And I do think this does feel like the kind of series where you do lean into the Chamber a little bit here if you do have a shooter who can ball out like that and just kind of put the game in their hands.
We did see in the match against Equinox for Alliance Angels, it was a Chamber comp, but it was also a deadlock instead of your typical Viper. So a different look on a solo smokes idea for Alliance Angels. Carrot have only played the map a single time, and that was over a month ago. They were playing double duelist, Cypher, Clove. So in my opinion, a little bit of nonsense there. Clove solo smokes is not something that I expect to be very viable on this map, but we'll see if they've adjusted things in a month's time or if they're still happy to roll that here.
Well, innovation sometimes has consequences, and I mean, That's what it takes to be great. And so, you know what? If they want to run the Clove, let them run the Clove. We'll see what they do here. But I do imagine you're right. Unfortunately, that Clove probably won't be the pick, and we will see more of the double controller comps. And it actually is single controller on the side of Alliance Angels, just the Omen. They are going to bust out the Chamber. And meanwhile, the Vice and the Clove on the other side for Carrot dash Carrot.
Yeah, so having the Omen in there helps out the Clove considerably. No Viper is a bit of a bummer, but I think you can make up for that by having the second circle smoke agent in the thick of things. And, of course, just having the Vise is going to be so effective at stalling out these side hits from Alliance Angels. Because the threat of Alliance Angels actually getting on site and being able to set up a post plant behind Deadlock utility is going to be immense and something that Carrot have to avoid.
Now, we often see when we see a chamber lock into Corrode, it's often met with a chamber on the other side. So I feel like that's normally how we see this play out. What is your take on the interaction between the Vice and the chamber in this matchup?
Could you elaborate on that? Just like how they operate as a team or specifically against each other?
Against each other, the Vice and the chamber.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it just, Vise is an agent that plays like much more reserved behind your utility. Chamber has to get in front of it. So the basic difference, especially when it comes to, let's just take B site since we're there right now, for locking it down, is Vise is gonna play on positions on site behind the wall, whereas Chamber plays up like into B main. So Chamber gives you a lot earlier information of when a team is coming into your site, and that can inform a lot of your mid rounding. It becomes a lot easier to call a map when you've got a Chamber in the mix of things, but also comes with the risk of, well, if you die or if you're forced back, there's relatively little stalling utility to work behind it that a Vise is obviously going to bring.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how they choose to play around, particularly that Vice utility. That's what I'm most excited to see, given how difficult that can be to navigate and how well of how good of an agent Vice can be at stalling things out. Again, just a couple of moments away from kicking this series off. Both these teams fighting for tournament life, sitting at 0-3, entering this series. Alliance Angels starting off on the attacking side.
Alliance Angels looking to work into this mid space to start things off. Again, no Viper to supplement them, so it will be Enders dropping an early smoke. Let's get that out of the way right now. We've got the same name.
Yep. Yeah. Did you want to elaborate that on that a little bit more, or just kind of?
Well, back when I was coaching Teddy, oftentimes on tourney days, I would queue up for DMs because it was hard to fill up those servers. So I was always just trying to target Enders because Enders was always in those lobbies early. And, well, I got diffed, needless to say.
Enders is currently playing across the middle of the map right now with smoke towards B with the wall behind it. And Leah lying in wait.
Wall trip.
Yeah, and they're just trying to bait that wall out, yeah.
Yeah, but the Alliance Angels haven't taken any forward space. Even Aurelia is playing a very passive line over towards A main. So really hinting to me that it is an idea to regroup back into the chamber and not actually risk dropping too early in the round without support behind her.
Marked one.
Second set of utility across the middle of the map. This time Haunts and Smokes. And now the Prowler to push towards A. You were mentioning a couple seconds ago that it felt like they hadn't really taken any space. That is indeed still the case.
Well, look at CDC. Full push out of B main. 2 players on A site ready to receive.
30 seconds left.
Snackbox the first to fall. The Paranoia will connect. Swinging out onto the side. Biffy goes unchecked. Only 1 kill found, though. And now it's theirs for the taking. They're forced behind the wall. I mean, even if you get a pick on that, you still have 3 you have to deal with, and it's going to take forever to get through that. Or you just snap onto the Neon. Beautifully done from AXA to start this off.
Yeah, it was real nice. Just working their way into the site, no problems there. And again, if they can get this deadlock wall down, just having this wall here to stop the fast rotate through mid that defense is always looking for on this map. Shows you a lot of the power of the pick. As the round wraps up here.
Take a look at the Fade, who's probably most aggressively towards their ult, sitting at 2-0 right now. And you wonder here, if I was wondering how they were going to do this. Yeah, the CDC deciding to invest a little bit, get the Bucky in the hands of the Neon.
I don't hate it, you know. We'll see, especially with players coming into B main. The problem with the Bucky is there's a fade on the other team, and prowlers into mains are usually the meta.
Right.
Oh, it got bit by someone else.
Leah's dropped on the other side of the map. The Bucky is up close. This is trouble. Oh, beautifully done. That was the only threat in that round. And just like that, it's flawless as AXA is up 2-0.
Yeah, nice little start there. Not getting baited out by the Prowler going the wrong direction. Still able to knock down that Neon without too many issues. Really just the one kill across the 2 rounds for Biffy. Expecting to see that change now. I do feel like CDC gonna want to move Snackbox into mid after the early hunt over top B. You don't really want to spend too many resources into the B site. I honestly wanted to say don't even throw the hunt, just fight for mid, but I was given credit and I like to see Snackbox move over. I don't like to see that. That was my experience in DMs versus Enders. Just head gone. Did I see her? No.
No, Snackbox playing up close. There goes Enders. Oh, almost getting away with the second. Now connects onto the third. Snackbox single-handedly putting up insane numbers on this round for CDC.
Shout out Bento, my goat. Now we're real. Oh my goodness.
Not even allowed to do that.
Before the wall was even primed. Yeah. Come on. Fantastic work. Now the Snackbox in that round, and that's the mid fight we were expecting to see, even with losing a player right off the rip. That Fade doing work.
Four and 2. 2 pips away from their ult. Meanwhile, an op in the hands of Aurelia. And a fight towards A. Did she shoot? I believe that op shot. And so Biffy now knows there's a threat on the A side of the map. Meanwhile, Enders playing on the other side of the smoke. Troublesome here. Look at all this Vice utility B.
Enders saw the player sneak into the corner on the jump. Almost positive. She doesn't want to go too far forward there. Not with any support behind her. It's important to stay inside of the smoke, give the information that CDC aren't quickly popping on through that.
Right.
But coming back into B main here is so tough. You're going to get stalled away by the thorns. There's still a seize for Snackbox. And the haunt means that, oh, well, now I just put seize in my hand. It's so easy to be ready for this hit.
Start to see the utility go out, and that suggests that the hit is headed on its way. The haunt cleared out all of the thorns.
Oh, no.
The smoke goes up at just the wrong time, and Leah gets caught.
30 seconds
the site is fully theirs for the taking now.
Yeah.
A beautiful hit from AXA.
That clove smoke a bit of a joke. Lowest duration in the game, and you could see CDC weren't expecting that one. So once again, it's Hyungwon Ho dropping sensors outside of the mid rotates, taking full control into elbow. CDC have to stop Alliance Angels from getting onto the site because these retakes are not going to be simple for them.
The tricky thing too, Ender, is that they did that with the tools that are supposed to be there to dissuade that hit, right? Like if the objective that, like you were just talking about, is to prevent them from getting onto the site in the first place, that was in the face of all of the Vice utility from Leah.
Yeah.
That's
But
tough,
the difference
man.
was there was a player out in the open, you know, as the smoke goes down, caught without a gun in hand, you know, and I think if that's not happening, then all of a sudden that utility should be way more of a threat.
Right, sure.
At least you'd hope.
You would think, right? Conventional wisdom would suggest so. Where's that flash going? There it is. Bit of a lighter buy here. Awkward. Regen armor on 1, light armor on 2 for Carrot. And a classic. Purchase
last
at the
second
last second.
purchase,
Yeah.
actually.
Ooh.
Requesting a gun.
Not a moment too soon. Op is going to spot the shoulder and get the kill.
Well, good luck playing without smokes, except Biffy still got the second layer of smokes.
And that'll help, for sure.
Yeah, good little
and
hunt
getting
down.
the op out of the hands of the chamber on the other side will certainly aid in
They're
that.
walking out A right now. What's going on
they
here?
are. What a shot.
What?
Oh, I thought Leo was going to hit both of those. It's a fight on multiple fronts. The spike is out up elbow, and it's going to get out onto A for free.
Excuse me, we're hitting B side and A side at the same time, but it happens because Cithrin finds this pick down bot mid. So Alliance Angels are split up on two sides of the map, and now this Neon has to be dealt with.
One enemy remaining.
Cithrin will succeed. 3 on the round. That leaves Enders in a brutal spot.
Cover going out. Shadows.
30 seconds
Has to
left.
play in the
Named Ender,
smoke.
just more skilled at Valorant, though, so you'd expect this to be an easy 1v3.
There's no way you just took this opportunity. I can't with you.
I mean, I'm just using conventional wisdom.
All right, a flash in the hand of Enders, the superior of the two.
Look at that
Flash
paranoia!
Connects. But Snackbox cleans it up. That's
It's
such
okay.
a tough.
I also
mean,
wouldn't have won that.
That's a tough. That's a tough 1v3 to win.
I've tried
That gets CDC up to 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, that paranoia just barely doesn't clip Snackbox. If that hits, though, all of a sudden, that is looking very doable.
I'm out of here.
So where's this op headed?
Gotta go.
Can't make up its mind right now. Pick a direction. I know you're Neon. You get to run around, and your APM is through the roof. But I want to talk about your opposites. Get up there. Okay, A main's the look.
Which is where the op has been before, but it was on the attacking side.
Mm-hmm.
You challenge that op. The dog clears it out. Yep. Beautifully done. And now they can try to speed up behind it. But oh no! Oh, Biffy. Oh, what a mess. Meanwhile, Aurelia still fighting across the middle of the map. A couple kills swing back the way of CDC. And it settles into a 2v2. A lot on the shoulders of the Neon here. Can they hold a line on their own? One kill found. Spam, stuck, tries to dash across, succeeds, stays alive, and hits the last shot. We're tied at 3 apiece.
Real nice from Cithrin. Beautiful shots. Even the quick repositions there as well. Completely flustering Alliance Angels. And now with the ultimates in play for Alliance Angels there. Still going to have a buy behind this. I'd like to see Aurelia drop the gun over to Spec. Then they can go ahead and save a little bit of money, pop the chamber ult into this round. But instead it seems like they're going to just full force on the rifles.
5 ults too.
Yeah. Having the chamber up to directly challenge the Neon.
There's the Neon ult.
Has anyone seen anything this map? Everyone's permanently blind.
No,
What?
I wish we hadn't seen that. Biffy settles. All good. Never happened. Biffy gets a second. The spike is in A main right now, and they've got the Omen behind them. Enders is behind enemy lines.
What is going on?
They passed the spike, and now it's Enders again alone. Couldn't pull off the 1v3. Maybe the 1v4.
Cover going out.
Maybe. Or maybe not. All good. CDC, take the lead.
I wish I could help break down the round. I genuinely think there were too many things happening for anyone to track it.
Thank you.
It was a lot. It was a lot, yeah.
I have no clue. It was just a full fight in mid. Everyone's blinded up. Omen up behind. This main stuff going down too. Alliance Angels are just playing with full speed at the moment, and unfortunately for them, it just doesn't pay off.
Yeah, they might want to pump the brakes on that. Use 2 ults. Still have 3 to play around. Back on this light buy. Stingers, couple sheriffs. The speed does not relent. A double dink is not enough. And just like that, there's 1 rifle still on the board for AXA.
This is another round. We didn't use chamber ults.
Yep. We bought for the chamber. And the chamber's gun is on the ground.
I mean, I actually, on eco rounds, I think it's better to go for the hero rifle, because then if you die, someone else can pick it up. It
Sure, yeah.
does feel like the previous round was the bigger miss.
Right.
But
well, you take a look at their money here, and you imagine this is where Aurelia will use the ult.
Control the space. Control their choices.
Yeah, I would think that's the case. And so that's going to put Alliance Angels back in a position where they can fight back a little bit. Remember, they still have the Fate ult. They still have the Deadlock ult. The problem is the advantage that they had with all of their ult stacking is essentially negated here, because all the ults are stacking on the side of Carrot too.
Even one away from Leia, so retake should be relatively simple. Nice news is that when you get the ult online, as Deadlock, Hyungwon Ho can become the site entry for the team as well, right behind Sithrin. Or rather, Rizora.
We did hear that ult popped. But this, I mean, this is what we were highlighting in the previous 2 rounds.
Oh, gun out, friend!
That's twice out from Biffy. Rez used, Ender's TP's away. Not giving the fight whatsoever. I mean, just push. Yeah, I respect it. Oh, that was so close. Biffy falls for a second time in the round. And I will say this, we were talking about AXA just playing at 1 speed, and that speed was go. They've slowed it down this round.
Yeah, they can't really accelerate into A. The Vise has switched over to that side of the map, but Sithrin's op is here, and it's just gonna distract everyone away from Volusia, who's back in elbow and untagged by the Fatal.
Viper wall goes up. There's the spam you were looking for. And that's a fade down. Op is in such an awkward spot. But connects anyway.
One enemy remaining.
No shot. That's a third. How much more can be found? Has the spike, but 37 HP. And 13 seconds left in the round. As soon as you tap, there's a swing inevitably. And
Spike planted.
what? The spike does go down. Was that an ult popped?
Yep. Out of Scissorin.
And the ult will secure the round. And that's 3. CDC get to 6. Op is carried over into the next. They're in full control here.
I actually really like the ult there. Scissorin had an op in hand, and there wasn't a body, I don't think, to be able to grab a gun. Either way, on low HP like that, it guarantees the round is cooked. CDC can start snowballing that. They hold on to 2 major ultimates with Snackbox and Leia, so no issues there.
And they have money for days. I mean, yeah, there's no real threat of them being forced into an eco for a little while here.
Alliance Angels, I feel like they've run into a lot of trouble when they're diving in to A link, but we haven't seen them actually look for a B split or anything like this. That could be an area they try to test. The actual just full main execs have been so and so. I think especially when they work towards success. A through main, it's been all right. But I do think they need to readjust how they want to play into the mid space if they want to keep looking for the fast dives, because I think with the amount of resources CDC have put in there, even when Scissorin hasn't been involved in it, Snackbox is finding multiple kills from top mid. Biffy is very often working into that space as well. Alliance Angels can't keep getting caught off by Biffy.
Thank you.
And so as the timeout expires, we'll see what the approach is here. You mentioned the deadlock ult in the previous round and how that's essentially an entry still in play here. Gonna rotate back towards B. This feels like a trap setup, or at least a contact B main with a flash setup if needed, and an eye at the ready. Eye gets cleared out. Flash will stay in the holster.
Alliance Angels' read is that CDC have been creeping up, so they're just holding their ground, waiting for the fight to come in, re-clearing through mid, but they didn't actually push the operator out of B main, so now CDC are ready. Can potentially move back into mid quickly to support Biffy.
Biffy's cooked. Nowhere to go. The stun became way too much to solve. That Nightfall tagged all but the chamber. That'll buy
There's
a
no
little
one
bit
to
of time.
actually work off of it, Doug.
Yeah, but they can't scale out. They just wall themselves in.
There's
they
nowhere to
take a step
go.
back. They dodge the ult, and now they can push their way back forward. Tucking behind the box. The honk goes unchecked. Oh, but the kill doesn't connect. AXA. Through all of the missteps and the starts and stops, they put together a dang near flawless round.
Yeah, the funniest timeline where they box themselves into the site, get hit by every ult at CDC's disposal, but it means nothing. Yeah. Not looking good for them. Snackbox is pushed all the way back into spawn. And that's wraps.
And Ender strikes again.
My goat.
AXA getting up to 4. Desperately needed, given that their money was in a pretty bad spot. But this is what we were talking about. They were in such a good spot, the CDC were financially, that they can continue to buy into these.
Yeah, even if they lose this one, the few players with over 3K could buy the 2 players that wouldn't have anything.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And so we'll see what they do with this op here. Op is in the middle of the map.
Cover going out.
Now, this line always gets smoked off by everyone.
Yeah, right. Those were my thoughts exactly.
So Slytherin's gonna leave. Checks out. Guess it doesn't matter because Alliance Angels, since the timeout, have been playing so painfully slowly.
Leah clears the dash. Swings off the flash. And they've taken some B main space. The spike is not in hand, by the way. You imagine Enders with ult in hand. Perhaps they try to get some space out onto the site. And then they go? Is that the play here?
Surely someone goes back and picks it up. They're just fully playing the map at the moment. This is going to cost them. Double walk now into bot mid. This could blow up the round.
Trouble. Smokes out. Iffy close by. Barrel. Oh my gosh, Enders. And that's the round blown up.
Still though, Alliance Angels, they have the Neon on B site and CDC aren't challenging to get in there, but they have a lot of territory to recover. And with a chamber in A main, this round is not so simple.
Go, go, go.
Essentially becomes a 3v3 on the site. But they aren't even taking that fight at mid. That's going to give Chamber time to get back into the play. Gone out. 2 spotted. 1 found. Makes an attempt at the second. But can't connect.
But even the fact that... Yeah, now you know where these players are coming from.
Right.
I'm out of here.
And it buys so much time.
Mm-hmm. Get out of there.
Gotta go.
I really like what Alliance Angels have been doing since the timeout. The slower pop play to re-clear once the smoke timers go down. This time they, beautifully get back into bottom mid. Ender's clearing the corner that Biffy was hiding, because Biffy basically every round has been hiding in one of those 2 corners. They actually just pinged it. Look at the minimap, right? CDC have pinged the spots that Biffy's playing all the time.
Yep.
Last round before
Maybe a
the
little
switch.
readable.
And Biffy has gotten away with a fair amount from that position. It's the last round of the half, and so... Yeah, maybe the read's coming through a little late. CDC still hanging on to a 1-round lead. And I imagine there will be a purchase for Enders. Comes through, right on cue. Meanwhile, the op towards A, excuse me, A main, where they haven't really been able to get a ton of the value off of these aggro lines early. But the fade is not here.
Changes.
Yeah, the fade is not here, and so there might be a chance. If he tucked.
Chicken.
Yep. It's a mid smoke to suggest to lurk up. Remember, AXA pinging it on the map at the end of the previous round. They know some of these antics. You hear that drop? No way Biffy gets away with that.
Slides away, posts the up back onto the line.
Wow. Just a beautiful timing to press out of Biffy.
And
so
that's
now
the
they're
deadlock ult. I don't think we saw that once this half.
Nope, and we talked about it from like round 3. And here's Op with its chance. Connects. Both down. Making up for the value that we hadn't seen in these B main fights. And now the Neon ult popped. Pushed back down. And hunted into the next. Op now down.
25 seconds, though. Sure, B site belongs to Spec, but that spike's got to go all the way back through spawn.
But it's Neon. Neon out of dash. Oh, this is trouble.
Ew.
Oh, no. 13 seconds left. I don't know that Neon will make it out onto the site. That's beautifully done. Narrow, thin margins to get the spike down. Will succeed. Still has to pull off the 1v2, though. And Neon's going to get ones. Oh, boy. Not even close. Yeah. Yep. Because that was secure the whole time.
Yeah.
CDC will get to 7. Take a 7-5 lead at half. Insane.
Real close map, and it felt like Alliance Angels had sort of figured out the secret sauce by slowing things down after the timeout, but all it takes is Biffy getting some of that swagger back, going for the swing in A main. And of course the collat right behind it was great stuff out of Slytherin. Slytherin? What am I talking about?
I let it slide the first time, but then you hit it, and so I guess, yeah, we got to call out the fact that you're saying the name wrong.
L.
And so, yeah, CDC up to 13-7 out of the Neon. Beautifully done. And we'll see what this chamber looks like on defense. Remember, we were talking about the Vice Chamber matchups and how they play differently.
Yeah, so Aurelia is going to be up in A main.
Yeah.
Bad news for her. There's approximately 3 people and tons of utility heading her way.
Well, there are 6 headhunter bullets, so I fail to see the issue. Never mind.
I see an issue.
Yep.
There's 5 left in the clip.
Not great. And so they can speed up towards A. They have full elbow control. This is an interesting timing. Only 1 kill found. Ender swings out. Right click of the classic. Does its damage. If he connects on the other side. The site is technically theirs, but it's not comfortable. It's not secure. Big out of Biffy. That dink is going to hurt, though, but when there are that many targets and you have nowhere to go, it's tough to convert. CDC, get the pistol.
Yeah, another full chaos round, just brawling it out on the A sites as the rotates come in. It's actually Leia with the craziest flank in the world because she was trying to find a late lurk through B main, but ran into a deadlock wall. And then just was like sitting there while their team was fighting to the death on A site, finally sprints back over through Link and gets the final touch on the round. Better late than never, I suppose.
All right.
You got news for us?
Yeah, good people at home. And good
and
people in
bad
the virtual
people.
venue. No, not the bad people. I'm not talking to bad people. Good people only. We do have a bit of a technical pause. I am being told a PC is being rebooted. And so, fortunately, if all goes well and that thing kicks back on as it should, we should be getting back into the game rather expeditiously, but we will keep you all posted on any and all happenings. Again, quick tech pause, PC reboot. We'll be back into the action ASAP.
Sorry, what was it?
A PC reboot.
A PC. Yeah, right. Like a personal computer. Okay, I got you.
Right.
So
sorry, I didn't mean to use the tech lingo. Yeah. No, I understand how that would be confusing for you.
Good. Yeah, now that we've got it all figured out, things are going to be much simpler from here on out.
Much like, this half needs to be for AXA.
Wow, look at you.
Yeah, I learned from Golden Boy.
So smooth with it.
But really, though, I mean, they find themselves is down 8-5. Weren't able to convert on the pistol. They're going to be on an eco, so barring some shenanigans, we're looking at 9-5. This is especially given that you're fighting for tournament life here, this is one you want to try to snatch away.
Absolutely. It does seem like there's going to be some issues if CDC keep clearing through the mains effectively. You know, if Aurelia is not able to get on these forward postings, win out on the fight she's trying to take, or at least teleport away without falling down, then all of a sudden this defensive side is going to have a lot of holes in it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all you got for me?
I was giving you more time to. Yeah, I was giving you more time to.
No, that was it. I was just saying.
That was all you wanted to say. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. And so again,
I need to see Yay, not Baby Bay. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh. You mean G2 champs qualified GOAT Baby Bay?
His Viper was great. I was just talking about specifically the Yay versus Baby Bay game. It was limited flame. It's not an indictment of his character. It was of one performance against the Chamber GOAT.
That's true.
You're trying to farm drama here, Doug, and I don't appreciate it.
I 1000% am. It's a tuck pulse. What do you think these are for?
I don't know, the scenic views. What do you think that crane is doing there?
Getting ready to grab something.
What do you think? There's like giant stuffed animals underneath it?
No.
No,
I don't think so.
Because like that's the only reason I could think of for having a crane that big.
For giant stuffed animals.
Yeah, it's a big claw grabber.
You know what? You're right. You're right. That's the
chuck 25 cents in that thing and let's play. I was kind of goated at that as a wee lad. There's an arcade. My older sister was a big figure skater, and there was like arcade at the ice rink, and my mom would give me like $1 to play with every day. So I got really good. There was this car racing game where if you got first place, you could play again for free. So I grinded that, and then any extra cash I had at the end, throw that in, grab a stuffed animal. I'm living the dream.
It was a good little bit of Ender lore, excuse me.
Lol? Lol me?
How did that match up against Ender's? Because surely Ender's was better than you at both the claw game and the racing game.
Well, I wouldn't know about Ender's. I don't have that deep lore. All I know is that in DMs, Ender's clears me.
What else do you think Ender's clears you at?
I'm gonna guess not height. That's I've probably got the
That's a
the
safe
there.
bet, actually. Yeah, you're kind of yeah. You got that one.
Probably better at math than I ever was. And then, I just don't know enough about other interests. So maybe Ender's is actually like Challenger in League, and then I'm also diffed on that.
I feel like you're yeah. You know what? I'm gonna give you some time to think that one through. We are gonna throw it to a very quick break. I'm being told that there is some reconnecting stuff that's going on, so the players will get situated. We'll get back into the action. We'll get back into the game after a very quick break. Stick with us. Think about other things that Enders would be better than Ender at, and let us know on the other side of the break. We'll be right back. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Excuse me. Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers Swiss Stage Day 4. I wanted to apologize to you guys. We've never really come across this before. I regret to inform you guys that Riot's competitive operations team has found out that Ender and Enders are indeed the same person. And so there is now a full investigation taking place, which will inevitably result in this man getting arrested. And so I am looking for a new color caster here in the next little bit, preferably if you can be online in the next 10 minutes. That would be great. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to get everything situated. We're going to have people load back into the lobby as is expected.
Wait, Doug. First, I need to get the people on my side, so I don't. So a jury of my peers will not find me guilty, and I do anything for chat. So here it goes. Yeah.
The lobby's being remade. We'll be right back.
Yeah.
wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
production does inform me that I must give you a real explanation as to what's going on. And so I feel like it's time to come clean. Christy Ender Frierson is going to jail for impersonating Enders in the lobby on the team. I am being told that we did have to remake the lobby. We had to match medic something that was going on. And so I am now being told that we should be about a minute away from getting back into action. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I'm Doug. With me is the Bandit. That is Ender, and you are watching day 4 of the Swiss stage, Valorant Game Changers North America stage 2. It is actually a really good fight on Corrode that we're in right now, Ender. I think it's 8-5 at half. Things are looking really good for CDC. Their funding has not been slashed. Now it's on AXA to figure out. I'm sorry.
Actually, they just said they had to stop an outbreak. That's what this whole delay has been for. The CDC are all hands on deck at the moment. Yeah, wow. A lot of things were just said. I didn't really get the chance to jump on any of them. First of all, you said it was 8-5 at the half. Now, I'm no expert at math, but I think there's 12 rounds and a half of Valorant. I think 8 + 5 is not 12 rounds of Valorant.
Hey, what are you gonna do when we load back in and it's and the score is 8-5?
Well, it could still be 8-5. It just wouldn't be at the half.
It's going to make you look like a dummy. I'm being told the game is ready. Observers are loading in. Ender's a fraud.
This is slander.
And look, we made it through. What was this, like a 30-minute tech pause? Look at us, chat. Huh? Look
Time
at us.
flies when you're having fun. You know?
Who would have thought? I'm so proud of us.
So proud. So
Doing
proud.
the
I like how
yapping and
you
the
made
stuff.
that promise, and it's been a minute, and we're not in yet. That's why you shouldn't make promises you can't keep, Doug.
It hasn't been a minute. It's been 42 seconds. I am counting.
Oh, okay. You're a slow counter.
Don't count anymore. Yeah. So I am being told observers are loading into it, and then we'll get back into the action again. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We had a bit of a tech pause. There was a PC that needed to be rebooted, which turned into a full match medic. And holy Toledo, we're back, baby. 8-5 CDC, round 14. CDC on attack. AXA just lost a wild pistol on A. And now they're going to have to figure out how they get through this eco to try to keep it competitive, or else you're likely looking at a 9-5 half, or a 9-5 score.
Yeah, not sure how they're going to be able to manage that, but an early net should slow things down over on the B site. All right, should be on Aurelia, who has 5 bullets in the chamber. Could be an option here.
Oh, that's slow. It's not quite slow enough. Aurelia, not able to pen through the wall. All those bullets are dropped. And so they have been able to get a kill, but that might be all they managed to put together. And the culprit is on the screen.
All right, I'm going to take my time here.
Spike planted.
Because, I can't actually, I've only got a classic, so I'm going to wait and see if they swing into me. Oh, there's one. Nice. Huge shot out of me. Always trust the right click.
Did you just nice yourself?
Yeah. Well, you got to nice yourself and hype you up, but I'm a little worried about the flank from behind me. That's a lot of bullets. Come on. Fight me in an honest fight. Despicable work from Leia.
Not your best.
Not my best? Okay.
Not your best.
We'll workshop it.
9-5 for CDC, but now AXA are back on guns. You've got regen armor on one, but everything else looking really healthy here as far as the buy goes for the defense.
And not shabby at all. The real focal point is going to be how Aurelia can hold down into these mains. Was bested on the pistol round. Has to be sharp now. There's always going to be prowlers to push her away. There we go.
Well done. Even the reposition further into main before TPing away. Beautifully done.
Now Leia trying something into A here, but Youngwon Ho sees the gun and collects easily.
And those were the two, if I'm not mistaken, there were 2 pistols going into this round, and so they still have the 3 rifles that they can play around.
Teleport's ready.
But this will be tough.
Good C's?
Yeah, very good C's. And the dog gets a latch. Fade getting a ton of value here. Oh, Biffy. A drive-by. That's ridiculous. Biffy should never get away with that. Okay. Ender's with the flash. Biffy playing up close. Not able to get on anything else, but the ult's popped. And this 2v4 has no legs to it any longer. AXA, hold serve.
Only a single gun loss there.
That's not bad.
And that Odin starts to come online. That'll bring some fear into the CDC camp for sure.
So I think the question then becomes, where do they play? And so there's a Bucky in the hands of the Chamber.
There's a Judge in the hands of the Neon.
It's going to be one of those rounds.
I could not tell you if I've ever seen a Chamber by a Bucky. This is uncharted territory.
Yeah, this is unique. Unique New York.
Trying to push into the close corner with a teleport. Still in range.
Oh, you heard it. Huh? And it's the Odin that gets a kill of all that? Silly game we play. Biffy once again into a swing, gets a kill. Enders over swings, realizes, hey, there's more than one there. Has to back on up.
Shots are so close.
Mm-hmm.
Don't amount to much. Forward deadlock wall placed in A main here. Didn't see exactly when that one dropped, so... Although actually, with the little pocket to play in here, you could get pretty far around this thing. Pop on through.
No peeking.
Waiting it out. You're still going to have the sensors to deal with. And Nightfall's not going to connect at all. Quick sidestep. And the defense fills back in. Enders is weak. There is help. Not far off. CDC looking to hang on to this 3-round lead that they have. Slowly starting to dwindle away. Smoke will buy you some time. The spam on the snack box is brutal. It's difficult to deal with. Leah opens up the side at least a little bit, but Enders continues to go unchecked. 2 on the round for someone who's 58 HP. Still more work to be done, though. 13 seconds left. You kind of got to speed this one up. You cannot play it patiently. Got to get a kill first. Enders with 3. 58 HP that entire time as AXA gets up to 7.
That was really nicely played out of Enders and Youngwon Ho, who dodged away from the Fade ult and then slipped back into sight, dropping down a smoke on elbow, just quarantining Alliance Angels back into that space. They were never actually able to get out into the site. Now, Bucky gaming continues. I've seen an inordinate amount of Buckies.
Too many
in this match.
There's one there. Oh, we're pushing into this.
Oh,
dissuaded
ow,
by the stuns. Yeah, meanwhile, Biffy popped. And so slow things out for just a moment. CDC playing these attack rounds so carefully.
Aurelia choosing to fall back, but this B main fight could open something up. Nope, Razor shuts it down.
Aurelia trying to settle the taps. Gets by with a little help from her friends. The dash is a cool idea. The double swing. There's where the headhunter bullets belong. Nicely done. AXA showing some fight. Back up to 8.
Now 3 ultimates online. Now, you might have forgotten, but I won't have forgotten, that during the first half, we put a focus on a certain ability, a deadlock ultimate. It was not cast a single time as far as I can remember.
Nope. That was much not be named. Yeah.
I want to see it.
Okay.
I don't care where it is. I just want to see it.
Okay. Well, it's
thrown
as
off
much
the
on
map
the
for all I
observers.
care.
As much on the observers as it is on the deadlock. Just to be fair. Dashing through, finding safety. Wow. What a mess.
Yeah, just going for the same look at the B main pop, except this time sticking through with it.
No deadlock ult this round, but Biffy wins another 1v1.
Now that overheal times out quickly though, so won't help her at all in this fight.
Oh. Yeah, and Odin in a smoke like that, good luck. And Haunt almost lands in Aurelia's lap. Leah dry swings that smoke, beautifully timed, gets the best of the chamber. Now CDC pushes forward and secures the round.
Yeah, CDC, as soon as they saw the 3 players fighting into B main at the start of the round, they just started walking.
Yeah.
And nothing really stopped them. Thanks, Angels might want to think more about how they can set up to play around these ultimates. Also just contain CDC a little bit more. It feels like, well, if the chamber isn't able to manage that first pick, all of a sudden Aurelia is put in this really tough position back on site, getting wrapped on both left and right side. Very little support around her.
Yeah, sticky wicket being for sure. Not. Surely Biffy gets cleared here. That's very well done. Remember, Biffy has been the thorn in their sides for the last couple of rounds.
Really early Nightfall.
They didn't even get a tag? It did. It did.
Yeah,
it did,
but
yeah.
those players are already kind of heading the other way.
Right, yeah.
Thought it was about to be the exec popped out of CDC, I suppose.
Shadows traveling.
The Seize is going to slow them down for a little bit across the middle of the map. Leah's in trouble. That's a different game. We're no longer playing Valorant.
Spike down mid.
And that turns things down into a 4v2. No way. No way. Sithrin has to win a fight mid. Yeah, Sithrin has to win one of these fights mid. Has to get a pick to have a shot at this. But they're not even going to give him the fight.
30 seconds left.
Youngwon Ho still with the ult. Ender still denied.
I've been using that wall to reposition into the site. There's just no time left. It's going to be a full-on save.
10 seconds left.
And so even though the Nightfall was sort of thrown out there to preempt a site hit,
right?
They don't have to commit anything more to win the round simply.
And you questioned it.
Well, the Nightfall itself didn't do much, Doug. I think picking Biffy was what won the round. And then the jumping Odin clear onto the close angle. Really normal gameplay out of spec, I think.
AXA gets up to 9. They continue to bridge that gap. They still do have a lot of the momentum and op in the hands of Aurelia here.
Pretty passive setup from Aurelia.
Yeah, surprising, no?
Yeah, deep on B, but I think it's because CDC have shown so much attention into B main early on, with Sithrin dashing in there a whole lot, early prowlers from Snackbox too, so deciding to play isolated towards B and play the passive line while the rest of the team can fight more aggressively for the mid space.
And there's a ton of deadlock utility A main too.
Hello.
Oh, they just burned the flash out mid. Anders just used the paranoia, thinking there was going to be someone behind the smoke getting ready for the swing, and so not going to have that for the rest of the round. 1 minute left.
Steel Garden.
There's still all of this Vice utility that they haven't gotten through, and now there are other members of the defense here. There's the
ulti!
And it hit! Youngwon Ho looking for a little bit more. Oh, and the attack is getting through. What more can they do here? Odin not connecting on anything quite yet. They're kind of stalled out. They're stuck. They've got to deal with the control on the other side, and they do. 30 seconds left. Now committing to getting a spike down.
Last player standing.
Snackbox so clean with it. That's the round. That's a save. Aurelia has to save the op.
Yeah, get out of there. I genuinely think so many unfortunate things happened there. Alliance Angels getting massively unlucky even when they do the right things. First of all, I mean, not really luck, but the deadlock ult is used, but there's no one to stop CDC from just breaking their teammate out of there.
Right.
And then the real unfortunate one is Enders on the quick flank into pocket, just not connecting the kill. Leia turning around, snapping a shot out. And all of a sudden, what should have been a flank causing pressure to push players into the Odin of Spec just becomes a little bit desynced and gives free reign over the site CDC.
And then to pile it on, they lose the op that they were trying to save.
Oh, yeah. Insult to injury.
So Alliance Angels will call a quick timeout. Down 2 rounds here. Last one of the map. On what is their map pick.
Yeah, they should be able to... I mean, I think you could force up a buy around this. 3 guns, you have the overdrive from Razora if you chuck that Vandal to someone else. The issue is, it's a little harder to run these just like sprint down at you plays on Corrode, even though you'll see teams do it sometimes.
Yeah.
Like, doing the timing play off of a Neon ult is a little tougher. You don't have so much utility to back you up. You've got a Paranoia and maybe a Fade Haunt, that's it. It's not like you're playing like one of the Breach comps that can go absolutely nuts. So you see FlyQuest Red play something like that, and it changes the entire pacing of this map. Road usually a lot of early fights, but more walking, contacting into the space. At least from the defense side. Attack can rip it in through A-Link whenever they want, but it's a different story on the receiving end.
On the other side of the timeout, we'll see what the setup looks like. Remember here earlier, lost the op, couldn't save it into the next round. Does not have an ult to play around either, so it looks like
Time to work.
what they just invest headhunter bullets. Yep. Not even shields. CDC are knocking on the door of 12.
Paranoia into B main from Enders. Razor doesn't see anything behind it, so that's a huge tool spent.
I'm out of here.
Keep a close eye on how far up Aurelia is, but the ping on the minimap betrays their position. They know where they are.
Alliance Angels are trying to call this shift over into the A side. You see 3 players in top med, ready to respond. Potentially have a quick flank onto these A-Link players. They hear the footsteps going through, so they activate.
Forced to take a step back now. Fully out onto the site and looking to push the deadlock off, and that's exactly what they do. No kill yet. Uh-oh. Fortunately, no swing happens right then. Now, Cithrin is in a spot to at least get 2. Oh, gets away with 1. The cape gives away the second. Meanwhile, the fight's all going well on the site.
Well, that's not what you wanted to see. I suppose for Alliance Angels, it was a half buy for them, so they'll be all right here. But now needing 3 rounds in a row, seeing those ultimates start to stack up on the opposite end of things. Alliance Angels, their aggressive looks haven't been actually connecting. CDC have been doing a good job of baiting out the Paranoia, going back in on the re-clear, and grouping up for the rehits in the mid-rounds. Pretty tough. Alliance Angels to get much going these last few rounds.
And this will be their last opportunity to do so. Need to find a way to convert on this round, just to keep Corrode up.
But this B side is so weak. 1 sensor over on the corner here.
Yeah,
Going 1-0 without any real assistance.
Cannot imagine that will suffice.
Drop in a smoke.
I do like that fight out of A main, though, instead of playing those passive angles. And Enders has a flash at the ready off of Aurelia's tap, assuming Aurelia's alive long enough for the flash to matter. Uh-oh. The second was not expected. And so Enders tries capitalizing on it. Pays for it with their life.
B-main was stalled out with an early wall, so all of a sudden this A walk up means things are looking great for Alliance Angels.
If they can catch the right timing on it. They already have lost B. The deadlock has to take a real far step back. Biffy gets 2. That is tragic if you're AXA. how in the world do you win a 2v4 to keep this map alive? Your map
Player
pick.
standing.
2 minutes to target to deal with. Too many options to take.
Attackers
13-9 the way of CDC. AXA, really, I mean, Christy, you said it. They stalled out in the second half. They weren't really able to get anything going. There were some modes in the first half too, but that just felt so one-sided.
It was, it was a grueling 90-minute affair on map 1 between these two squads. So much time spent in server, and ultimately it was the CDC on top.
Thank you.
That was my sell.
Thank you. You have a way with words. We're gonna throw it to a quick break. We will be back with the second map. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to day 4 of the Swiss stage of stage 2 of Valorant Game Changers North America, presented by Verizon. I'm Doug. With me is Ender. We just got through map 1, 13-9 affair. The way, I think I just lied to you guys. I don't remember the score. I don't think it was 13-9, but it was a win for CDC on AXA's map pick. And now we turn our attention over to Sunset, which is the arena that CDC wanted to play on from the very beginning, Christy.
Yeah, and this is a map where CDC have a little bit more fun with things. Biffy is off of the Clove and actually playing Yoru alongside Sithran's Neon, so a little double duelist action to get into those sites is a little something, a little different. Whereas Alliance Angels, haven't seen too much of this map out of them. They have one play of it earlier against Ghost Gaming, playing just straight up the default comp with a Fade in there instead of like a Sova, I guess you could say, but still playing the Breach that's been so popular for so long.
Right, and how did that one map go?
You know what? It was close. It was 13-10, went Ghost Gaming's way. But that Ghost Gaming squad is very solid, so I'd say all in all that's a pretty acceptable result.
Wait a second. Did I not say 13-9? I did say 13-9.
You said 13-9.
Yeah, I didn't lie to you people. I was right.
Are you proud
13-9.
that you
didn't lie
guessed and weren't wrong?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
Okay.
I am.
Maybe not
and
everything's about you, Doug. You want a cookie, Doug? Unbelievable.
It's real rich coming out of you.
Yeah. I would love a cookie. Could I please have a cookie?
Let's talk about Sunset. What do you make of the double duelist comp into the standard comp? Assuming that they do run the same comps, which we would expect them to here.
Sure. I mean, I'm of two minds when it comes to this. I think that Breach is still very strong on this map. Like, the fault line is just incredibly powerful. But I also think there is something to be said, especially because default comp incorporates the Cypher, that Yoru is just super effective into that. You know, just being able to like break those tough to snap trips in B main, have a Neon come out behind it, blitz into a site. I think it makes the B side of the map really tough to deal with as a defender, and almost forces you to maybe pull your Breach over to that side and take those fights into main instead of playing Cypher, stall, and retake.
And so you've got that, given the Breach setup and things of that nature, and having to deal with those double duelists. You imagine the Breach will be at high demand to try to stall out some of the double duelist attack.
I would imagine so. I think that you're kind of forced to play this idea of like, okay, you take the fight into the double duelist early on, or you maybe just play a little bit more reactively and play to retake, because again, I think that the Yoru in particular really nullifies the power of the Cypher.
All right, we will see if they decide to go with those comps that we were just talking about, that you so eloquently dissected and presented for the people watching at home.
Bro, I know you're being sarcastic right now. I know you are.
Why?
I'm just stirring stuff, you know? We had a little time, so I'm like, let's create some drama, you know? This could be the next big piece of drama that we're looking for.
I was complimenting you. Okay. Right. Well, let's take a look at agents here into Sunset. Again, map 1 went the way of CDC on AXA's map pick, and now we turn our attention over to map 2, Sunset, which is where CDC wanted to play, and they are going for the Yoru.
Holy!
ISO. What? Yeah.
This is some demonic stuff over here. And I mean, so this is just their comp that they were playing previously, but Neon instead of Yoru, and Biffy and Sithran are like swapping who's playing what. In some ways I like it less, because I think that you lack like the speed that a Neon gives you to run like more creative splits through market door into top mid as well. So I think on paper for me it is just weaker, but at the same time you have more ways of just bullying Cypher and, you know, plucking the Cypher off the map when you have the ultimate online. And I think also just having the push wall and the undercut can be fairly effective. So I'm gonna hold my breath on this and see what Biffy has cooked up. On paper, I'm like, it's slightly weaker, but I see the benefits exist.
I do, yeah. I mean, I'm inclined to agree with you, unless Yoru's job just becomes to clone, find the trips, and then they play around that. Will be interesting to see. The Clove has a lot of individual agency as well. So I'm excited to see how these comps play out. I will say this is the first time I've watched a Sova Cypher ISO Clove Yoru play on Sunset.
Yeah.
So
and I'll tell you this much,
there.
Doug. I would hate to be playing Cypher in this comp, because I look to the right,
too.
And it's like, what is going on? Everyone else is playing a fun agent, and I have to sit inside of my camera 90% of the round while they just go, yeah, go do whatever you want. Yeah, sounds great. I'll be taking pictures. I'm the little like, oh, the funky like film person who taking their photos over on the B site while fights are going crazy on the other side of the map.
Yep.
You don't know any funky film people?
No, I'm not a big funky film person kind of guy.
Yo, no, I trust me, Volusia is on the side of TikTok where it's either like film cameras or it's the digital cam is having a comeback. I bet Volusia's all over that.
Yeah.
Doug doesn't know what TikTok is. So
you're probably who is TikTok?
But Doug knows a lot about digital cameras, so we'll give him that.
You're right. You got me there. I am being told we are waiting on one player. I am not sure what the holdup is or what the delay is, or
maybe a PC exploded, or
perhaps.
Or there's an investigation into who's the real ender.
No, we can't hit that bit again. That's already done. I am being told one player did not load in.
Oh.
And so
generally you want to load into the game instead of not load in.
Right. That's sage advice out of you. And so
that actually applies to any agent, not just Sage.
And so, yeah, we will get into this game as soon as we possibly can. I'm gonna gloss right over that one.
I'm really proud of that one.
Yeah, that was quick thinking on your feet.
My brain is actually just Swiss cheese.
Holy smokes, we're in. We're in. All right, here we go. CDC starting off on attack.
Because we're in the Swiss stage, Doug! I killed him.
I can't believe we're affirmed. The production team is affirming this too. Okay. Right, we're gonna see what they do to deal with these trips right off the bat.
Clone solved. It's just that easy.
Not
Doug.
even. They did. Did they even?
They
I didn't
used
even
a clone. Look
did
at
they?
your map,
But not for
Doug.
the trip. No. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Stop. They've scaled all the way up.
Oh my.
That's free. Forget about the trip. Snackbox now pushing forward, trying to scale up into spawn a little bit further. A dink on the other side of the dog. Snackbox thrown away. Two left on the side of CDC. Make that one. And it's the Cypher. Of course it is. That's a pistol for AXA.
Well, everything about the side hit was looking good there. Up until the push into Boba, where no one's looking in the corner for Young One Ho. Maybe a little ill-advised. I think it's generally a good rule of thumb. If you run into literally no resistance on the site, I'd be very cautious about trying to like push in towards spawn. Like,
yes,
sure, they could be like flanking you on the other side, but like someone's gonna be waiting back there for you, and you better be real confident in your utility to go on back in at clearing every single corner if you're gonna commit on through to that.
Quick checking on the trip setup. One in the market, one mid.
I must wait a moment.
Also, I promise you there was a tripwire in B main last round.
No, there was. I know there was. I should have gotten him arrested. I really should have gotten him arrested. There's a Bucky in the hands of Biffy. And that Bucky had nothing in it. What in the world was that?
Enemy remaining.
Right, AXA. They drop one. But other than that, that's as clean of a round as you could ask for.
It is funny how much we talked about, wow, Cypher's going to have no fun in this game. Surely,
Yeah,
right?
right.
And then, I think 5 kills in the first 2 rounds. No issues there.
But
that's kind of what you want.
What you're talking about.
Right? If you can do a little early bullying on the side of the map that's supposed to be a little bit weaker, that could even encourage CDC to stick away from you for a while.
Right. Yeah, in theory, we'll see. You imagine, okay, so there's one trip, back set up, like we saw before. They might try to explore Jose this round. They haven't done that quite yet.
Yeah, Hyungwon Ho's going to put a slightly deeper tripwire because last round even there was a shock dart out from Snackbox to try and find the annoying one to clear up in main. Stays there to play for the dart.
Off the stun. That's just a clone. Don't believe
It'd be
their
funny if it
lies.
was real though.
Could be.
And here comes just... I think we're just going to keep cycling B hits until Alliance Angels start fighting up here.
Nope, Trip's not there.
Oh, where's the push wall?
That one way's good. Uh-oh.
I don't think Biffy had money to buy full armor and the push wall. I don't think it was there. So just running out into the one way, expecting on the light side of the map, I guess, Hyungwon Ho to be playing scared all the way back in Boba again. But that is not the look you want to see.
No. Oh, one way was so problematic. And a weapon now upgraded.
And that one way is not exactly a surprise either, so...
Got the spike down.
fact that
Shouldn't be, yeah.
on the anti-bonus round, these things are being accounted for, or being disrespected, is something that'll have to be adjusted very quickly.
30 seconds left.
Well, what more can Leah do here? With 16 HP and 7 bullets, eats a flash. Make that 2. And that's a 3-0 start for AXA to kick off map 2.
Hyungwon Ho continuing to dominate the B side of the map. And I genuinely think this is bad news for CDC's comp. Because
it's terrible news.
And not just going like 0-3 to start the map. That's obviously bad. But like the fact that the side of the map that you theoretically want to be punishing is faltering. Now you start questioning your entire game plan. It's like, okay, let's start like going over towards A where, look at this, Alliance Angel's gonna rip a fast one down into mid.
Try up a little something different. The stun proves that nobody's home.
Go, go, go.
So now they scale back up towards A. Spike is through. CDC has to be careful here. You were just talking about dangers behind scaling up into spawn when there's little resistance on the site. There's the shield. Biffy's now down. Ender's looking for a second. That was tough. And so now AXA in a position to secure. But these stingers. Just problematic enough to keep the round interesting. It's just going to be a sheriff now. 1v2. The defuse already halfway through. That's a 4-0 start for AXA.
Not bad at all. Already a Nightfall online for Spec. Neural Theft too, so the ulti's starting to come into play. And this for me is a real challenge round. Not just winning it for CDC, but again, I think proving that you can break some of the setups. Although, like I was talking about earlier, that early conditioning of Hyungwon Ho just dominating B has made it so that CDC think their best chances to actually get a spike plant down are going to be to just take the fight straight up to the Neon here in A.
With the stun at the ready. That is not a...
What?
Really? We don't look? Okay.
What?
That's a second kill found.
Razor is just having the time of her life up here.
Deploying drone.
What would you say was the reasoning behind just walking up and not looking at Ubba?
You know, surely there was a dart in elbow that I missed, and we thought we were safe. I don't have anything else. What? There was no dart there. Right. I'll tell you that.
Oh, 4v3 on the map, but a 3v2 on the site. The Nightfall will connect onto one. Biffy will go undetected.
Someone look the right direction.
It's you and
I don't know that we're going to get that this round. Surely we get it here, though. Surely we're looking the right direction here. That's 3 on the round for the Neon. And CDC, at least this fight here is 2v2 is winnable. The Nightfall, or excuse me, the Hunter Sure, you can't imagine will be a part of the conversation here. Pushing into the smoke, trying to take the fight.
The right direction.
Capless, Cypher, and CDC are on the board.
I genuinely think 9 people died in that round, and maybe one of them was a fair fight. That was unbelievable. Valush is even just camping the spawn point of the or who was that? Someone was camping. Oh yeah. It was Volusia camping the exit of the ISO ult.
Yep.
I have thoughts, I have feelings, and none of them matter. CDC are on the board.
That's what therapy's for.
Cover, go.
Yeah, we'll sort that one out later. There's no time for it in the middle of a match.
I must wait a moment.
Early dark cleared out, so a lot of the same things that we've seen to open up these rounds.
It is
Look
wild
at the
that
trip
Sithrin
there
is challenging the spot.
And winning it too.
Yeah. And
It's
that
gonna get
one
a
as well.
second.
Okay, so that's what we were going for in the last round. This time, though, the change is there's a cage to get Sithrin up here. Now for 3? No.
So the call this round was Yoru go kill. And it has them in a numbers advantage.
Yeah. But again, there was a cage to protect that pesky angle on the right side.
Right,
And so
right.
there's the numbers advantage. There's a Clove ult in post, so it's really a 5v3 that CDC are playing.
Caught one.
And now flank spotted.
How they can turn their attention back towards the Omen. Aurelio's waiting, forced to kind of sit back. Can't really take this fight. The paranoia doesn't even connect, which might not matter, as Biffy's shield has been dealt with. And Young Won Ho strikes on a snack box, just like that. Bit of decay out. Wait a second. The Omen's gone back.
Wait.
It might not matter. 2 on the site. 1. Make that 2 down. They've got to know that Aurelio went back. There's no way they're not expecting that. Beautifully done from CDC as they get their second.
Instinct only goes so far.
That whole round just Sithrin. 1v9. Walking up into the site. 2 quick kills, and now a dimensional drift unlocked. Sets the team up beautifully for this next round.
Do you think part of the conversation here for Alliance Angels is a talk around how they deal with those ults that you were just talking about, like in preparation for the Yoru with the solo ult together?
Yeah, typically, I mean, there's basically, in my opinion, 2 ways to play against the Yoru ult. One is you have one side of the map that's not actually playing the game. Your Cypher side is just going to put down some like trips to stop the flip into spawn, and then the other side of the map just full runs it down at you. And the other idea is similar, and you're not really playing for the sites themselves, but maybe you walk out into mid and see if you can get some picks, because so often an attacking team with a dimensional drift is just going to off-rip, we're just going to run it down in a site, overwhelm it completely. And there's not actually counterplay that you can offer up into the ability, at least not reliable counterplay in my opinion.
Right, you just kind of avoid it as best as you can. Sure.
Yeah. And if you can pick up, you know, a lurker on the other side of the map or threaten a fast flank, that can oftentimes be enough chaos injected into a round that, well, even if you have full information that the site is clear that you're hitting into, could still be trouble. So I like this, that Alliance Angels are going to run a little bit of a B trap here. Maybe even a quicker B play.
They've got a stun and a flash setup. There's the stun. There's the strike. And there's the flash.
Blind.
No crunch from mid.
But
they will find an exit out.
This is why I don't like it when attacking teams with Yoru play like slower opening rounds. Like I think you actually have to invest a lot of utility if you want to walk into a main first, because now they're just playing a 4v5 when they could have just had a Yoru ult lead and see entirely what this play was.
Right, yeah. Agreed. Agreed. Haunt will not go off, so the positions will remain concealed. Beautifully done across the middle of the map from CDC.
Who's next?
One more, though.
With the stinger. Young Won Ho able to get the best of Leah. The ult popped. Aurelia dealt with. Still 2 backside. That's another stinger and another problem. Surely Enders doesn't get more. Cleaned up. Left into a 1v2.
These players are low, Doug.
Spike planted.
Young Won Ho. No armor. Nicely done from CDC.
Bit of an odd one there at the end, though. I think CDC, by working back into mid, even after they lost Biffy at the start of the round, anticipate that re-clear from Alliance Angels on the eco. Alliance Angels getting a little bit anxious to get out in the thick of things. And then get a little bit diffed on the gun advantage. So AXA going to run a quicker mid look this time. Try and blow up the round right from the get-go.
Look at all the pings on the minimap in B main. All over the place. And so they're going to get this space mid off of that early rollout, excuse me, that you were just pointing out. But CDC are stalling out in main.
This is a strange round with spec in tiles, and clearly CDC wanting to pivot back into mid.
Portal closed.
They probably need to take the safe pathing back through spawn. But even then, you still have this opportunity for spec to pounce. And they're going to hear the rotates now.
How many can spec get here? Tux swings out. Snackbox with 2, but Aurelia responds. As the gunfire settles, CDC up in numbers. So they're both going to approach us from spawn. Keep an eye on the neon with ult. Do they pop it here? As a wall, but they play on the other side of the flash. There's the ult. A 1v2. Can't find a single target. CDC tie us up.
Oh no. Letting Rizzo have it there too at the end. Caught between that nasty crossfire. Full on 180. Rizzo would have to deal with on the backside there. Yeah, like you said, 4 in a row, and it's come now with a mix of different plans for CDC. You know, whether it's Sithrin finding a nasty lurk timing through A, whether it's execing right from the get going around, or now navigating a difficult mid round. CDC are coming up with all the answers.
It's you and me.
Young one home. Immediately grabbed by Biffy.
Yep. That's
was not looking the right way. No.
Nor is that.
No, it's not.
But this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's like when you don't have when you are playing your normal rounds, it's Yoru ult, Sova shocks to make the Cypher feel useless, and then all of a sudden ISO can just pluck you away and it's a free sight.
That is exactly how that played out. So as soon as the round starts, it just as quickly ends. Enders and Rizzo have to save their weapons. Going to the next, they don't have a ton of money to invest. And so that's going to give CDC the lead after the dreadful 0-4 start that they had.
Pretty sure Alliance Angels have been sitting on ults for a long time again, too. Young One Ho and Spec sitting on those. Enders now with the Rolling Thunder. We need to get into the mix.
Over there.
Now the hunt ensues, and this can be bad news.
Yes, it could. Both guns dropped. Their money's now, I mean, it wasn't a great place to begin with. They could at least consider having a little bit of bite, but they've got next to nothing now.
Yeah, enough to get some hero buys underway and still have enough for the next. And they're continuing to come back into this B main aggression, going back to that eco round before. Although, do you really run the same eco 2 times back to back? See if CDC can do a better job of baiting out the stun without being punished.
I would love an additional layer of a little mid presence here, but there is that setup.
Get owned by it once again.
If he's here to try to fight.
So it all comes down to A. Sithrin has lurked up into long, but this camera will have first info for Young Won Ho.
And they are entrenched into the site. They're not playing off. So the walls are closing in very quickly. Patience, 1. Nope, easy killer. Not able to connect off the Stinger in the second. But still, a numbers advantage. Enders has ult.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder. Now the Neural Theft from the other side, though, sees all players coming out of shop.
I think, yeah. The Cypher went through undetected. Snackbox left in 1v2. Winnable. Very winnable. Drops to onto 1v1. Can Snackbox do it on the swing? Yes. Snackbox can. The Red Bull clutch as CDC gets to 6.
And that was a close one as well. Alliance Angels think they have a chance after running the same trap play in B main they ran a few rounds ago. This time it pays off beautifully. Gives them the numbers heading into the retake where they finally send in the Rolling Thunder. But the fact that Volusia doesn't get tagged up by the ultimate, and Snacksbox is there for a couple extra kills too. continues this runaway from CDC.
That one's tough, man. That one feels bad to let go. Well done on CDC to capitalize on those small rounds. The wall. TP. But Biffy just gets away with it. On their own.
Same camera towards the A side of the map, but different approach from CDC. Sithrin going up elbow alone, but the rest of the team making plenty of noise down lane.
Is there a stun for Enders? Yeah, full utility, actually. Meanwhile, Spec on the flank. Kept back by a trip, but that will not matter in the face of a Nightfall. Patience. When do you rip the ult? Right now. And attack 1, 2, 3. 3 out of the 4 have been revealed. But Spec can't really find a way in. Still forced to kind of sit back while teammates fight on the rest of the site. Snackbox again left in a 1v2, 33 HP this time around. Not nearly as strong, not nearly as easy to do. But the demand is the same, the ask is the same. And Snackbox cannot stand tall.
That seize out of Spec there was insane. Catching Snackbox over the top.
Last round in the half.
Sort of stopping any chance for Snackbox to isolate that fight versus Enders and still threaten getting down onto the spike. I think just the chaos that Spec created in that round with the Nightfall coming in from the flank, breaking the tripwire, overwhelming that player in main while the rest of the team was flooding in through shop, has finally gotten Alliance Angels back on the board.
All right, note again, Sithrin and Snackbox have their ults.
Who's next?
Here we go. This is the play.
Not wasting any time this time around.
Yeah, this is what we were hoping to see. We'll find that the site is vacant, so they can hang on to that Hunter Siri.
I must wait till I found you. It's you and me.
That's going to be a problem. Biffy pulling.
Whoa!
Oh, what?
Bulldog scope in just drills Biffy.
Now Leah forced to deal with the flood coming in from spawn. The paranoia is going to be right on the mark as Enders gets 2 on the round. Leah popping the ult. Being slowed down for just a moment. A Snackbox again is left in a 1v4, and that's great in a post plant when you have ult, but when you're outgunned like this, it's not going to be enough. We're tied at 6, Christy.
That had to have been just a triple headshot out of Young Won Ho.
Oh yeah, had to be.
To break the shield and do that. Good lord. All right, so Alliance Angels have a little pep in their step heading into the second half, already trailing 1-0 in the series. And a reminder for everyone watching, while we had fun during the tech pause of map number 1, we've been here for a little while. This is an elimination game. Both of these teams have players you'd recognize if you've been following Game Changers for a while. The fact that these teams are sitting 0-3 is a bit of a shock.
Surprising.
Both rolling really tough competition along their way. And the loser of this will be the first team eliminated from Swiss.
And so it's AXA who've got backs against the ropes here.
This is a nice spot.
But they've shown that they've got some metal.
This should do.
Let's see what their attack side looks like in this very standard comp. You imagine a whole lot of breach stun with Neon Dash to take space.
But CDC's defense should be a lot weaker. Way less stall to lock up the choke points. They'll go on little walk-ups like this. You saw them peer into mid, now up A main to break a tripwire and create some tension on the A side of the map, while Alliance Angels work back in off that information, prowl out into mid, make sure that no one has stepped up into these little pockets of darkness.
And so with that cleared, they can rotate back towards A, where it is just Snackbox. On that early line. Waiting for the aggression, and there are 4 on the other side. Shot doesn't connect, and I don't care how far away you are when you're stunned up. Whoa! Snackbox! Now push back off the dog, still fighting to stay alive, turning the flash, looking for the second kill, cannot connect. And now the attack in full control of this site. Remaining members of the defense are starting to arrive, and it might be too little too late. Leah trying to fill in and do what Biffy could not. So far, so good. With Spec, 15 HP. far away from the play, but that's the easy one. Leah can't connect on this. Enders with 3. AXA with 7.
Wow, that really looks like it was going to be a good enough hold out of Snackbox, being able to power through the fault line and still manage a kill onto Rizora. But I think the fact that Alliance Angels took a few pretty effective timings. Hung Won Ho jumps into the smoke over by Shop, gets a kill, gets out with murder. And then they're able to just like post up on site without any real threat coming in from that angle. Gives them the advantage. They can start to build back in. Again, the first half started off wonderfully for them. They won the pistol just like this. They won the bonus. They kept it rolling. It's been a very streaky game so far.
We go from 4-0 to 4-4 to 6-6. It's been whiplash.
It's a bit of a greedy FPX buy though. It's not even 3 rifles. It's 2 pistols, couple of Spectres. And there's some bite from CDC.
The Bucky,
a couple of Sheriffs.
And AXA quiet here. But they're all B. Let that be perfectly clear. First the smoke. Off of Market. Then the stun and the dash. There's the kill. And there's the breach neon comp on full display.
Yeah, so Alliance Angels won't be really punished at all. Or the buy, doesn't seem at least.
I mean, Biffy's the only one with a real weapon. Forced to sit back on the other side of the trip. Yep, that's what I'm saying. No Bucky in play this time.
Don't love that position, although, yeah, calling a teammate play to kill these players on the exits. Not the best outcome you can hope for.
Surprised that, yeah, I mean, I guess AXA will fight out in numbers and see what sort of kills they can get, what sort of orbs they can farm. Hey, Biffy. What? I mean, that puts Biffy 1 off of ult. After
That's
that,
insane.
cheeky little 3K with the Bucky. Yep.
Also, the critical number to reach is 2 kills out of CDC there doesn't mean anything because there are only 3 guns purchased anyways. But getting 3 kills actually takes a gun out of AXA's hands, which
it's a very good point.
I don't know if I care about so much because it was like the budget FPX buy. It's not really like Alliance Angels are coming into this next round with a lot of fight anyways.
Right.
But still a slight edge for CDC here.
That is the opener that they needed. Yeah.
Cage trigger.
Starting to take some. Yeah, it's starting to take some control. Starting to take a little confidence and some space. That might have been a little bit too much. But Snackbox is in a really nice spot. The timing. Enders in early are able to get a couple.
What is
and
going
Biffy's
on?
left in a 1v3.
CDC were in great positions that whole round, apart from the first player that dropped top mid, but none of them are able to get more than 1 kill. Couldn't even get really any kills after the initial pick in main. It's looking like the first half again. I'll give it that.
Yep.
Alliance Angels.
Carbon copy.
Pistol bonus.
Yeah. Carbon copy. Remember, it was 4-0 before CDC were able to get around on the board.
And don't get it mistaken, CDC's comp is a little bit, I mean, it's certainly harder to execute. It's a lot more about individual agency and, you know, taking your timings, getting forward on your angles. We saw all of that on display in that round. And, you know, it works when you walk into B main, you get that first opener. But then you see where the layers start to fall apart when people are playing a little bit more individualistic. Top mid, can't get the kill, don't have players ready there to find a trade.
If he has to know, yeah.
Yeah, but it's a stinger. A Vandal, and maybe you line up 3 players and get all of them, but
maybe.
No gun.
And so now they can push up behind this. Leah tries playing in the smoke, getting a free one.
But again, Doug, there's 3 players on that A site, and everyone's holding their own line. There's nothing complimentary going into it. And Alliance
Right.
Angels, because they're doing well, you know, on all of these opening kills, it's looking even better than 1-for-1s for them.
And so this round coming up here, Ender, would you say this is probably the swing round of the map?
Without a doubt. I mean, you're coming into this one, and for CDC, obviously they're buying down to nothing on the money. They're going to call a timeout and consider their options here too, but this is also like, we've got to make use of the ISO ult, because if CDC lose this round, they, again, have no money. You're looking at 2 ultimates already online for Alliance Angels, but next round, they're going to have Fade and Breach ult online if they don't get to use them here. So if CDC win this round, it doesn't do anything to Alliance Angels. They've got money for days. They've got ultimates coming online. It doesn't like suddenly get CDC back in the game. But the cost of losing this round from CDC is game is just over.
Right. It's tremendous. The implications are insurmountable, really. If you're CDC, they've lost 4 this half, 6 if you go back to the last half after rattling off, 6 of their own? It's just been such a massive pendulum swing from both of these teams, to be honest. But just when it seemed like CDC were in a position to run away with it, AXA respond with a bit of a streak of their own.
So really, what I want to see out of CDC here is I want to see the people that are on site working with each other just straight up better. I think there's been a lot of, you know, we're playing Clovio or ISO, go see what you can manage. But if it's going to be something like a coordinated mid-fight, which it looks like on paper right now, this could be the spark they need to change things in their favor.
Quietly taking up a lot of space mid.
There you go.
Leah's gone unchecked. Oh, Leah got hit by the stun. And now the dog confirms Leah has to back it up, throw it into reverse, and there's nowhere to go. There's nowhere to hide. Iffy will settle.
Look at B, Doug. Volusia walked into B main, won this fight, now has a chance to just win the round for her team, but gets laid out by Spec.
Beautifully done. Biffy's going to fall too. Spec gets another 3 on the round. A massive performance from the Fade. And when it seemed like they were going to be able to stop the bleeding, it all kind of fell apart. Now Snackbox is left in this 1v2. Full belt to utility. Both members of AXA playing back. And Boba. Patience. Leaps up, finds a 1. The second is there, and Snackbox delivers for CDC.
Snackbox completely saves the map. We set it up before. This map, this round, if you lose it, CDC, the game is lost. But Snackbox with the Red Bull clutch in a 1v2 after everything, and I mean everything, went wrong for CDC, has somehow kept this team afloat.
Unreal. Just again, the emotional roller coaster that these two teams are putting us through is insane.
But Doug, it doesn't get any easier for CDC. They've got light armor, they've got a Spectre. Alliance Angels have 5 ultimates at their disposal. It's a quick rip into market. Look at this with a Rolling Thunder ready.
Scanning ahead.
Is there going to be a tag? It's just a stun. Leah's caught, but the dog is stalled by the door closing. That Decay is going to buy a lot of time. Look at them stalling out. Leah's going to punish.
And B main too. Slytherin has stepped up into it. That's the pick.
And Young One Ho is gone. What a hold from CDC here. Because you were right, they had
a bit greedy. Look at their ultimates. They didn't use any of them. They didn't scale up and break the door when the stun went down.
They had a perfect line set up for a B hit split. And well, if we've learned anything in this series, it's that you don't count the round out quite yet. And so even though it is a 5v3, the ult has been popped. Really investing into this. Dangerous. That's now a 3v3. Slytherin playing on the other side. The spike goes down. Remember, Enders is Rolling Thunder. Slytherin playing up close and personal. Able to get 1 kill, and it's a big one. Rolling Thunder now off the board. And they're playing in spawn, a 2v2. Trying to reposition. Trying to buy as much time and as much space as you possibly can as Mag run dry. Sithrin has gotten it to
Aurelia!
Aurelia's going to push 11 HP though. Sithrin gets to defuse. CDC get to 8.
CDC are making a go of things right here. It starts off with a huge pick in Market Volusia. Just a spam kill through the smoke. Not falling victim to the early play out of Alliance Angels. Again, I think that Resort was too slow to scale up. Usually when you run that quick stun, you've got your Neon sprinting down through tiles to break the door and get in there. Or have a teammate behind to break the door so Neon can still get through. Alliance Angels weren't quick enough to pop off on it. And look at it. They still have 4 ultimates. Resort is the only person who used that ulti. This has been a consistent problem for them. Not capitalizing on these major swing rounds.
They've got to find a way to do it. This can't be how this goes down for them. And so they slow down the beginning of this round.
Look at mid, Doug. Again, CDC have gotten players down in here. Alliance Angels have been good at re-clearing it in the mid round. But Sithrin has an angle.
Yeah.
No teleport, though. That just timed out. She's stuck.
Oh. And now position given away. There's nowhere for Sithrin to go.
I know exactly where you are.
Just playing on the edge of timing.
Ooh!
Snappy out of Leah. What?
On the Guardian shot, no less. Oh, no, that was just a one tip of the Vandal.
The Vandal. Snackbox getting pressed on the other side of that one way. The paranoia will cause additional problems. Snackbox down. Remember, AXA is still in a well. Enders
say
is
it,
still
it
not
stops
used
being
that
true.
Yes. I should
Nightfall
stop.
hits nothing.
Still able to get 1 kill, though. Leah has ult. Leah's got to take this fight. Doesn't win it, but pops the ult. Meanwhile, Alicia in a beautiful spot. Settles down, gets 1. Young Wonho left in this 1v2. Attack of the spike. Leah on the swing. 3 on the round for the Clovis. CDC. They're back.
Even in a round where, again, they're pushed out of it. You know, a little overstay down bot mid with Sithrin not having a teleport to escape. It's a 4v5 once more for CDC. But wonderful play out of Leia. First getting that pick on the retreat out of Market, then rotating over into A, working alongside Biffy. You gotta respect it, and you start looking at things, and that econ that had looked so unbreakable for Alliance Angels, it's starting to get low. Those ultimates that were going to be so important, well, they've only got the Breach ult, really, left to work with.
And on the other side of the stage, Carrot Dash Carrot has put together... honestly, we shouldn't be surprised because it's been fitting of this entire map. But they've put together a streak of their own. From 4-0 to 4-4. Or excuse me, from 4-0 to 6-4. To a rattling off of rounds from AXA. Just when it seemed like AXA was going to be able to put them away, CDC respond with 3 of their own. This has been such a back and forth affair between these two teams.
CDC always having a little second wind towards the ends of these halves. Has started to balance this game on a knife's edge. Look at it. Alliance Angels take the timeout to choose to force buy into this one. They've got a Stinger and a Spectre to play with.
Wow.
That's a lot. And on the other side, Sithrin, for the first time all map, now has an operator. So Sithrin can play backside B, solo, while the rest of the team is ready to respond to this mid aggro.
They're going to try to crunch B off of the Rolling Thunder or the stun. If he's in a great spot, but doesn't connect. Has to give up the line. There's the op. You mentioned it. Leah and Sithrin able to get a couple. Remember the financial implications of this round. This is paramount for AXA, and they've invested the Rolling Thunder too. All the more reason to convert, and so far they've got a couple. They might be able to pull this thing off. Snackbox and Valosia in this 2v2. Spec has picked up the op, and the Stinger at that distance might just be enough. What can Snackbox do? Do you call the bluff?
Oh,
Snackbox
no.
diffused it the whole way! CDC get to 10.
Not another one out of Snackbox. Don't forget, this is the same player that when completely out of the round, out of the game on 10-7, is the one that got the first clutch to start this snowball coming back. We're now all tied up, and it's because they're so cold to just stick the defuse there in the one-on-one.
Sithrin still has the op in hand.
And a dimensional drift.
Yep. Snackbox 2 off of their ults. We've talked about the synergistic components of those two ults.
It just gets better and better for CDC.
But the money is bad. The money's bad for both teams.
Biffy Dog all the way up into bot mid. Young Won Ho holds her ground. And again puts AXA in a numbers lead.
That's a fight that Biffy has been winning more often than not. Even in the rounds that they were losing, Biffy had been able to get those little fights on Corrode and on Sunset. Finally bested.
The Alliance Angels are headed in to the Mission Impossible setup on B. And Leia, who was so sharp a couple rounds back, the first player they'd have to get through.
Complete quiet on the site.
Face your fear.
Now the honk goes out. The Nightfall's not going to tag anyone. The Nightfall didn't tag anybody. They have no idea. They still have to deal with all these trips. And there it is. Policy is able to get one. Still in play. That trip is still back spawn. Finally dealt with.
30 seconds left.
But Valencia has to do it alone, a 1v3, and I don't know that they're going to be able to pull that off. AXA take the lead back, finally stopping the bleeding.
I genuinely think that round was lost because of the gun in Volusia's hand. She got one spam kill off of the tripwire, but then the other player that was tagged up was behind default box. And it's a Spectrum of Volusia's hand. If that's a Vandal, anything that can pen that box realistically, that should be a second kill. That's going to be more threat coming in after it. And then all of a sudden, Sithrin might be able to jump into the back of Slant like she did and not just have her head ripped off. That is a devastating loss. Now forced onto a light buy with Alliance on 11.
Bring them down.
The financial implications would have been devastating for both. But for CDC, you would think that they would need to keep up this. That's big out from Biffy. They need to keep up this streak they had going. And that's already now down. Fully sending it, fully disrespecting the weapons on the other side. Remember, that Bulldog is still in play. They've invested the whole two. Snackbox didn't get a ton, but they're still getting the kills they need. They have invested everything into this round. Wisely so. Ender's nowhere to go. Put in the corner. Forced to fight in a 1v3. I cannot believe they've snatched that back.
That was almost a full save. A couple of sheriffs and the one hero Bulldog out of Biffy's. But you could see this turn in the mindset of CDC. Once Biffy got that pick with the kill contract at the start of the round, all of a sudden it's like, wait, let's start challenging these angles. Sithrin finds a couple of nice shots out of the sheriff. And Snackbox's ult is that extra layer of distraction that allowed Sithrin to keep working back into that site for 3 on the sheriff.
And so just like that, for the first time all map, there's been a break where a team only wins 1 round and then loses the next.
It's also the first time Alliance Angels are on a genuinely bad buy.
The timing could not be worse.
Oh my god!
Excuse me? That was decayed. Not that it mattered. What an opener for AXA.
Now Leia up through tiles. Has a moment here and connects on the first shot, but still players all around her and is dealt with.
Things slow down here for just a moment as CDC still has 3 rifles that they can play around. They give some
Alliance
space
Angels
back.
got the neural theft down. So they have full information of the defensive setup, and that allows Aurelia to sneak up into elbow.
There.
Snackbox, excuse me, Valencia. The 2 remaining. Trying to keep this thing up. Valencia on the reposition. This fight is big. One might just be enough. Because look at how far apart they are from one another. Aurelia is so far away. They're rotating out, and I do not think that Snackbox will hear it.
Snackbox heard the rotates, but can't actually sprint forward or else reveals their own position, and there's still a tripwire here in main. This
30
is
seconds left.
horribly impossible, but Snackbox has been here before. On 10-7, it was a 1v2 that started this for CDC. Now a chance to go up to series point.
Tripwire destroyed. Planted the spike.
A shock and a dart. They're both huddling back in spawn. Snackbox might have a shot at this.
There's a cam on that spike, though.
That cam has to be cleared. Snackbox has to play this so carefully. Every single angle must be considered. Diligence out from the initiator. The tap, the paranoia, looking for the ones. Cam now cleared. Boldly standing out in the open and taking the dart. It's a thrifty round win as AXA get to map point.
Just trading back and forth thrifties. That round was all Razora. I mean, that first pick into elbow was massive. I say all Razora. Aurelia's lurks coming in after that, based off the information of the neural theft, is what really pushed it over the edge. That combo piece of the entry and the mid-rounding has given Alliance Angels a second lease on life.
Look at the buy. Look at the buy. Stinger for Leah.
It's grim.
An op for Sithrin. It's not great. And Biffy's up on this aggro angle. So the
My ult is ready.
op angle and elbow means a little bit less, but Biffy now repositioning.
CDC have often looked for these mid-walks a little bit into the round. So Alliance Angels are taking their time to see if that's going to come down. Eventually, they're going to need to break this door into market to create a little bit more threat. Drone is only going to see Anders down in bot mid. But watch the step up towards B main. Again, CDC are so often trying to get aggro with it.
Oh, but the trip is there. They're going to play in front of the trip. They're disrespecting the trip. All the Cypher utility could go down. But Valencia holds the line.
Portal closed.
And now the ult used. Sethrin, a rare miss and a costly one at that. And the ult now popped. The Neon looking to call game, but Snackbox assassination style. No one ho now. Biffy has to take a step back, has to fight, has to try to stay alive. A 3v2. And Valencia forced to play on the other side of the trip. It's tragic. Now they know position given away. Snackbox still in play though.
Last player standing.
And now Snackbox is left in this 1v3. Can Snackbox do it again? Is there any more magic left in this player? I don't think there is. Just not enough. 13-11. We're going the distance on this thing.
Wow.
Holy. Yeah.
Literally both halves, exact carbon copy. Huge lead for Alliance Angels, and then all of a sudden it looks like CDC are unbreakable until the last 2 to 3 rounds of the half. Alliance Angels see it through. Those rounds were all down to the wire.
One map to decide who stays alive. One map to decide who's out from the tournament. We'll see you guys after the break. Well, we've had a little bit of everything tonight. Welcome back to Verizon Valorant Game Changers North America, Swiss Stage Day 4, if I'm not mistaken. And we have gone the distance. We are down to one final map to close out the night. These two teams fighting for elimination or fighting to stay alive, and avoid elimination. And for AXA, there were, Christy, just look at the timeline, my brother. That tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah, crazy stuff. And honestly, the fact that Alliance Angels battle back to, keep things close at the end of the first half, bring things back even after losing a couple of critical clutches in the second to win this. This was an incredibly close game to come here to map number 3.
And to be what forces us there for both of these teams to be winning on their opponents' maps. AXA getting, 5 first kills off of Young Won Ho is insane. And again, that was in the face of all of the heroics from Snackbox. Snackbox almost single-handedly took CDC over the finish line, and it just wasn't enough. And so now, Christy, we got to turn our attention to map 3.
Map 3, that's where it's all going to come down to. I think that Haven is going to be a fun one, again, in the idea that it's just been brawl after brawl after brawl. All of these maps are about both attack and defense, just like seeking out tons of solo fights. There's a lot of ego swings, a lot of just raw confidence and challenging onto the lines, which you could see worked at sometimes for CDC on Sunset, but towards the end, once Alliance sort of got the download on the different pushes that were starting to come, like we saw in even that last round in B main, they had the read.
We'll wonder whether or not they're able to keep these reads, whether or not they're able to find these reads on Haven. You wonder what kind of compositions we'll see, given that there's been a little bit of variety and a little bit of spice into everything we've seen so far on Corrode and on Sunset. And yeah, we'll see if Haven's a bit of the same. You have shown a little bit of proclivity into running these double duelist comps, and so perhaps they do it again. And there are just so many ways you can go around this, Christy.
Yeah, the Haven comps, I'm just double checking here real quick. Yeah, like expected, CDC, they've been playing a Yoru Waylay combination.
Oh, of course,
if
yes.
That gets you a little excited.
The standard.
It's possible they go back to the old stuff and play, the Yoru ISO, or have you seen the Reina Neon? That's another option they've got in the mix there. Yeah, really traditional stuff here on the map. Alliance Angels, on the other hand, are maybe a little bit more reserved, as you'd expect. They just play your typical old Yoru ISO stuff. So not too many surprises there. It is definitely CDC that keep us guessing as to what it's going to be game after game.
I do even running the Yoru ISO, for as much as it has become more prevalent and has become a little bit more popular, it's still a different spin on how to approach this map. And so it almost feels perfectly fitting that for this map decides who gets eliminated and who continues to play on and try to fight for a main stage spot here, because those are the stakes. Again, both these teams come into the series 0-3, both teams with backs against the ropes, and both teams fighting to stay alive in the Swiss stage. You lose this series, you're out of Swiss stage, no shot at making it to main stage. And that's kind of the end of the year.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like CDC are coming into this final map with a little bit more pressure on their back. Thinking back to, they're actually all tied up 11-11 after winning their own thrifty round, only to have it ripped away against a light buy from Alliance Angels. Now they lose a close second map when it could have been a 2-0 series. That's what they're thinking in the back of their minds. And they have to somehow come into Haven and cool things down and take things to keep afloat.
And those are hard memories to just kind of push into the back of your mind. Knowing that it could have been a 2-0 for a competitor, that's a tough one to shake. And so we'll see if they're able to pull that off. We'll see what compositions they bring into this map. I'm once again being told we are just waiting for one player to load into the lobby, and then we can get through the agent select process and everything like that. Almost there. Who are the two players who tend to run the double duelist when we're talking about things for CDC here?
For CDC, I'm pretty sure that is just like literally always going to be Sithrin and Biffy. Yeah, and
Biffy?
it is upon closer checking. Yeah, Biffy is a classic. Is actually like I remember. I want to say I know we trialed Biffy at some point on Teddy, but it was for like duelist ideas. And I know Biffy has been like long-term duelist player. So seeing like, oh yeah, when Biffy's going to be playing smokes, it's going to be a clove or something like this. Like, okay,
right,
that checks out in my head.
The duelist controller situation there for Biffy onto the clove. And yeah, I mean, I think for as much as we've talked about Biffy and how it hasn't always played out, you've got to continue to give Biffy credit, because how many times did we see Biffy stand tall in these individual 1v1s in positions where there is no utility help or there is no initiator help or anything like that? It's just Biffy has to win the fight, and Biffy often did.
Yeah, straight up. Like, we saw a lot of those walks into bot mid. Although I would say it wasn't always 1-for-1, because I think there came a point, like even if you think back onto Corrode, where Biffy was just every round walking down into mid, wins the first like 3 or 4 fights she takes. And then all of a sudden it's like, okay, now Alliance Angels, they're taking things a little bit more slowly. They're re-clearing into the space. We're starting to get the read. It's almost like there's so much aggro from CDC and confidence in walking out into space that at a certain point it becomes almost so readable, because there's going to be someone walking at you somewhere, you know? So if you just go for re-clear, chances are they're going to be in that spot.
Well, and the thing is for Biffy is oftentimes, even if they were dialing in on it, and yeah, like you were saying, they ultimately brought a lot more behind it, but they were still winning those fights. Like, they were still winning those individual 1v1s, and that's one of the hardest things as a team to do, is how do you beat something that you know they're going to do and you can't stop it anyway? Like, it becomes an impossible situation to solve. And so they were able to figure it out. They're going to have to do it again here on Haven. As Biffy, you know that Biffy will be continuing to try to push that pace and try to get those advantages that they've been able to do consistently. I am being told that we are throwing it to a very quick break. Being told it's very quick, 5-minute break. And so we're going to catch a quick breather, grab your drinks, grab your snacks, whatever you got to do. You know this map is going to be a good one. Again, tournament life on the line. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back. A momentary pause in the action has finally come to an end, and we can take a look at the agents that are loading in on Haven, the decider in this best of 3. Both teams fighting for tournament life. AXA and CDC will decide where it all ends, how it all ends right here on this map. I'm Doug. On the call with me is Ender. We've seen some silly stuff in this series, Christy, and I imagine that will not change here on Haven.
There will be 4 duelists, or there will be nothing. That is my bold prediction.
Okay.
Right now, it looks like there's nothing except the beautiful scenery of Haven. And here we have it. Yeah, Biffy's playing the Waylay. Let's go. So you have normal double duelist on the right side of your screen. Alliance Angels. They're very, demure, very, very, very calm, understandable, approachable team. And then you have CDC, who are just ridiculous, and I love that for them. I go wild, I say.
They're going wild. The Waylay and the Yoru and the Omen triple dive. Nobody. there's actually. Waylay can back up, but there's one direction, and that direction is forward. For carrot dash carrot
too.
Yeah, that's true. But it doesn't.
Omen can reverse teleport.
Okay. For Alliance Angels, the more standard... Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry about it. For Alliance Angels, the more standard approach to the double duels comp, as you were mentioning, but Dash have a lot behind this on the attacking side.
That they do. CDC, I feel like, have struggled a little bit on their defensive side, getting a little bit readable, but we'll see how they're able to keep things fluid throughout this first half. Alliance Angels not really going to be testing where CDC are stacked currently over towards the A side of the map, and instead working in towards mid, maybe dealing with this tripwire and garage early on. Will be the name of the game for them.
Early cam immediately cleared out, and they are fully sending it down A, which you would expect given their double duelist comp. The question really becomes how far they're willing to push it. Full A main control. They've denied all of that space. The rest of them are huddled up on the other side of garage. Leah, big fight, 22 HP.
Eagle-eyed.
Nicely done by Young Mono.
But over on C, the
and now they can try to
still hearing low.
Leah's in trouble. Leah's in trouble. Someone save Leah. Leah's dead. Aurelia cleans him up. A dart back sight. Alcia has to vacate. Very nicely done by AXA so far. Beautifully done.
It just gets better and better for them, Doug. Every single walk up. Again, this is CDC pushing C and A at the same time. And all Alliance Angels have to do is sit there and be ready and win out in their fights. A flawless pistol round to start map 3 after a 13-11 map 2 victory. Alliance Angels have to be feeling good.
Oh, yeah, 1,000%. All momentum on their side. They've dealt with all of the pauses. They've dealt with all of the delays, and they're still carrying that through. So really, really good start for them. You take a look at the buy for CDC going into this. You got 3 sheriffs. And we've seen a couple thrifty rounds, but the Outlaw for Spec or Zay doesn't look like it's going to get challenged early on. Or Grass, excuse me. And there are a couple here. The Waylay will be the first.
Well,
and it's Enders who gets the kill.
So now who's going to walk up next? Is it Snackbox or Leia, do we think?
I'm going to say Snackbox. Money's on Snackbox here.
Now, well, going to have to walk backwards now that there's a drone in their face.
cover can you find here? Oh, still dealt to Dink. Nicely done by Snackbox, but not enough. Not with that gun. And so off of that, AX.
Last player standing.
Okay. That smoke goes checked once more. Leah has been spotted. They know. And they start to swarm. Looking to see who will be rewarded with the next ult orb. And it looks like they want to prioritize giving it to Enders. Leah will tuck tail, try to run away, try to stay alive. It's Aurelia who cleans him up. AXA gets 2.
I'm very curious what the vision is for controlling the A main spaces for CDC, because the two main genres of comp are either your Breach or your Viper, and either way, it's like Breach gives you ideas to just dominate with a fault line, get up and threaten walking down long. The Viper wall, well, the Viper teams usually give up the A site, but you have the orb to play around on site. This team doesn't really have either of those options. So I would imagine it's more about literally just walking forward with Bithy or Sithrin, and then being able to have the option to teleport back. And I'd expect to see a lot more of these types of ideas just walking down into mid.
Did you see that dart? Tag 4?
I did
Everybody
not,
was lit up.
I am
and so now they're
clueless.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, you see, look at how CDC rotated off of that. That dart tagged literally everyone, so all of them make a mad dash towards A, and they all huddle up on the site. Not able to TP away quickly enough. Nicely done. Iriso.
This is unfortunate because there's no tripwire on the B site. So this smoke, common attack lurk smoke idea that makes it impossible for one player to hold the B site because a lurker could pop out left side or right side. So that calls Velouzia to work on over onto B. It leaves Snackbox isolated in the corner of A. Gonna be needing to get at least one kill for the team.
With a Guardian, that's all you can really ask for, no?
This hit is too late, though. The smoke on B is already down, so here's Velouzia once again.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, no, that's not just one. Snackbox hits all 3.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. I thought it was going to be a Velouzia that would be the issue, swinging out back sight, but that Guardian play was gnarly.
10 seconds left.
All right, what in the world is Aurelia going to do now?
Sit and wait.
Yep.
Consider her options.
Yep. And there aren't many. And so CDC get on the board.
Well, I think Alliance Angels played a pretty solid round, apart from literally just not clearing the corner. I think that was a one mistake issue. They could have also been a little snappier to exec into A and timed that before their B smoke actually went down. But I think the macro of that round, by and large, was strong. Just need a little bit sharper getting into the sites. This round, they're not going to take any chances. Just open up 4 and C long.
With the wall, the TP behind it, there are no questions that this is where the hit's headed. Holy smokes, they're sending everything into this. Enders immediately disposed of, though. And now Biffy floods in from garage. What a hold from the defense.
Last player standing.
They tried brute forcing their way out onto C, and it's a disaster.
Kind of shuts down any hopes of momentum here. Losing both the bonus and then the critical round 4. Now ultimates start to come online. Hunter's Fury for Snackbox, Sithrin 2 away. So making things clean here in round 5 for CDC of the utmost importance.
Protect our homeland.
And eyes on another swing round in the following.
Dart will tag Biffy. That'll help a little bit.
By shield.
What? Biffy beautifully played. Biffy gets 2 there.
Coming.
Finally cleaned up. The Stingers don't really do any damage, but the Sheriffs do. Enders gets 2.
And were Enders
ult?
using the ult here? Really?
And Aurelia gets the kill. Enders was a literal drone.
Spike planted.
Sithrin back sight. The
is
Phantom is
Sithrin
now
down
sitting on the
long.
ground. That's going to help. You got to swing that quickly, though.
Last player
Insane that
standing.
Sithrin still gets one, and that's going to leave things in a 1v1, but Aurelia has 8 HP. Snackbox has ult, has dart, has 2 shots. Really? Oh. That second tag of the dart gave everything away. Nicely done by Snackbox. That's another round for CDC. They take the lead.
Yeah, that plant just wasn't in a realistic position for Aurelia to ult into Link and still be able to play the round. So once she heard the tap of the spike, had to cancel the ultimate. That meant she didn't have the gun out in time to be able to break the dart. Just a series of unfortunate events cascading into domino. So now, most critical round of the half for Alliance Angels. They lost the last swing round on round 4. They cannot afford to lose this next one, or it's just going to start running away. But this round, there's an operator in Sithrin's hands. There's a dimensional drift Hunter Fury combination. CDC should have everything they need. But now that that dart wasn't hit, you've got to know there's an ult online or an op online.
You would think. And there's that op. Don't know how Youngwon Ho. I mean, I guess you cage across, but or maybe you punish. This is such a tense spot to be in.
Nah, it's not that complicated, Doug. You just be better. It's a one-step plan. Shoot the head.
Right, right. They're forced to sit back on the other side of the trip, stalling things out across mid for just a bit. And take a look at where Snackbox is on the minimap right now. Playing back in spawn because
just
of
be
the
better. Shoot the head.
Yep, just be better. But keep a close eye on the Hunter Fury. There it is. And that's going to buy a little bit of time. 36 seconds left. That's going to send AXA into disarray.
Whoa, yeah, they wanted to pivot back into the Lurk on A, but then once their Sentinel dies, they have to come in to see where now Biffy is already waiting for this hit to come in.
Yep. Vulnerable, suppressed, forced to sit back, play on the other side of box. That's a free kill. Biffy gets one, swings on to the second, cannot catch up. But Snackbox can. Aurelia, so much to do. 10 seconds left, grabs the spike. We'll get the spike down. Aurelia left in a 1v1. Leo with an op in hand. And now Aurelia TPing away.
Lost from this position in the last round. Now needs to win it up against Leo was switching it over to the Odin.
Much healthier. Oh, but the bullets are not landing. Leah's going to stick it. Leah's going to stick it. Leah's going to stick it. It's off the mark. Oh, it's just a second late. Aurelia gets a kill, but the defuse comes through as CDC gets a 4.
It is a sour taste for Aurelia.
Dude, how
back
close
to
was
back.
that?
And the worst part is Aurelia's having a great game, sitting at 9-3, topping the scoreboard. Best player in the server right now, but to lose back-to-back 1v1s and to lose it to a full stick through a cage is just going to live rent-free for the rest of the series.
Show yourself you can.
Now they're all posted up towards A. Sithrin, really aggressive here. Sithrin pushes that about as late as you possibly can. A Vandal for Aurelia. You're gonna try to flirt with A once more. Note here, you've got 2 players on site, one pushing up short, and then you've got Valosia close by with a flash and can rotate over quickly. Youngwon Ho, nicely done.
Again, winning on these lurks. Down in sewers.
Yeah. That paranoia will not connect. The paranoia from Valosia will, and it's going to cause massive problems. Aurelia and Youngwon Ho, though. Brute force this fight wide open. What a round from AXA. From top to bottom.
They just had stingers and a hero rifle that Aurelia carried over from the last round. And they were looking at 4 ults on the other side of things. CDC used none of them. And it all comes down to the fact that Youngwon Ho is dominating in sewers. The enemy Yoru just sort of walks into her. was already chipped down a little bit lower, so that stinger absolutely melts. And then she can upgrade into a rifle and be a second point of entry into the site.
What an opener already. Biffy, remember how we talked about Biffy winning a lot of those fights and how effective they've been?
Oh.
If Biffy isn't winning those, that spells trouble for CDC.
She's been going for this walkout of double doors, trying to break a Cypher camera in mid basically every round and then recall back. And finally, Alliance Angels have caught on to it and started to punish.
Valencia getting tagged through to the spam. Forced to take a step back. If you're AXA here, you want to get through this as cleanly as you can. And so money's obviously in a really good spot right now. But you want to try to snowball this advantage.
Look at these crossfires being set up. There is no way
good
back
luck.
in.
Nope. Good luck.
And this is how Alliance Angels need to keep playing, right? If you're anticipating the aggression from the other side, punishing that, and then sort of pack mentality, setting up into really hard to break post plants. Like, you can just beat CDC if you have the teamwork, you know? CDC all about letting their really cracked out individual players go and find what they can. But strong teamwork can just about always overcome that.
It's working so far. Really at 12-3. AXA tied at 4 apiece. But take a look at the ults on the side of CDC. And Snackbox is 2 off of the Hunter Fury.
Here.
Again, Biffy playing over by Garage. This time, no one going for the early door spam to take her out of the round. The walks always come in, don't they, Doug? There goes Sithrin down long C, although Alliance Angels aren't guarding that. Just a tripwire on the angle.
What are they going to do to get past this trip? Oh, they just shoot it. Okay, that answers that question.
Yeah, shoot one, shock dart the other, and Lucia's forced to run away.
Biffy playing just on the other side of Garage. Fully accelerating onto this. The Paranoid to scale out behind Garage. And there's the ult.
Right here.
I don't think it tagged anyone. I don't think it hit anyone at all. And so they've gotten out onto the site, but the TP through Biffy. Trying to do what they can to hang on to this.
They're sticking.
Half. 3/4. Biffy's going to stick it the whole way. That's the third time we've seen this.
You've got to be kidding me. And this time it's with 3 players alive. Alliance Angels, they play one, brilliant post plan over towards C, not leaving any angle left. And then here, once all the ultimates start getting thrown at them, they scatter to the wind, play off site. That spike plan on the left side of B is hard to swing into when you're coming as a Garage player. And yet, even after winning that round, guess what? It's CDC that have no money and are forced onto the save.
2 Buckies, a Stinger.
Oh.
And the Hunter's Fury. Out from Snackbox. That was a main trap setup off of the Biffy utility too. Cool little idea.
A little slow combo idea with it. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a major gap for Young Won Ho to play with down A long.
Right here.
Look over at A. Young Won Ho thinks she
Yep.
has the sight, but Sithrin is up here
Nope.
with a Bucky.
We should, take a look at Sithrin. There's the Bucky. 2 kills found. The spike now down.
Oh, I love a good eco round. It's non-stop today, Doug.
It's happening too. I mean, I don't.
The
this
Mad
is
Dash
enough of a
Shoers.
swing that I don't. How they snatched this back. Sithrin couldn't TP away. They grab the spike, 30 seconds left. You can't really flip anywhere, and the neural theft is going to give everything up. And so they know they're pushing into this, but it's not like they have much of an option. 20 seconds?
There's time. There's time to get over to C. Still have to break this tripwire, and the Omen ult isn't going over to C to stop the plant from going down. This should be fine for Alliance Angels, especially with this jump up into window.
Last player standing.
Oh, never mind. How wrong I was.
1v3.
A fool, indeed.
70 HP. Enders, I mean, there's no way to cover. Like, no vision on garage. No, yeah. Enders had no option there.
Thanks.
Just a wild round where Hyungwon Ho finds the full opening into A. And this is why a lot of times when you're going for an A lurk like that, instead of trying to peek into CT and getting in front of things, you'll actually, once you clear the site, wrap back around in towards short. Try and see if there's anyone in that space, because it's pretty unlikely that no one's playing on the A site, right? So deal with that one position, or make sure if you have a Sova player, they've got to have drone available to get back into lobby.
What a mess. CDC up 2 rounds. The Lions Angels call a timeout. We've talked about this a couple times. We touched on it on Sunset. We can touch on it here as well. They've got Ender's ult in the Dimensional Drift, and they have Spec's ult in the Hunter's Fury. Perfect combo. Not just for essentially securing a kill with the Hunter's Fury, but also causing bedlam. And then you've got Aurelia TPing backside. There are a lot of tools here for the attack.
I'd kind of like to see them continuing to allow Hyungwon Ho to experiment into the space on A. She's been crushing it when it comes to those lurks. See if they can, again, catch either Biffy pushing out into the mid space or Sithrin down long. It's been so consistent, those two players, on the angles they continue to challenge.
But it doesn't look like either of them are posted up aggressively right now on either angle. So it doesn't seem like they want to.
Don't worry. Don't worry, they'll get there.
Yeah, give it time type beats. Here we go. There's the Hunter's Fury.
Shielded.
There's the Dimensional Drift. The site is entirely vacant. No Omen TP.
Sithrin's down on 19 HP.
Wow. And Paranoia, both of them splitting the uprights. I don't think anybody tagged either one. They're still trying to get out onto the site. You've still got Spec who's playing down long. And that dart will buy some time, provide some cover. A gorgeous dart, but the ult really just secures this whole thing.
Yep.
What a round from AXA.
Even if Velucia wins the 1v1, you've got Spec making a mad dash over to the position of the opponent. Wraps it up entirely. So again, looking oddly similar here with Alliance Angels battling back at the end. Chance to tie things up at the half with a good round here.
That was both of their ults invested. The big ults that we've been talking about. And Spec, we haven't touched on this, but I think it might be high time to highlight it. 1 in 6 from the Sova so far.
A tough time after being so influential back on Sunset. Now with an operator in their hand, holding for the peak garage door. This time a Bucky, I doubt it. Look, these guys push the same angles every round. Sithrin's won this fight as well.
If it ain't broke. Oh dear. Oh dear. That's all right. TP away. Nobody saw it. Never happened.
Yeah, no issues. Sithrin has a stinger in hand. Surely she couldn't have had a sheriff down long that was missing. No. There's a 6 player in the game.
No. Wasn't Sithrin.
It was the clone. It was the Yoru clone taking those shots.
Of course, yes.
I'm very worried about Biffy in the corner there. Spec seems to have a sixth sense for this.
Smackbox is getting too aggro.
What? Just full faces the line.
And then still gets one.
Yeah, Spec and no chance to play the round, but double trip setup. 2 players here and 2 more on the flank from CDC.
Paranoia, Decay, Leah still flashed up through the shield, gets Rizzo. Unreal. Navalisia still trying to play. Back in Graffiti as smoke goes down. The cage continues to cause problems. Deny that line. The 2v2 now. 13 seconds left. They're playing for Link. They're planning for Link. Trying to flip the map. Citron's position not given away. The TP backside does not matter. You can dash all you want.
Biffy is just quite literally a worm on the end of a fishing pole. Just chucked on in there for Cithron to come around and punish with. Nice little round there. CDC. I think just that hold coming out from... It was Leia and Belusia getting into the back of sight. Very nice between the two, so they have the advantage going into the half. Not another 6-6. Now winning a pistol would set them up very nicely to run away with this.
Yes, this should do.
No raid boss or anything like that. Couple of... Actually, both teams with 3 ghosts. They're going to challenge the Cypher right off the bat. Shock, I don't think getting...
to dodge the shock,
yeah. Nicely done. Now Biffy goes back sight with a classic in hand.
Look at these flanks, though. Multiple players towards Garage. Spec going all the way down long.
There's a trip that they just cleared. Not expecting both, but you got to hear the TP there, surely, right?
A crazy post plant.
This is a mess. This is an absolute mess. Now they clear it out. The Paranoia swings through both actually on side of Cithron. Looking to push the pace a little bit further. They've been trying to get in through long, and they just walk right into their crosshair. CDC get to 8.
I love that call and come through from CDC. I think that the Cypher Cam gave them big information of multiple players going onto the flank, so Biffy and the team just fight all the way up into Link, pinch back in through Garage. It's so rare a play like that actually pays off, but when there are a few guys trying to crash in down through long, just spinning the map on its head can be super effective, just like you saw.
Spin the map on its head. AXA was left dizzy. That's another pistol for CDC. Spec is alone here. You remember, when you got a triple dive comp, you cannot play these normal timing angles that you would.
Three players working down long while CDC drone on in. Don't want to fall prey to any Bucky shenanigans. By the way, Leia, on to C-Site, has again thought that she has the site for her team, but now CDC are walking into 3 players.
And Cithron will win out both.
Yeah. I love how
That's
it's like just the inverse of the round from the first half. Crazy lurk that doesn't actually clear anything. Except this time it is completely shut down by the rest of CDC.
Spike planted.
We talked a little bit at the beginning of the map, Christy, about the pressure that CDC are probably feeling, given that the last map got away from them, and given that it feels like they should have been able to put it away. And but this one felt more like CDC should have won it sooner. I think they've managed that pressure quite fine.
That goes there.
And no issues so far. By the way, this Outlaw that Biffy was considering buying, I was going to say I really like it with 3 light shields on the other side, but it'll be Snackbox actually holding on to that one, onto the Sova. CDC get ready to play in towards mid. Razora and Aurelia to hold, and some damage already traded back and forth.
Back in a flash. Nice and slow now.
Biffy, 27 HP, tagged up already. The Paranoia is on the money. And that will delay this hit. Keep a close eye on the TP, the Yoru TP that just went all the way back into A. Spec has to go back looking for it. And I don't think Spec saw it. A TP all the way up and across. That will strike fear into anyone. Nicely done by Enders.
Teleport's not going to matter. Lurk's not going to matter if A side just being locked up like that. Biffy too tries to go for the late B play, and it amounts to nothing.
And Paranoia a little bit off the mark. And so Snackbox will have to win these fights out without the assist. Or Valencia wins both. That's unreal.
Doug, I don't like what I'm seeing.
Not yet, not yet. Snackbox committing it to the plant.
2-on-2, Doug.
Yep. That's now a 1.
Snackbox moment. This is what I'm coming to learn. Snackbox sometimes just decides to win the rounds that they shouldn't be winning. And I respect that, you know? That willingness
that was exactly
defy everything.
Hey, and honestly, that was exactly what they needed. They needed to be able to do that. And Snackbox up 14-9 now. They were able to put up those performances on Sunset. Those like individual, I'm just going to do it on my own performances. Did it on Sunset, has done it on Haven. And now has CDC in a position to really run away with this. Really fast down C long as well. The Paranoia out from Garage. They fully send down C. That's going to force everyone from the attack over to A. Biffy's already fallen. You see the defense taking a quick step back, and Spec has to be careful here. Got a bit of a crossfire, but not really in a position to help one another. Never mind. Spec holds the line. Leah's dead. The spike is now stalling out in long too. Christy, this one's going to be really tough. If you're CDC here, you're down in numbers, and I know that they just did it in the previous round, but I don't know how they pull it off the second time in a row.
You got to break through 3 players into back sight. This short position from Hyung Won Ho too.
Snackbox dashed up.
Spike down.
There's that short position that you were just highlighting. Really sharp attention out of you. Cithrin cleans him up though.
Last player standing.
Idiots.
And so this looks like where the antics should stop, although... Okay, good. A thrifty round as AXA get up to 6.
Yeah, the antics stop in terms of there's not going to be a 1v5 ace or anything like that, but it is still a thrifty round, all things considered. And this will be a rude reminder of how Sunset closed out. 11-11, it was Alliance Angels. They were able to win a thrifty and close things out to force us onto this third map. CDC, not out by any means. They've still got a big ultimate in the Dimensional Drift to play with. They've got money. These things start to add up over time. Point. They're over it.
Yeah, that could have been a mess to start. And now they can speed up onto this. Wait, they're going to fully push into Garage, and Young One Ho immediately gets dropped. They have to step back behind the Paranoid. They're ulting into this. Enders is fully sending it into this. Spec has to get value on the ult. Has to get value on the ult. Splitting the uprights. Spec gets a kill. Riso's here as well. Snackbox left. And Snackbox falls. AXA get to 7.
AXA are starting to add them up. Start this comeback. Make a real good go of things now. Money is starting to look a little bit more dire for CDC. And you can sort of feel it. Alliance Angels knowing their tournament life on the line. Both these teams sitting at 0-3. You lose a 4th map, you are done. Swiss stage is over. No hope of making it to the main event.
Right. And what a tragic way that would be to end.
I must wait a moment.
Cam already cleared out. The Shock pushing off that line in case there was any close trip too.
Hello?
Meanwhile, wait.
Firing squad on B. 3 players in the window.
And now a second Hunter Fury. And this one finding its mark early. Snackbox with value. Cithrin snatched up. Enders.
Spike planted.
You imagine it's going to want to play in that just in case the kill doesn't go their way.
We're right in the smoke though.
Yep, and they had no idea. The Bucky up close. TP's back. Throws it in reverse. And now Valencia trying to hold back. Weak, but the Bulldog just not connecting. That will find its mark. Snackbox. How much more can be done? A 1v2. A tap into the swing. A 1v1 now. Spin. Not again. Not again. Not again.
Except this time, Doug, it goes the other way. Alliance Angels are the ones that stick through the spike. When 2 or 3 times in the first half, it was robbed from them. Now, turning the tables on CDC. And that was 2 huge ultimates invested from CDC. Dimensional Drift, Hunter's Fury gets a kill. But Alliance Angels just were untouchable, running back into the site on the retake.
Op in the hands of Enders. 3 in a row for the defense.
There it is.
Value. Yeah, down short. And probably had a shot for more. We missed that one.
Enders is still hanging out.
Yeah, I mean, there's an aggro line there. Don't want to overcommit to this. Biffy places an anchor behind them. Now pushes forward.
Look at this
Doesn't
walk
even
down
really
C.
need to TP back.
AXA have to know the hit's coming A.
Can Enders find their mark? That is the spike too. 3 close by. That shield perfect. If he dead, the spike has to back up. Cithrin, well done to get one on the way out. A parting gift.
A lurking to be from Leia. Broke a trip to do it. So the player back Gong is not actually holding for it. Leia slipped on in.
Well, take a look at spec on the minimap. They know.
Oh yeah, full information because of the break of the trip. But the time is really starting to run away. CDC need to pinch into this A site and start to activate Leia to get in.
There's, yep, timing is perfect. Spec now down. That op up close and personal. A 3v2 now for the defense. AXA looking to stay alive, and this crispy shot out from Cithrin. The paranoia will cause a little bit of trouble by a little bit of time, but that's going to give room for Young Won Ho to find some space. Aurelia left in this 1v2 now.
One enemy remaining.
A 1v1. Can she do it? Yes, she can. Aurelia stands tall as AXA get to 9.
They've just got plot armor now. Yeah, everyone's starting to believe in it as well. 4 rounds in a row. A Red Bull clutch for Aurelia, full sticking the defuse. In the previous round, everything is going their way.
And that is exactly how you put out a fire. You call a timeout, you slow things down, you get involved in the conversation. 4 in a row for Alliance Angels here. It seemed like they were dead. It seemed like they were done and dusted, but what a comeback.
Yeah, the next time the California Hills are in trouble, I'm calling Aurelia. She'll figure it out instantly. And this is all coming after that thrifty round win in our 16. It's just kept adding up and up and up for AXA. Looking at pings on the minimap, CDC are well aware of where these Cypher tripwires have been headed. In garage in front B. Very likely want to play to disrupt those early on in the map. CDC have multiple times found some pretty crazy lurk timings against Alliance Angels. They can continue working for that if it pleases them.
Oh, this is a nice spot. That goes there.
What's the call here? Remember the last time we saw Biffy? There's no armor for Biffy. Phantom, no armor.
That's bold. And now there's no Cypher.
Was that not? Yeah, anyway, doesn't matter. We
Don't worry about it, Doug. It doesn't matter. It's a 4v5.
Yep. Stuck the TP. Fully out onto C. The trip has been cleared. The side is now theirs. Cithrin. Fancy footwork. Out onto Enders. Now they're going to try to hunt him down, but that's a dangerous game you play. The target found. Biffy somehow still alive. And there's the ult, and that will connect. Only on the members in garage, though. The 2 other members that are coming out from Swan should have safe passage through. Valsia now down. And that Biffy will follow. Snackbox will join them. AXA, they've tied this freaking game up, man.
Unreal. Precision strike on the entry into sight from AXA. 10-10 now, and it comes after. I mean, Cithrin, she finds a really nice timing. Swings into 4 players, don't get me wrong, in Link. Still gets a kill, gets out for a moment. But then after that, CDC were so scattered on the retake, and that was due to a number of factors. Retake cages being thrown down by Youngwon Ho, a dart that went into back of sight that no one was actually able to clear. All this utility just really got in the way of CDC's post-plant plan.
Goes here.
And it's in these more chaotic moments that I think Alliance Angels have just been playing stronger off of one another.
And that's gotten them to this 10-10 scoreline with elimination on the line.
CDC have no money. Lose this round.
No.
And it could be wraps.
It's cooked. Yep.
Portal closed.
Yup.
Cutting through.
Enders was here last round. Got the pick on Leia. Utility needs to be good.
Drone surely clears them.
Will reveal. But we still won it.
Bold. Bold.
Real bold.
Wait, that's the attack cage too. Wow.
16 HP though. That's worthwhile for CDC.
Scanning ahead.
Sure.
Oh, what are the shots?
If he had a timing, but that is tragic. Oh, you know, Biffy would love to have that one back.
Cithrin with the Dimensional Drift is getting all the information of these A players, except for the Sova in the pocket, and now pops out right inside of it. Spec is there. 4v3 now for AXA, but C-Site will be open. I said 4v3, it's actually a 4v2.
30 seconds left.
And Enders has a Dimensional Drift of her own. So it almost comes down to Velucia now to find a pick on these rotations. Get hopefully 2 kills to give Snackbox a chance in the clutch.
That's such a big ask. That's a huge ask.
Oh, yeah. And more than anything, it's try and pick off this Yoru before she activates the ult.
Dart confirms there's nobody there. Paranoia is going to be off its mark.
Player standing.
Only one found. Snackbox has to 1v3. Cannot deliver. And a parting gift on the way out is AXA. Take the lead. Get up to 11.
It is over.
Cithrin gonna feel so bad after hopping out of that ultimate. You know, she'd run all the way through B site. She'd cleared most of A site. She saw 2 players there, but didn't actually see that the enemy Sova was sitting inside of the smoke right in center sight. That's what she was trying to use to pop out into. Gets absolutely punished for it. CDC are forcing up light armor and 3 guardians. They do not want to allow AXA on 12.
Will that be enough?
Teleport into heaven out of Enders. I feel like this is always getting smoked off. And actually taking a shot to break the clone reveals exactly where this op is.
And they're going to go into it?
I mean, just a smoke
They're
for heaven
pushing
should
into
be
it.
enough. Keep your eyes on Spec down in sewers, though. No one is going sewers to clear the Sova.
They didn't smoke heaven.
They did now.
I can't believe Biffy got away with
But
that.
sewers is the problem, Doug. Look at Spec walk up here.
So free.
And now Dimensional Drift for the retake. It's all go, go, go for Alliance Angels.
Ender drops down from heaven. Looking for any mark. That's 1 found. 2. Did not check the 3rd. I believe the Yoru has gone unchecked. Now position given away. Ender's finding 1 with the op. All right, Leah looking for a little bit more. Can they hang on to this 2v3? Can they take this round back? They don't have the weapons for this. Tease off onto Biffy.
No bullets!
Gets another one. Oh my gosh, Leah. Leah saves the day for CDC.
On 21 HP. The difference of 1 bullet is what keeps CDC's year alive.
I need this.
Unbelievable stuff.
Oh, this is my
And it's just going to be go, go, go from here on out. Snackbox has Hunter's Fury. Has been online so far today. Both Sovas have those ultimates ready to go.
That goes there.
CDC again have really liked fighting into A, but this time Alliance Angels are taking the fight to them and opt down short.
Ender is looking for value, looking for a target. Both duelists side by side, shoulder to shoulder. Man, it's Spec who gets the first blood. Oh, Spec, a second. Criminal. And now Enders gets another one too. Picking CDC apart at the seams.
The Walking Dead Season 1 finale. CDC exploded in A main. Spec looking like prime Rick Grimes out here.
I
Sharp
didn't
with
get the
shots.
reference the first time. I'm not going to get it the second time, bro.
Oh, man. That was just lights out.
Yeah,
They couldn't go anywhere.
I mean, it was perfect.
And it comes after CDC have so often been able to get up into that space because it's
30
just been
seconds
the opt-down long or just been the opt-down short.
Yeah. Yep.
AXA finally bring the actual fight there. And, I mean, if you look at the money from Velucia, you have to hope you can save here.
Yep. The benefit, if you were like the one saving grace, is that AXA do not have the
10
money
seconds left.
to go hunting on their own. And so I can't imagine they'll give this much pursuit. Fortunately for Velucia.
Match point.
Wonder how CDC respond to this. If they go back to the well, fight into A lobby, expecting it to be a switch up again from Alliance Angels.
Yes, this should do.
Because it is a switch up. Enders has been a beast in this final map. 23 and 17 has that up on C long. This space has been less tested early on in rounds. CDC won't be dissuaded even after the disaster that was round 23. Their tournament lives, Doug.
Do you dare peek this high-low? There's the op, and now they know. And so what, a rotate away. I love the call out from CDC. They do not want to dance with that op. Snackbox now spotting the Sova. So you're getting a little bit of information as to what's going on here.
Sure. Look at the rotates as well. They're expecting a stack over there, so it'll be Leia working garage, tripwire still there, and
They're going back
Enders,
into the op.
the player to clear.
They're going into the op.
Whoa!
Two chances. That's an impossible set of tracking. There's no way you follow that. But Enders will still try. Now TP's away, leaving Aurelia to take the fight, and it's kills back and forth. The Hunter's Fury now causing even more problems as Spec and Risa are the only two left. It's all on to Spec. A 1v3 to close this out, and the neural theft to deal with as well. It's all off the rails, Ender. I don't know how Spec pulls this one off. There's no way. The Hunter's Fury, the ult. The one thing is both of those were used pretty early. But Lias from the swing and garage secures the round, and of course, this series would go to OT. Why not?
You can't be upset about it. We're going all the way, baby. CDC managed to win 2 rounds at the end here, break up this streak of rounds for Alliance Angels. And now from here on out, it is just honest VALORANT. Forget the ultimates, forget the operators. It's just going to be fight, fight, fight. And as we go back to CDC's defensive side, you cannot forget that virtually every round of this half, it was Biffy walking out garage doors to break a camera in mid.
Thanks.
It was Cithrin stepping down C long. So they've changed up their approach here. It's Cypher over towards C, and it's Cithrin with a little support out of Snackbox to fight over the A space.
Shadows traveling.
No glass cannon up. Nothing like that. Cithran's up really close. Oh,
spotted.
tried getting a timing in the smoke around the drone, excuse me, but you're right, spotted.
The other part of the first half was Hyungwon Ho being a beast in sewers. Those A-lurks were devastating. She's been left alone there for now.
Trip cleared, a lot of attention B. I always get a little scared and have to make sure that it's that it's a clone.
I mean, Aurelia shooting that has frozen these players onto B. It is just Snackbox. Remember the 1v3 with the Guardian? I sure do.
Yep. Only one found this time, though. Meanwhile, AXA getting a couple kills across different areas of the map and getting all the space they want on A.
Very nice situation in the post plant here. Smoke for heaven. Camera watching the players coming out of CT. CDC without much room to play with.
Cam, flash from heaven. Biffy getting a kill. 3v3 now. Onto the site. You hear the TP. Spec looking to see if they can find the target and will succeed. It's all out on the Spec again, and that 1v2 will not convert. CDC on series point.
Back and forth we go. CDC have brought it all the way back now.
Switching sides.
Alliance Angels
Match point.
now tasting what could be. Their year just slipping away. Only one round left for CDC to seal the deal.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
They focus so much on playing for A lobby control that you can see Alliance Angels considering going back into the triple hold for that space. Instead, I think setting up a teleport for a mid walk here on Enders.
I must wait a moment.
Early smoke.
I must wait a moment.
They're going to send this. Chrissy, this is a lot
What in the world?
Of Young Ho.
Oh,
Snackbox
Spam
is the one who
gets
gets the
that?
kill. The site is theirs. Yeah. The site's now theirs. And that's the first domino falling. Traded back, though. Messy. But the job is done. Biffy trades back. Aurelia swinging back out. Of course, tit for tat. 1 for 1. Valcia hit by the flash. Trying to spam onto the box. They're not going to check it. They're not going to check it. Valcia stays alive. Only one, though. A 2v2 Spec on the tap. The flash is there. Aurelia holds the line. Can Snapbox get this 1v2 to keep the series, to keep the year up? And now the Hunter's Fury off the mark. Can Aurelia keep this up? Half there on the swing.
Whoa.
And Aurelia gets the kill. Oh my gosh. Aurelia heroics for AXA.
Yo, these rounds are absolutely nuts. Aurelia keeps it going for Alliance Angels. 25 and 15. Just a ridiculous map out of her. And we go back once again. It's always coming down to these clutches down C long, full diffuses so often. This series it has been Snackbox winning them. But now in those critical moments, Alliance Angels keep a lease on this tournament life.
And so we go another round, another set. What a series this has been. I've lived many lives. Leah's playing such a dangerous game here. Yep, takes a step back. You hear the shield, the TP there. But what? If he gets
that's
two?
over.
Enders is going to try to do something about it. Try to tip the scales back in their favor.
CDC are all over right now. Cithran trying to push down into long. Here comes the fight.
Scanning ahead.
The cage goes down, the double swing. Snapbox down. 31 HP. I don't know if that's enough to win that fight. Enders has to 1v2. 71 HP. No flash, just tucks into the smoke. Remember, Valcia weak. That's the first target. Off the tap. Now the second. Knowing it's not being stuck, and Ender's... The gun betrays them.
Yeah, just a little pocket between the smoke and the wall.
Go. Yep.
Just a disaster, yeah. No chance to even outplay when you get caught like that.
Yep.
But Alliance Angels, they were in this exact same position last time. That required a clutch out of Aurelia. I want to make things a little bit cleaner here. Not come down to those end of round situations again.
This is a nice spot. Try not to cutting through.
How many lives do AXA have? Is that smoke one more time?
CDC just sent a drone down short. That's their A fake, and now ready for the double dash of Biffy.
Ender sidesteps. There's the dart. There's the double dash. Biffy stands tall. Young One Ho tucking in the cage. Getting uncomfortable. Feeling anxious. First cage down. Biffy on the side of the second one. What? Spams through. Can't do much more. Spec and Riso to keep their lives alive. Align. Excuse me. Cithrin falls. So 2v2 now. How much more can they do? Snackbox one off ult. There's a drone. There's the tag. Both spotted. Leah patient on the swing. Not oversending it. Love the discipline. And now they double face. It's a 1-for-1. Spec and Leah in the 1v1. And it's Leah who saves the day. Who saves the series for CDC. They survive. They advance.
What a close spot match between these two teams. Kind of hurts that we have to send Alliance Angels home after that show that was our second map, a 13-11 back and forth affair on Sunset, and then a multi-OT coming down to multiple clutches, 1v1s down C long. But Leia being able to survive through it all and take this keeps CDC very much in the Swiss stage.
What a marathon. CDC on top. Again, they stay alive, they survive, and we bid adieu to AXA. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, we're going to recap everything that just went down. Stay tuned. That was easily one of the wildest map threes I have ever seen or ever been a part of in my time casting Valorant over the last 5 years. If you didn't catch it, if you're just tuning in, go back and watch it. It's 1000% worth your time. Ender, we just watched you said it best, to be honest. It's kind of sad to have to watch AXA go with how this ended, but CDC, the grit and the composure that they showed is really impressive.
Yeah, to come back at the end there, get into OT, even after a couple of really unfortunately lost rounds, winning out this game even down in first kills over the course of it by 2. We had crazy clutches coming in at the end. We had ridiculous lurks that didn't actually clear sight, so they gave false information to the other side. Huge individual hero plays, and I think two of the real stars for me. I mean, Ender's at the top of the screen. Got to give credit there too. Aurelia was so dominant, but so often it was Snackbox in the clutch. I'm thinking all the way back, even on Sunset too, to nearly make this a 2-0 for CDC.
Yeah, I mean, I lost count, to be honest, of multiple 1v2s, 1v3s where Snackbox just delivers, and sometimes they were round ending plays, and then other times it was just standing tall in the mid round and getting a 3K on a Haven when you had no business getting more than one.
Just really impressive stuff all around. That Guardian 3K was so sick. Solo holding onto the A site. I think the rest of the team too, once CDC sort of tapped into at the end of their attacking side and then in OT as well, that these like C hits with Biffy doing the double dash onto default were just working for the team, then it kind of seemed like a foregone conclusion for them.
Yeah, turns out that triple dive was exactly the best way to execute that comp, and that's what keeps their Swiss stage in the tournament alive. We have Snackbox standing by with the Verizon post-match interview. We'll get them in to the conversation here. Snackbox, congratulations on the win. Look, I hate this question. I'm going to keep it a buck with you because I think it's a lame question, but honestly, given what I just saw you guys go through, I've got to ask, how are you feeling after that series?
I'm feeling great. Thanks for asking. Honestly, it was a tough series. The other team played super well, and I'm just really happy that we got a great game going.
Yeah, I'm curious when there's first of all just going like all 3 maps, and then also with all like the tech pauses and whatnot. Like, how do you actually manage to like stay focused and play such a ridiculous map 3? Because it can be really easy to sort of get lost in that and in the chaos towards the end of that final map.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. Honestly, I think the one thing that definitely attributed to me being able to keep composure, keep the team composed, is that we're able to really lock it down mentally to make sure that no one's over-simulated, everyone's able to play their game, and that's the most important thing, I think, that attributed to our success.
So you mentioned that keeping calm and not being overstimulated was a key part of the success. It also felt like there was a turning point late in Haven where, you know, Ender was talking about it. It seemed like you guys dialed in on really leaning heavy into the C hits with the double dive with the Yoru and the Waylay dashing up to box and then just fighting backside off the dart. What were those comms like? I'm assuming that's a hit that you guys had been drilling a while. What was the cue that caused you to lean into that so much more to close out the map?
So one of the things that I would say about that, without revealing too much about, you know, anything that we're starting up, but I think at the end of the day, we really wanted to play this game our way, and the best way that we could play it was, let's just hit something together. And that's all I had to say, and that's all we had to do. And really, the execute just worked out after we, you know, dry ran it a few times, and it worked great. I got to shout out my duelists. So.
Yeah,
I mean, both of them getting into the site.
Well, I mean, the duelists were lights out. You were lights out as well. You had some insane moments, really, throughout the entire series where it looked like the round should have been over, and you somehow win 1v2s, you win 1v3s, you get 3Ks on sites that you have no business getting. It was an outrageous performance out of you. So congratulations on the massive win. Super pumped for you. We'll let you go celebrate with your team, and best of luck to you in the rest of the run.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, that is going to do it. Dear friends, thank you so much for sticking with us. It was a long day, but it was a good day. It was a really good day. Christy's tired. That's crazy because he's 3 hours behind. It's not even that late for him. But that is going to do it for day 4 that's going to do it for day 4 of Valorant Game Changers North America Swiss Stage Day 4. We've got plenty more Valorant action. As always, keep up on social media. You'll be able to check up on schedules and everything else that is coming up. That's coming up. But from everyone behind the scenes who's putting everything together, the observers, production, casters, and really everyone else who comes together to make this show possible, thank you guys for sticking with us. Especially the play-by-play caster. Again, thank you guys for everything. Have a good night.